Whoops. Hello, everybody. Happy Saturday. Hope y'all are doing well. Welcome on back to the stream. Hey, for once, we're not doing Next Fest today, because we are here with Ace Attorney Investigations. And I believe today we will be heading into the finale. That's right, it's probably going to be the very last Ace Attorney stream. There's no more games to play after this. We got them all. This is the last one that we were missing. I have a different cat for you who just walked up. Beloved Momo. Hi, sweetie. What are you doing? Did you wake up from your nap? You had some awful funny timing coming over here. There's a cat. All good streams need to start with the cat. So we are blessed today to have Momo. All right, there you go. He was like, please stop. Let me go. Release me. All right. Anyway, I was like, what is that in the background? Some kind of Godzilla-ass thing? And I'm like, all right, that's right. Taurosaurus. Cow monster. Cow lizard. Cow Godzilla. Right. That's a thing. Alrighty. So we are in the last case, I believe. I think Gavel's just been arrested in the middle of a trial, no less, because why wait for her to finish? Why would you wait? Why would you wait? Why would you not let her take care of important business first? Who knows? Arrested by none other than, Agent Lang from Zhengfa. Momo, can you not move the mic, please? I'm using this. He just pushed it with the full weight of his face. As one does when you are a cat. And she's been getting proven to be kind of on our side, even though she used to be a thorn in our side. We've come to an understanding that we are in pursuit of the truth and not the made-up truth of the corrupted committee head of the prosecution. Nice 4-star? Nice 4-star ice cream. Good job. Which was Chairman Winner, Eustace's dad. Eustace is growing a spine, which is pretty cool. He's trying. The boy's trying his best, and that's all I can ask. That's all we can ask for him, that he actually try. So he's doing well. What are you doing? He left. He's gone. The cat left. Sorry. Anyway. So that's kind of where we're at. New items unlocked. That's cool. Let me back in. We need to go re-investigate the crime. It is the president of Zhengfa who was the murder victim. They're like, yeah, they definitely pushed the head onto him of the cow monster. But we don't even have an autopsy report, so we don't actually know if that was the true cause of death. So we have many questions still, and there's much investigating to do. So let's get to it. April 6th, 2:52 p.m. Big building, empty lot. Could you maybe calm down a little? Calm down? No way, Jose. Not until y'all come clean. It's your own good, dang it. Oh, a lot of heart. Intrepid reporters refuse to give up, even in the face of repeated stonewalling from the crew. Look, you ladies need to stop harassing these people, or I'll have to ask you to... You cops sure got a lot of nerve. Y'all are the ones who let Taurosaurus run wild. Hoping to hide the fact that they bred this menace themselves, the staff cling desperately to their story. Look, we're really not breeding anything. This is a movie set. Says the gal who told me she'd done seen Gordy with her own dang eyes. I saw something, but That doesn't mean we're keeping monsters here. Alright, break it up. Oh. Hi, Lang. Oh, Mr. Edgeworth. And Sean. Y'all are on the trail of this here monster infestation too, huh? No, we're on the trail of a criminal. Lang G says, the darkness of a criminal's heart can sometimes be compared to a monster. That is to say, a killer is no different from a monster, really. Agent Lang, this is highly irregular, sir. We can't allow members of the public onto the crime scene. But we're helping. We're posse. These people are important witnesses. I need them to be here. Well, Agent Lang, here we are. Where do you intend to begin? Let's start by summing up the facts. Glad I made tea for this. President Wang's body was discovered here this morning. With some yellow paint on it. Which, by the way, that yellow dirt paint, whatever the fuck is, was also suspiciously on gloves that belong to a certain asshole. Former chairman of the Committee of Prosecutorial Excellence. I'm just saying, that yellow dirt. See? I'm like, which one's the back button? That yellow dirt look an awful lot like this yellow dirt. You know what I mean? He hadn't been seen since the night before last. Yes, he slipped off without his bodyguards noticing, if I remember correctly. So he was missing for over a day. And the last person to see him alive was you, Judge Cavell, on the roof of the big building. Okay, but like, y'all understand that, like, just because someone's the last person to see someone, that doesn't mean they're the one who killed them. They are just your best lead to figure out what happened and who may have actually killed them. Sometimes it is that the last person who saw them is, in fact, the murderer. That is sometimes the case. We have seen that before plenty of times, but we should not be jumping to conclusions. That's what we're trying to get at here. I forgot to do some lighting adjustment. Let me just make sure the lighting stays consistent. There we go. Were you actually the last one to see him, Sean? Oh no, or he could be concerned for his mom. Why did the two of you arrange to meet? I'm sorry, but I cannot say. Not even to defend yourself from an accusation of murder. Why? Why can't you just tell us? Please, Judge Cavell, we're trying to help you. Ha! She can't say because she'll only incriminate herself more. I know you had something to do with the president's murder, and I'm gonna prove it. You said yourself that the body was only found this morning. How do you explain the time that passed between Judge Cavell's meeting with the president and then? That's exactly what I'm hoping we're about to find out. I'm particularly interested in what happened last night. So why don't you tell us exactly how it all went down, Sean Fenn? Me? You know you were here on the set last night. You were, Sean? She's like, my boy was out late last night. What were you? Oh, I guess she wasn't home. She just assumed he was being a good kid, but no. We have testimony from the woman over there and forensic evidence from the footprints that proves it. You came back to run your lines, right? What? You were spying on me? I'm sorry. I was just making sure you were okay. It was late. I was worried about you. How many times do I have to tell you? I don't need you to worry about me. Kid's got a lot of milk. Also, mommy mode. Oh, so I didn't read it. I didn't read it! Sean, that's no way to talk to an adult. She was trying to look out for you. Apologize this instant. Sorry. I've told you before, I won't have you speaking to people that way. Wow, this is a whole new Judge Cavell. It seems she's just as strict with her son as she is with those who break the law. Are you listening to me? If I've told you once, I've told you 1,000 times. You must... He's getting yelled at by Mummy. Oh my god, she's still going! Beautiful. Perfect. What more could you ask for? And I want you to remember that, all right? Can we get on with the investigation now? Oh, of course. Forgive me. I don't think I've ever seen her so passionate about anything. I guess Judge Cavell, the mother, will take a little getting used to. Are we to understand that you're accusing Sean of being involved somehow, Agent Lang? I just want the truth. I need to know why the president was killed. Okay, but why do you think Cavell did it? And by who? I don't care what it takes. I'm gonna find out. I guess it makes sense for him to be so determined. The president was practically family to him. All right, Sean, perhaps you could tell us what happened last night. Fine by me. I got nothing to hide. Who's your dad, by the way? I'm curious. You look kind of wild. You look like a wild child. About last night. Oh, look, it's their filming permit. Global Studios. Those are the dates. Insurance number. Do they really print that on there? That's weird. Permit type. Lot size. Okay. Had a bad day yesterday. Messed up a couple takes. Hold on. I have like multiple teas. I like downed a yerba mate before we started. And then I have this other peach tea. Oh, which is overflowing. 1 second. Okay. Messed up a couple takes. We were scheduled to shoot the same scene again today, so I thought I'd put in some extra practice. And that's what I did. It's that simple. It's not like I haven't done it before. It was fine. Nothing happened. Really? You've been rehearsing late at night again. But when I called you yesterday evening, Sean, you said you were at the hotel. Called him? Around what time? It must have been 11 p.m. or thereabouts. It's one of our rules. When Sean stays away from home, we have to speak every night. Yeah, well, I wasn't at the hotel. I was here on set. Oh shit, he pissed off Mom. Alright. So you lied to me. Don't lie to your mother. Sorry. Ooh, now she's mad. I think it's kind of amazing how hard he wants to work on his acting, though. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. Sorry, hold on. I need to move me. It's bothering me. I just looked over and I saw the gap. I had to fix the camera because we had those camera issues. Thanks, Windows Update. So I'm in the wrong spot. Also, we need to line up a little better. There we go. I want to be lined up with this. With this right here. Okay, sorry. OCD. Nonetheless, a parent can't help but worry. The child alone late at night, anything could happen to him. And indeed it did. He got himself entangled in this case. But he said nothing happened, right? He did, although I can't help but wonder if he was telling the truth. Alright, let's talk about last night, kiddo. I'm gonna press everything. You had a bad day. Chirico had a bad day. He went to the vet.
Hold it.
A bad day? Could you elaborate a little?
What, I have to spell it out for you? It was just bad, okay?
Huh. What do you think? Did he drink too much milk, maybe?
How did you... I mean, no, nothing like that.
He drank too much milk. So it might be more accurate to say that his stomach had a bad day. Huh. I thought milk was supposed to be good for your digestion. Are you lactose intolerant now? Is it growing on you? You should try drinking goat's milk. I know it's gonna be a little bit more tangy, but you won't have the same issues.
Shut up. We're done talking about that. The point is I messed up those takes.
And they were supposed to do a reshoot, okay. So you wanted to rehearse your lines in preparation for the reshoots.
Yeah.
I caused enough trouble for everybody, messing things up the first time around.
I wasn't about to do that again. I'm a pro.
One can only admire his dedication and his sense of responsibility to his co-workers.
Sean takes his work so seriously. He's a real inspiration to everybody. Even the takes he said he messed up, it wasn't like there was actually a problem. He just wanted to make them as good as they could be. He always says that even a tiny bit better is... Shut up! Why do you always have to say stuff people don't need to hear? Oh, sorry, Sean.
Could maybe work on his people skills a little more.
Anyway, as I was saying...
He's doing some practice. Sean, about what you just said. How many times have I made you promise? If you're going to rehearse on your own, you have to tell me.
I know.
Well, that little outburst rather stole my thunder. Let me ask again about what you just said.
I think it's pretty cool though, Sean. Kay! Not helping!
More interruptions?
It's all the hours of practice that make you the best you can be, little by little. Little by little. I'm the same. I went from small-time thief to average thief, and before I knew it, greatness beckoned. But now I finally made it. I'm not about to stop doing my best, and neither should you.
May I continue? Now, Sean, do you often rehearse alone? Finally, I got my question out without being interrupted. He hasn't done... It's not like he hasn't done it before. Are you sure about that?
Huh? What do you mean? Of course I'm sure.
It's just a regular evening, nothing out of the ordinary.
Huh? A regular evening? How can you say that? Somebody was...
Okay, he's just a child. Mustn't be too hard on him. Nothing happened, really?
Nothing to do with the case anyway. At least that's what it sounds like he wants us to believe. Wait, don't we have some evidence related to what happened last night?
We do, and we also don't have time to be humoring the lies of a child. Let us use what we have to point out the contradiction in his testimony. Alright, what do we got? This one, right? Shows Sean rehearsing by a monster footprint.
And then he went away. When the one he was there, and then he was gone.
Nothing happened. Sorry, but you're lying. This proves it beyond a doubt.
Wait, that's... How did you...
That's right, your rehearsal tape.
What?
You have video footage from last night? I mean, yeah, I did my investigating, didn't you? You do, and if you watch it, you'll see that it was no ordinary evening. There's a footprint there already! There is, and I'm not sure that's an everyday sight, even on a film set. Sean, why would you keep this from me?
No reason.
Liar! That stuff might work on your mommy, kid, but it's not gonna work on me. Why did you hide the tape? Sean, you have to tell us. You.
Look, I just didn't want anyone to see me rehearsing, okay? I don't like it.
He's just a kid! So you embarrassed, is that it?
Yeah. What's so weird about that?
That's why you didn't hand over vital evidence? Sean, how could you? He's a fucking child! He has a lot of milk in his bag.
Oh, give me a break. You know about it now, don't you?
Sure, the footprint was there, but I just ran my lines and went home. That was it.
What? Nothing about that giant monster footprint struck you as weird? It's a giant monster footprint!
On the set of a giant monster movie. It's not like there isn't all kinds of other weird stuff around here.
I don't buy it for a second. Chief, there's something hinky about this kid, sure as I'm standing right here. Thanks, Skippy, there is. He's hiding a scoop under them there horns, or my name ain't a lot of heart. Now shut up, both of you. I'm done talking.
No, you're not.
What?
The footprint isn't the only strange thing about last night. Another unusual occurrence happened yesterday evening. The fire. The fact that this fell down. Did we find proof of a fire? I guess that's not one of our vital evidences. This fell down.
Take that!
The model of Taurosaurus's head fell from the roof of that trailer last night. Did you expect us to believe that you knew nothing about that?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is that so?
I told you I ran my lines and went home. That was it. What do I know about some stupid falling head? Are you saying you can prove I know something?
Sadly not. It's entirely possible that the head fell after Sean left.
No proof, huh? And this conversation's over.
Something tells me he doesn't want to talk about last night any more than is absolutely necessary. What is he hiding?
Hold it right there!
What is it, Agent Lang? So it's just as I thought. Thanks, Mr. Prosecutor. This footage of yours backs up my theory nicely.
What?
There was something else on that tape? Yup, look closely. See the costume up in the top left?
Oh yeah, the Taurosaurus suit.
Something's different. Do you see it? Oh, is that a giant slash in it? No, it's unzippered, right?
I'm not sure. He's just kind of hanging out and looking a little saggy. Oh, the zipper on his back is done up tight.
Zipper? Yeah, the zipper's down in this one. Huh? That's... Yeah, I guess you all see it now, right? On the tape, the zipper's wide open. Why? Because somebody's inside the suit, that's why.
What?
Mr. Powers, that zipper, what can you tell us about it? Oh, well, we always close it up tight when the suit isn't in use. That's right, Mr. Prosecutor. And do you remember something else I said not so long ago? Let me refresh your memory. What if your friend Gavelle pushed the president off the big building the night before last, and then came down here to the movie set and hid the body somewhere? Here, but where? There's all kinds of stuff down here. Costumes, equipment, you could hide it anywhere. Except, we know that they used that costume between then. Because here is Mr. Powers in the costume here. And then come back a day later, last night in other words, and take it out again. You're saying the body could have been hidden inside the Taurosaurus suit? That's exactly what I'm saying. Isn't that right, Gavelle? You pushed the president off of the roof just like I said, and you hid his body inside that costume. Bullshit! I most certainly did not. Protest all you like, I'm not gonna believe you. You're the only person who could have done this. You are so jumpy. I thought we already proved that would have been impossible. The movie set was locked at the time. There's no way Judge Gavelle would have been able to get in here. What if she had an accomplice? Why are you dragging the kid into this? What? That's cat hair in my mouth. Yep, that's Momo's fur. I've got a little theory for you. I think you're gonna like it. Mother and child monster. What if Sean was waiting down here when Gavel pushed the president off the roof? The two of them were working together, the problem of the lock goes away. And they worked to hide the body together, too. By dragging it over to the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it inside. I think the murder was really that carefully planned. It was the assassination of a world leader. It could only have been carefully planned. To suggest that Sean could have been involved in this... It's unthinkable. You're my prime suspect. What makes you think I'm gonna listen to a word you say? You have a really fucked up sense of investigation and justice. What about the motive? What reason would either of them have to kill President Wang? Who knows, but we'll find out soon enough. She was the last one to meet with him, and she won't tell us why. Pretty darn suspicious. Even you have to agree with that. I mean, it could have to do with very sensitive secrets. Is there anyone that you can tell or talk to about this that we should get involved? Judge Gavel, I don't suppose I can convince you to share any more details. My apologies, but that is the one thing I cannot do. However, rest assured, should that ever change, you'll be the first to know. So please, you... Have to believe me? Yeah, murderers have a habit of saying that. What about you, kid? Any weak excuses to offer? If so, now's the time to get them off your chest. I got nothing to say to you. I'm innocent. Both as tight-lipped as each other, huh? Well, let me guess, you're still gonna try and stick up for them? It's true, Judge Gavel's actions certainly make her seem suspicious, but nothing she has told us amounts to a motive for murder, or even the suggestion of one. No, and like I said, I'm leaving motive aside for now. For the moment, I'm focusing on means and opportunity. For my money, these two had to be working together for their little plot to succeed. Alright. Pressing everything.
Hold it.
You're seriously suggesting that a child could have been an accomplice in this murder? Look at him, he's still in elementary school! There's no way a kid that young would be involved in something like this. I think I mentioned that he's in junior high, right? Lang G says... Pity no wolf, be he cub or grizzled elder. Doesn't matter how young he is, if he's guilty, he's guilty. And he'll be treated as such. Wow, wolf cubs have it hard, huh? I'm surprised at you, Mr. Prosecutor. You're saying he deserves mercy just because of his age? Of course not. I'm saying there's no way that he did this, and I'm going to prove it to you. Heh, I'll look forward to it. But be warned, I'm only just getting warmed up.
Hold it.
Lock issue goes away if they're working together. Goes away how, exactly? Heh, I thought you might try this, but you and I both know exactly how. Let me make it nice and simple for you. First, she pushes the president off the roof. Pushes? Okay. Then the kid opens the combination lock, because he knows the code. Yep, kid opens code, knows lock, gotcha. Okay, the other way around. And that's it. It's that simple. No more lock to worry about. Okay, but then, like, why did somebody have to cut the other lock open? That doesn't make any sense. And no more objections about her not being able to get in because she didn't know the code. That would explain away the problem of the lock, it's true. Thank you for your clear and incisive explanation, Agent Lang. Please continue. I will, and hopefully this next part will shut you up for good. And they work together to hide the body. But if the two of them were working together, why would they need to hide the body for a full day? Well, look at the situation right in front of you. Thanks to that little ruse, we're still puzzling over what they were up to even now. But if you let me speak, I can clear up this whole mess once and for all. Ready? Good. So like I was saying, they work together to hide the body. By dragging over the Taurosaurus suit and stuffing it in- oh, right,
Hold it.
and stuffing it inside, yeah. The video footage doesn't show the inside of the suit. Can't say for certain that there was a body in there at the time, can you? Maybe not, but we can take a look right now. Let's open it up and see what's inside. I'd put money on us finding proof that it was there. Do you mind if we examine the suit, Mr. Powers? Oh, not at all. Might be a little ripe, though. Gets pretty sweaty in there. Huh, it's filthy. Yeah, that's weird. I always clean it out pretty good. If you don't, it can get kind of moldy. In other words, what we're looking at is proof that somebody other than you used the costume. That dirt in there must have come from the body.
I guess the president was lying right in the middle of that footprint. He probably would have gotten pretty dirty.
Exactly. Well, everybody happy? Inside of the suit's covered with dirt. It must be from when the body was hidden in there.
Hold it.
The dirt is from when the body was hidden inside the suit. We're assuming that it came directly from the body, correct? Ha! What are you even talking about? Of course we are. Where else would it have come from?
Really is pretty filthy in there, huh? The dirt got everywhere. Especially around the part where the chest would have been.
The chest? Think that might be an important clue?
This theory hangs together pretty well, I have to say.
Certainly the case that they have carried out the murder if they were working together. They could have carried out the murder if they were working together. I don't think we stand to gain much by disputing that.
So what do we do instead?
I listen carefully to his testimony once more, and see if we can tease out anything of value. What if Sean was waiting down— oh, alright. Dragging it to the suit, stuffing inside. Inside it's covered with dirt. It must be from when the body was hidden in there. Okay, here are my thoughts. This especially has the same dirt, right? Oh, but they're saying last night. But we used this, so like, they shoved the body in there. We couldn't have used this during the day yesterday. Anyway, and yes, there is dirt on the chest here, but it's a different color. Oh shit, I didn't mean to save— oh, whatever. I didn't mean to new save, I wanted to save. I'm not gonna worry about it. Let's try the body first, and then we'll try the gloves. And we'll see how it goes. So our assumption is that the inside of the suit is dirty because the dirt came from the body? Would it be safe to say that's the case? Why? Is there a problem? The part of the suit directly in front of the opening is particularly dirty.
Yeah, it really is.
But look at the victim. The area of his body that would have been in contact with that part of the suit isn't dirty at all. If the victim had been crammed in there as you suggest, his chest would surely be covered in dirt. Ah! Fine, so what's your explanation? How did all that dirt get inside there? Based on the videotape, there may well have been somebody in the suit at the time. So who was it if it wasn't the president?
Come on, Kay, think. Where was it?
Something the matter, Kay?
I've seen dirt like that somewhere else, I'm sure of it. I just can't think where. Dirt with weird little gray bits in it.
Gray bits? She's right, there is something mixed in there.
It was stuck to something else we looked at. Lots of it, huh?
Stuck to something we looked at. An item of evidence, maybe? It's probably worth checking. So one of the items we found have a similar kind of dirt stuck to it. Yup! Come on! There we go. These gloves here. As Kay pointed out, the dirt in the suit contains small flecks of something gray. And? We discovered similar flecks stuck to an item belonging to somebody we recently had dealings with. The item in question being these gloves. You're right, the dirt does look similar. But so what? What are you saying this stuff is? What exactly are these gray flecks of yours? I believe the gray flecks are... concrete. Surely they're flecks of concrete?
Oh, like the little broken up bits around the footprints, you mean?
Exactly. And who did the gloves on which we found similar dirt and gray flecks belong to?
Chairman Winter! We found them in his garage!
That's right, we visited the garage at his home earlier today, and we found a pair of mechanic's gloves covered in dirt. And if I recall correctly, a sledgehammer and a shovel too. Why would a pair of mechanic's gloves be covered in dirt? I'll tell you why, because somebody wore them while they used that hammer and shovel. I smashed through the concrete to the dirt below, staining the gloves with both substances.
Wait, so you're saying...
Yes, that we finally know what these footprints really are. It seems highly likely they were dug by Chairman Winter.
Highly likely? Ha! That's so, then tell me this. Why the heck did he make them? What purpose could they possibly serve?
Why, indeed, I imagine it must have been... burying evidence.
Burying the evidence? The evidence we couldn't find?
He sent some of it to the incinerator, but there's no way that he would have probably left all of it together. That would be foolish. He would split it up. I think he must have been burying something.
Ooh, I smell treasure. So what was it? What did he bury?
There's only one way to find out. Dig it up and see. You think the cops didn't check already? There was nothing buried under any of these footprints. Damn. It seems I was mistaken. In which case he must have been digging up something up. I imagine even events unfolded somewhat like this. There was something on this lot that he needed to unearth. In order to do so, he cut the chain on the side of the entrance, and gained access from there. He then used the sledgehammer and shovel to dig 3 footprints. When he found what he was looking for, he bagged it up and filled in all the holes.
Ah, but then Sean must have showed up, right?
I think he did, yes. Chairman Winter would have had to find a hiding place, and the Taurosaurus suit provided just that. Ah! You got all that from a pair of dirty gloves? It's good, but it's all just speculation. So's your shit! We don't have any proof that he was inside that suit. He could have dug those holes and gotten out of here before that kid even showed up. But he didn't, and there's proof of that right there in the footage. It shows that Chairman Winter was still present when this recording was made. What? It's a shame that Agent Lang didn't notice it himself. The bag. But the bag's still there. But if we compare the situation as we see it now to the situation as it appears on Sean's rehearsal tape, and compare that in turn to what we saw in Chairman Winter's garage, it's the bag. It soon becomes clear that the chairman was present. What part of this image shows us that Chairman Winter was still here? His bag is there.
Take that!
Look at the bag next to the Taurosaurus suit. We saw the same bag in Chairman Winter's garage. The same bag, the dirt on the gloves. That is to indicate a connection, surely. Mechanics gloves data updated my organizer. We need to get to his house and grab that bag and find out what was in it. I think that pretty much seals it. It was Excelsius Winter in the suit. And if he was in there, the president's body can't have been. Hi-ya! Good. It seems I've convinced Agent Lang of the flaws in his theory.
Somebody get to Chairman Winter's house right away! We need to know what's in that bag!
Yes, sir!
Y'all done lost your minds? I can't believe what I'm hearing here. What is this hog swill?
This is all we need. Them right there's Taurosaurus's footprints, dang it! Ain't no holes dug by no old guy. I think I've demonstrated more than adequately that that's exactly what they are.
Don't matter to me none what you just done did. I don't believe it, and that's that. I done told y'all. I seen that big bad bull with my own 2 eyes.
A giant eye peering in at the window. I thought we'd gotten past that nonsense.
We ain't about to let that go. What kind of journalists would we be if we did, huh?
Responsible ones, but I guess that's the whole problem.
Wait, ain't like it was just about the footprints, no how? You were seen fraternizing with one of them there monsters, ain't that correct, young man? By the young lady over there, if I'm not very much mistaken.
We're never going to get anywhere with these two around.
Maybe if we could prove to them that it wasn't a monster either, they might finally drop it.
What do you think, Mr. Edgeworth? Any bright ideas? I know exactly what it was. Prove that it wasn't a monster? Fine, I don't suppose there's much else for it. Let's see what we can do.
What are you two whispering about? Y'all are hiding something, ain't ya? Admit it. Quick, Tabby, roll tape.
Hold it.
Can I politely ask that you both calm down? Take the monster the boy was seen talking to. We know what it was now.
Huh?
That's right. Sean's rehearsal tape finally cleared up that particular mystery.
It did?
The point at which Miss Nichols thought she saw Sean with Gordy. That would have been right when he was making his rehearsal tape. I think she mistook a certain object for the legendary creature of the lake. Your so-called monster's right here in this picture.
Huh? I don't see no Gordy. They ain't nothing but a dumb snapshot. You're talking to a pro here. Can't fool me with no trick photography.
What was Miss Nichols' Gordy, really? It was the camera on the arm.
Take that.
That's right. It was a camera crane. That is what Nichols saw, not Gordy. Yeah, they put the tarp over it when it's raining. They said that.
What?
Sean's rehearsal tape was shot from a noticeably elevated viewpoint. Viewpoint that would only have been possible if the camera in question was attached to a crane.
Bull, how the heck could she make a mistake like that, huh?
Objection.
How indeed, Miss Nichols?
Yes.
You told us that you think you might need new glasses, didn't you?
Yeah, my eyesight got way worse all of a sudden.
And I imagine that when you thought you saw Gordy, it was quite heavily shrouded in darkness.
That's right. I only really saw a silhouette. But you done told us. Skin like an enormous worm, you said. Y'all about to try and tell us your precious crane up and grew skin somehow? Ain't even no flesh on them there metal bones, let alone skin.
You're entirely correct, of course, about the crane as it was in this particular picture, anyway. But it did have a skin of a sort last night.
I knew you were a scoop hater, but this is plumb crazy. You want Tabby and me to starve, is that it?
That wasn't my intention at all. But I do think it's time I finally put them both out of their misery. Gordy's skin is right here in front of us. It wasn't skinned at all, it was this. The tarp that they use to cover it when it's raining. Or might rain. Miss Nichols told us that it seemed likely to rain last night. That never happened in the end, but I think Sean may have covered the crane with rainproof sheeting nonetheless. And that, my intrepid young reporters, is what Miss Nichols mistook for Gordy's skin.
What? Oh, heck.
Well, Sean, am I mistaken?
You see everything, don't you? Gotta say, you're pretty amazing.
Sorry, Miss Hart, but Miss Nichols' monster was no such thing. It was simply a trick of the light.
And just like that, the dream dies again. Chief? I think this may have finally shut them up. I thought the kid was holding out on us. But seems I might have could have maybe been a little wrong, maybe?
Alright, we know what the so-called monster was now. Everybody happy?
Everybody except these two.
Alright, are we gonna go to Winter's house now? We need to know what's in that bag. Agent Lang!
Oh!
The president's autopsy report is out, sir. It is? Let me see it. Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. So we have our cause of death. He was crushed. Yeah, not pushed off a building. Just as we thought. President Wang's autopsy report data jotted down. Cause of death crushing, time of death April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. Ooh, that's when she was on the phone with their son. Test results still haven't come back from the yellow substance found on his chest. Gunshot residue detected on right hand. He fired a gun at something. Lots of yellow substance found stuck on clothing, still undergoing analysis. April 5th, approximately 11 p.m. Death was due to full body contusions and bone breakages caused by extreme pressure from above. But they did find gunshot residue on his right hand. Gunshot residue? Guess he was a kid at heart, huh? Okay. Gunshot residue, K. It's a substance left behind when a firearm is discharged. Its presence indicates that the president may have used a gun. Really? But we didn't find a gun anywhere, did we? Indeed not, which makes the residue something of a riddle. We'll need to read that report carefully. I am looking at it! On his right hand? I guess there is a little something there. Huh. Well, Agent Lang, that clears one thing up at least. The president didn't die from a fall, which means he wasn't pushed from the roof of the big building. He was crushed by the falling Torosaurus head, just as we said he was. Guess I have to accept that now. Fine, you were right. Amazing, so does that mean Judge Cavell isn't a suspect anymore either? Surely it must. Both the cause and time of death rule her out. She met with the president the night before last. But the autopsy report puts the time of death at around 11 p.m. last night. And we know the Torosaurus head fell around then too. The facts all line up perfectly. They might try to blame the kid. He might be cuckoo banana psycho and still try to blame the kid. Phew, what a relief. Sorry, it might be a little too soon to celebrate. What? Sure, I think we can accept that the falling head must have been what killed the president. But that begs the question of what could have caused it to fall, or who. We know that it happened late last night, so we have to think about who was here at that time. What are you getting at exactly? You can't mean... I'm afraid I do. You did it, didn't you? Sean! Are you that desperate you're gonna blame a fucking child for the death of your president? Kid's hiding something. He was right here last night, right where the body was found. He saw the footprints. And yet he wants to believe he knows nothing about what happened. That's a big ass, surely. We haven't yet established that the footprints had anything to do with the murder. So even if he did see them, that doesn't mean he was involved. Maybe not, but his face tells me different. As does the fact that he's shaking like a leaf. Does seem like Agent Lang might be onto something, but I don't think Sean's going to talk. It doesn't make him the murderer, the fact that he was here. It makes him a key witness, and we need to really grill into him to find out what happened. But you shouldn't be accusing him of murder right away. Y'all unhinged. Fine, keep your mouth shut, kid. I have a better idea. Why don't we let your tape do the talking? What exactly are you planning, Agent Lang? Police have some pretty sophisticated image analysis tools these days. You would go to such extreme lengths to see my son convicted? Not ideal, but if the boy won't talk, we don't have any other way of getting to the truth. Detective Gumshoe, you have access to exactly such a device, do you not? Sure do, Lil V. Good, then that should make this nice and quick. Mr. Edgeworth, might I request that it be you who carries out the analysis in question? Why me? I fear that Agent Lang may be inclined to believe the worst. Image analysis isn't exactly my specialty, but alright. Are there new clues to be discovered somewhere in the image data, I wonder?
Eureka!
What the? What is it, Mr. Edgeworth? Let me see. We found the president here. Eek! What is it? What's the matter? Show me. Mr. Edgeworth, the court asks that you share your findings. Zoom in on the top right part of the image and look closely. There's a person there. It's... The president? Oh my! What? You're kidding, right? Well, I'd say that's pretty decisive, wouldn't you? This doesn't look good for Sean at all. Well, wait, this doesn't prove anything. I didn't know he was there. I don't believe you, and the image does in fact prove something very important. That you and the president were here at the scene of the crime together. But so was Winner! Are we forgetting about the fact that there was a third person? Admit it, kid, you murdered President Wang. No, that's ridiculous. Why? Why would he? Sean, you can't have, can you? What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? It's hard to push back against footage like that. Surely even you can't deny that this looks pretty bad for the kid, Mr. Prosecutor. You claimed he knew nothing about what happened, but the president's right there with him. Sean, what are you not telling us? We have to know. He's right, Sean. Be honest now. It's the only way. The truth is it was all my fault. Sean, what did you do? It was my fault that Tarasaur's head fell off the trailer. What happened while he was rehearsing? I went up on the roof of the trailer to prep the kit I was using, and I turned on the heater while I was there. It must have left it burning when I came back down to run my lines. Then my mom called and I left the set to go talk to her. When I came back after the call, Tarasaur's head had fallen from the roof and the president was just there lying next to it. You saw the body? No. We did find evidence of a fire having broken out up on the roof. It was just a tiny one, so I put it out myself. So we're saying the president died because of Sean? If he did, that would make this whole thing just an accident. What did you do with the head after you found it on the ground? I took it apart and carried the pieces up to the roof and put it back together again. You're saying you put out the fire and moved the head back to where it fell from? In other words, you tried to cover your tracks. You're a real piece of work, kid. It's not like I did any of this on purpose. I really did just forget to turn the heater off. Yes, and when the fire had burned through the legs, the table would have collapsed and the head would have fallen down onto the ground below. You're right. The fire caused the head to fall. Indeed, and I also happen to have an idea about how the fire may have started. Those cans of paint thinner by the heater are pretty flammable. Not a great place to keep them. You swear it was an accident? Seems a little convenient. What was the president even doing here in the first place? How the heck am I supposed to know? I didn't see anybody, I swear! I still don't believe you. Why would President Wang come to a place like this in the middle of the night? His reasons for coming here are something of a mystery, it's true. He just met with Judge Gavelle up on the roof 2 nights ago. But he was also here on the movie set last night. Did he come to meet Sean? No, he came to meet the other party that was here, probably. I think we'll need to go over the boy's statement very carefully indeed. He was on the roof to prep this kit.
Hold it.
Gotta stretch. You're a fit and hardy young man, Sean. It's spring now. Surely you didn't really need to fire up that stove. He's a fit and hearty young man who needs to look after himself. Really, Your Honor? But if he resorts to such measures even during warm weather...
Seriously? You two are gonna argue over something like that right now?
He's right, of course.
You've made your point, Sean, but I've told you before to watch how you talk to people.
I think he was criticizing you as much as he was as me, Your Honor.
Yes, Mom.
Anyway, where was I? You left it burning when he came down to run his lines. You left it burning. You didn't think to check before you came back down to the lot?
I meant to, but I wasn't thinking. I was thinking about my lines in the scene and everything else. It's not my fault I forgot. Everybody forgets stuff.
I sure do. So much stuff.
I leave the air conditioning on in Mr. Edgeworth's office and the lights. I forget that he told me to never jump off the ladder of his bookshelves or make prank calls. But the one thing I would never, ever forget to do is turn off an unattended heater.
Please, Sean, go on.
She's a lot, huh?
Anyway, as I was saying. Yeah, she is quite a bit.
Then his mommy called.
It was the middle of the night, and the set was deserted. Why did you need to leave in order to talk to your mother?
I forgot I was supposed to talk to her. I got confused, I guess. I thought if I didn't leave, she'd find out I was out of the hotel at night on my own.
It doesn't make sense, you know that, don't you?
Fine. Look, the camera was rolling and the mics were all live, okay? I didn't want our conversation on that tape where anybody could hear it.
He was embarrassed about being recorded on speaking on the phone to his mother.
So I ditched the rehearsal and ran off set as quick as I could.
Came back. Oops. When he came back after the call, you pretended to your mother that you were back at the hotel during the call, correct?
How come you couldn't tell her you were coming back to the set to practice your lines? Because she'd have phoned the hotel and asked them to send a car to get me or something.
Of course I would have. A child your age shouldn't be out on his own late at night. Anything could happen to you.
Children really can't seem to see things from their parents' perspective, can they?
It's true the other way around too, you know, Mr. Edgeworth.
All right, Sean. Can you tell us what happened when you came back after speaking to your mother?
Huh? Well, sure. So I came back and... the head fell.
Were there any signs that it was about to fall before you left?
I don't remember. I was concentrating on my lines.
But a fire had broken out on the roof because of the heater you forgot to turn off. Did you really hear nothing the entire time?
No, I had my headphones on.
Why?
I was playing the soundtrack to the movie to help me concentrate, and I was playing it loud. So yeah, I definitely didn't hear anything.
Except for the sound of your phone ringing when Judge Gavelle called you. It's called vibrate function, Edgeworth.
You know that cell phones vibrate these days, right?
Anyway.
And then the president was just lying there.
Did you notice anything unusual about the body?
I don't know. It was dark.
He suddenly seems even more reticent than usual.
I don't think he wants to go back over that memory any more than he has to, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm sure he doesn't, but is that really all it is? Should I push him a little more on this? Yep, I need to know what position the body was in. It was dark, but you knew it was a body nonetheless. He's hiding something. I'd better find out what. Most people would cry out for help if they saw somebody lying on the ground. And yet you didn't.
Yeah, because what was the point? He was dead.
So you said. What I'm interested in is how you were able to be so sure. Why were you certain that he was dead?
He was lying on the ground and that huge head was right next to him. Didn't take much to figure out what must have happened.
Couldn't have guessed that the impact would have killed him. How did you really know? I'll tell you how, because you checked.
Fine, I checked, okay? I was scared, but yeah, I went up to the body and I looked and he wasn't breathing.
That was right. But why try to hide that fact? There must be a reason. Could you tell me how the body looked at that point?
I couldn't tell if he was dead at first. There was no blood or anything, so it was hard to be sure. Nothing on his clothes either. He was completely clean. But yeah, he wasn't breathing. That's how I knew he was dead.
Thank you. I'd like you to add that statement to your testimony if you don't mind. There was no blood and nothing on his clothes either. We're gonna press that, but we know that there's a problem with that because there should be dirt on his clothes. So there was no blood or any other markings that would have told you if he was alive or dead. Would you say that my characterization of your statement is correct?
No, I would, and you saw the body too, so you know I'm telling the truth.
You also told us that the lot was dark at the time, and you were still able to confirm all this?
What is your problem? There was nothing on his face and nothing on his clothes, okay?
Thank you, Sean. I think that tells us everything we need to know.
Why all the focus on how clean his clothes were? Mine are freshly washed, at least.
Perhaps you could give us a few details about how exactly you confirmed that the president was dead?
Well, I couldn't tell just from standing there.
Then you saw he wasn't breathing, so that's how you knew for sure. How did you confirm that he was no longer breathing?
They taught us how at school. You put your cheek next to the person's nose. If they're breathing, you can feel it. Never thought I'd actually have to do it in real life. I mean, it's good that they teach this stuff, but yeah, it takes guts to do it for real.
Not bad for an elementary school kid. He's in junior high. It's middle school. Leave him alone. He's in junior high, Kay. Try to remember at least that much.
Must have been quite a shock coming back and seeing a dead body just lying there, huh? And this is a dead body with a giant Taurosaurus head next to it.
Yes, I'm sure it must have been very upsetting.
But it does sound like it was an accident, right?
Yes, at least it does the way Sean tells it. I'd like to know a little more about how exactly things looked around here that time. There's no blood and nothing on his clothes. That doesn't match the autopsy report. There's clearly a yellow substance. Objection! Nothing on his clothes. Nothing at all?
Yeah, nothing. Why? Is there a problem with that?
There's something you're clearly hoping that we've forgotten.
What are you talking about? There isn't. That's not true.
Unluckily for you, we remembered rather well. I'm talking, of course, about the yellow speckles on the president's chest. You studiously avoided mentioning them throughout your testimony. An absence I find suspicious, to say the least. For your sake, that you have a satisfactory explanation. Judge Gavel?
Allow me to explain.
You? But...
The yellow residue on the president's chest. I imagine it was from a bouquet of flowers. Lion lilies, to be precise.
Lion lilies?
2 nights ago when I met the president on the roof of the big building, I presented him with a bouquet. They're a type of lily with a large yellow petals. I imagine that the substance on President Wang's chest was pollen from those flowers.
Which, by the way, are suspiciously also on these gloves. Unless that's supposed to be dirt, but why make the dirt yellow to confuse people? We'll figure it out.
Huh? But... they're not here in the printout from the security camera. Only because the president is in the way.
But why give him flowers?
That is not something I'm at liberty to divulge.
What? More secrets? Are you serious? First you wouldn't tell us why you met with them, and now you can't even tell us about the flowers?
My sincerest apologies, but all I can tell you is that I gave him the bouquet.
Bouquet that was nowhere near the body when it was discovered. How do you explain that?
I cannot.
Ha! Seriously, Your Honor? Some things you won't explain, the rest you can't. Come on, you've got to give us something here. You could at least tell us, like, if you can't tell us why, you could maybe tell us a little bit about why not? Why you can't tell us? Like, who do we need to talk to get authorization? Is this a national security thing? Like, just tell us. You don't have to tell us the thing, but tell us why not. Why you can't tell us the thing. You know what I mean? You wouldn't let this fly in the courtroom. What makes you think we'll accept it?
Hey, you leave her alone.
Sean.
I threw the flowers away, okay?
Did. They were there when you first found the body?
Yeah, they were right there on his chest. And they were squashed completely flat.
Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? They would have gotten crushed along with the president.
And the pollen would have been smeared across his jacket front. It does explain things rather neatly. But why remove the bouquet and dispose of it?
No reason.
He's almost as evasive as his mother.
More secrets? They're quite a pair.
There is no secret. I know exactly why Sean disposed of the bouquet.
Huh?
You saw me leave the house with it, didn't you?
Oh, I get it. When you saw the flowers on the president's body, you remembered seeing your mom with them.
Felt the need to prevent her from coming under suspicion.
No, you got it all wrong.
That's his least convincing lie yet. A bouquet of line lilies given to President Wang by Judge Gavel, recovered from on top of his body by Sean. Autopsy report data updated. Identified as lion lily pollen.
I often decorate our home with the lion lilies. I imagine that's why he remembered.
So the flowers his mother was carrying showed up on the president's body. Because of that, he got rid of the bouquet and kept quiet about having discovered the corpse. Well, that ties everything up nicely, doesn't it? A little too nicely for my taste.
Why? What's wrong with nice?
I guess you forgot, huh? The kid also told us he was responsible for the head falling in the first place.
Yeah, he did, but...
So he's still our only suspect. Third party! Third party! Lang, your memory is like that of a fucking goldfish. The finger of suspicion still seems to be pointing firmly in Sean's direction. However... Wait. I can think of a far more likely culprit than the boy. What? Who? The person who was holding Sean captive until only a short while ago. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. Refrigeration unit in a depot? Yeah. Luckily it wasn't switched on. Poor kid might have frozen to a popsicle otherwise. He was doing his best to call out for help, which is how we found him.
The sedatives have worn off by then, so he was wide awake and plenty loud.
Sedatives? Isn't that what you were giving too?
Yep, we found the bottle on the floor of the unit.
It was even the same brand.
3Zs. Apparently it's super strong.
Used on both Kay and Sean during their kidnapping. Brand name is 3Zs. Well, Agent Lang, surely that suggests that Sean is a victim, not a suspect. Somebody else was responsible, and I think they've been behind all of this. Oh yeah? And the secret mastermind of yours was here last night too? That I can't yet say. Ha! It's not like you to be so vague, Mr. Prosecutor. Sadly, we just don't have anything to tie our mysterious kidnapper to the murderer of the president. So is there anybody else? Somebody other than Sean who could have committed the murder? Yup! Right there! Of course. So I was right, the kid is still our only suspect. No, you dipshit! Not quite, I could think of another. What? Somebody who we just recently proved was right here on the movie set last night. Chairman Winner. You think he killed President Wang? Why not? We've proven that he was present. And if he was here, is as viable a suspect as anybody else, wouldn't you say? Winner? Could he really have? Certainly another possibility to consider. 12 years ago, he was... That number again. What happened 12 years ago? Look, a lot happened, okay? This is all 12 years ago or more. My father and the president being friends, our family being the ones who kept him safe.
Lying? Like the Lang from 12 years ago?
Yup, good to see that you're finally about to pay for your crimes. Even if it did take a while for you to get what was coming to you. Agent Lang, what happened 12 years ago? It's nothing to do with you. I think it has everything to do with me. It's clearly connected to this case. And you can prove that, can you? Go ahead, show me some proof that what happened 12 years ago has anything to do with this. Proof. Can't prove it, this conversation's over. Does any of the evidence we've collected show a link between recent events and those of 12 years ago? Yeah, this one. This letter was sent to Rosie Ringer, the victim of a murder that happened the night before last. I don't know who sent it, but it does say this. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. What? But... And that's not all. Take a look at this. It's a report about Bronco Knight written by Warden Lagarde. It was addressed to Chairman Winner. This last part in particular should be of interest to you. Retrieve the package we laid to rest 12 years ago? In front of the planter? "12 years ago, a lot can change in 12 years. Did there used to be a building here that was demolished, but the foundation was still there, so they needed to get under the concrete to dig up what they hid 12 years ago. Is that what this is? Something strange is going on, Agent Lang. Miss Ringer was murdered the night before last, and President Wang not long afterward. There's a connection between the two murders. There has to be. And I believe we can trace that connection to events 12 years in the past. Am I wrong? These are old wounds you're opening here. Insults to my family name. And you're about to accuse another family and tear them apart because you don't want to fucking talk about it. Please, Agent Lang, we need to know. Who on earth was that? Shifu! Huh? What are you all doing here? We came to find you, sir. We heard you were looking into the incident from 12 years ago. Idiots! I'm not your boss anymore. Get back to your duties right now. We can't do that, sir. What? You're disobeying a direct order? Please, sir, I'm begging you. We all are. We have to reopen the investigation into the SS5 incident. We all know you can't let it go until you figured out what happened, and we can't either. What is with all these damn case numbers in Edgeworth's life? We still have IS-7. Well, Agent Lang, it seems your former underlings will want the events of the past explained too. Think it's that easy? You could solve the case just like that? I think we can, together. Ha! Well, alright then. Offer accepted. Yes! Shifu! 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 Nice! Then I guess it's my turn to step up. Sorry, Kay. You're looking into a case in the past, right? I just happen to have something that'll help with you. I'll help with that, sorry. Little Thief. Ah, you mean Mr. Thief. Sure do. If you can give me the details of the incident, I can rustle up a little simulation for you. Sadly, we don't have the files relating to the case. Huh? How come? Access to those files is restricted. They're top secret. Really? Why? Beats me. Somebody must have something to hide. Even I've never seen them. Everything I know I read in the newspaper articles from time to time. Or from the time. That's fine. Just tell us what you can. Alright. The SS5 incident. Happened on a winter's day 12 years ago. February 10th to be precise. Your police received a call directly from the kidnapper. They got the president of Jangfa. So he was kidnapped. Yeah, SS5 is the official designation of the president's kidnapping case. The kidnapper wanted $100 million. $100
million? How much money even is that?
More than you can imagine, it seems. The last person to see the president that night was my father. Did he get blamed for the kidnapping, just like how you were ready to blame Gavel for being the last person to see him? They were together at the embassy of Jangfa until midnight on the 10th. And nobody knows what happened with the president after that until he was kidnapped. Our government did everything they could to scrape together the money. They were desperate to save him. And in the end, they succeeded. The money was handed over, and the president came home safely.
So President Wang was a head honcho even back then? Wow, go Mr. President.
The length of time he stayed in power isn't even close to the most impressive thing about him. Agent Lang was clearly very fond of President Wang. I assumed the kidnapping was thoroughly investigated. It was, but the investigation was top secret, as was the trial. Trial? The suspect was arrested. Yeah, none other than our friend, Fifi Lagarde. What? How does somebody who was arrested for kidnapping a president become the head of a detention center? Is that why you visited the prison? It is. I was put on what you might call extended leave from Interpol. So I thought I'd use the time to look into what happened 12 years back. I wanted to see who I was dealing with.
She was found not guilty then, wasn't she?
Yeah. My father was in charge of the president's security at the time. They held him responsible for the kidnapping and stripped him of his duties as presidential bodyguard. He stayed on the force, though, and he worked the case alone, until eventually he found a suspect. A guard. If he thought she did it, there was no way she was innocent. But they declared her not guilty. The case went cold. My father couldn't take it. He was broken mentally and physically. Finally, he quit the force altogether. So he had solid grounds to suspect Warden Lagarde. He must have had evidence. He would have charged her otherwise. But I've never been able to see the materials from the case. Sorry, but that's all I know.
What do we do, Mr. Edgeworth? This is useful information, but
Nothing we can use to generate a crime scene, I know.
I don't think it's enough for Little Thief to recreate the scene.
Is there really nothing we can do? You look like you could use a hand. Who's this now?
Francesca! Oh! And Fender!
Our two homies. Francesca.
And Mr. Fender!
We finally wrapped things up over at the courthouse, so we thought we'd see what you kids are up to.
Here.
What's this?
Besides, SS5 incident investigation report.
Francesca in with the clutch evidence. Let's go. 12-year-old incident in which President Wang was kidnapped and the sole witness was murdered. The witness was murdered? Ringer's lover? The journalist? This is 5 incident case file data. Hold on, I need to read that. I need to read that. Very, very, very important that I read. Oh. Very important that I read this. Occurred on February 10th, 12 years ago. President of Jangfa was kidnapped and ransomed for $100 million. President's presence at the embassy until midnight confirmed by Da Long Lang. Prosecutor in charge, Excelsius Winner. Winner was involved in the case and helped Lagarde get off. Suspect Fifi Lagarde. What about who was the witness? Who was the witness? It says the sole witness was murdered, but it doesn't tell us who.
When Fifi Lagarde mentioned an incident from 12 years ago earlier, I couldn't help but wonder. So I decided to look into it, and this is what Interpol provided.
Nice work, Francesca.
Don't get the wrong idea, Miles Edgeworth. You're no longer a prosecutor, and I didn't do this for you. I did it so that a colleague could solve his father's final case.
I owe you, sis. But everything related to the SS5 incident was supposed to be top secret.
Yes, but that classification was applied by the prosecutor in charge of the case, Excelsius Vinner.
He was the prosecutor in charge. Him again.
Don't worry. Due to the outcome of this morning's case, he's been stripped of his authority. An outcome that was in no small part thanks to the efforts of his own son.
Eustace. So in defeating his father, he made the old case file available to us. Sounds like we owe him. Eustace coming in clutch, redemption?
Prosecutor Eustace Vinner is busy wrapping up things after the conclusion of the Lagarde trial. But he asked me to give you a message. Leave Dad and Lagarde to me. You focus on your case over there.
He's even starting to sound like a prosecutor. I'm proud of him. He's doing well.
Indeed he is.
Alright! Now that we have the case file, I can recreate the scene no problem. Excellent. Let's get started. According to the file, the incident occurred exactly where the plaza is now. Then what are we waiting for? With me, everybody! April 6th, 3:25 p.m. I'd see that, crap, I forgot his name. The actor, our homeboy. He's staying behind at the set. He doesn't need to be here, it's fine. April 6th, 3:25 p.m., Big Building Plaza. Alright, Kay, if you could set Mr. Thief in motion. Sure, looks like there's more than enough here to work with. Where do you want to start? Good question. Let's see. Seems there was an eyewitness. Freelance journalist by the name of Alf Alden. But apparently, was killed by the culprit for witnessing the kidnapping. So this is where he saw it all happen, huh? Here? As in the big building? No, construction of the big building only began a year ago. Ain't no way you build a 52-story building in just 1 year. Ain't no fucking way. Not the best contractors could do that. That's a multi-year project. Well, okay, I guess it depends on the city that you're in, but like big cities, the permit process is fucking slow. So getting the final permits alone would have taken quite a while. Unless they found some way to pay off city officials, in which case, I guess you could do it in a year somehow. Cut corners. Before that, it had been a piece of abandoned property. And before that... now we're getting the stuff I know. 12 years ago, this place would have been... a happy family home. Like for retired people, it's an orphanage. No, it was a place for children without parents. An orphanage, in other words. The president was kidnapped from an orphanage. Yeah, and the place was run by Fifi Lagarde. She called it her happy little home.
As the proprietor of the institution, I suppose it's understandable that she came under suspicion.
President Wang, Excelsius Winner, and Warden Lagarde. Surely the SS5 incident must be related to our current case. Kay, could you enter the data relating to the murder of Mr. Alden? Seems sensible to assume that he was killed by whoever kidnapped the president.
So if we solve the murder, we solve the kidnapping. Nice!
Alright, we're counting on you. I got 2 cases to solve right now. You okay, kid?
What the heck is this?
When did I grow to become so blasé towards people's reactions to Mr. Thief? What you're seeing here is the front yard of the orphanage as it was 12 years ago. At least as far as the police reports describe it. Yeah, this is how it looked when they started investigating at 7 a.m. in the morning after the murder. It seems it had been snowing. Yeah, from what I heard, the footprints wound up being pretty important evidence. The snow fell in the daytime the previous day. In other words, before the incident occurred. Meaning that none of the relevant footprints would have been obscured by the new snow. I think we'll need to pay these footprints some special attention.
Oh, howdy! Is this ever a scoop?
Whole world's green!
Must be an outbreak or something. I'm seeing green trees, green people, green clothes, everything.
They must have been real sick if even their clothes are green.
Looks like we wound up slap bang in the middle of the right dang place at the right dang time. Sure did, Chief.
I don't think we're gonna get a word in edgewise here, Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think we want to. Y'all are crazy.
How dare you, Scruffy! Don't you dare tell anybody. I'll just deny it anyway.
Yeet! Mr. Edgeworth, you gotta help me out here, sir! What's the matter, Detective? It's about the SS5 incident. What else? I know Chairman Warner isn't in charge anymore and all, but a top-secret file being available to us so quickly after its removal? Something seemed off. So that got me to thinking, and I put in a call, and they told me that, well, Miss Von Karma went to some pretty extreme lengths to get that file released.
Curse you, Scruffy! I deny everything!
Eek! Sounds like you went to a lot of trouble for her sake, Francisca. Don't worry, your efforts won't be for nothing. I'll solve this case, you'll see. Thank you, Francisca. You the goat. Sorry, I had a message. Shifu, I know it's rude of me to ask, but can we count off for old time's sake? Just once, I'm begging you! For old time's sake, huh? Seems a little sentimental, but fine. Count off! 1! Sorry, Shifu. This just doesn't feel the same on my own. It's kinda lonely. Fool, it shouldn't matter if there's 1 of you or 100. Maybe on your own here right now, but the pack is always with you. So quit whining about being lonely and howl like you mean it. Count off. 1! 1! 1! 1! Is he crying? That poor dude. Looks chillier than your chilliest out here, Mazzarino. Somebody might have to warm me up. Could you maybe take this a little more seriously, Mr. Fender? Wow, that's a lot. That says a lot coming from Kay. For you, K-Master, anything. Can't believe this whole sorry tale began right here. Kinda crazy, right? Yes, it is a little. What were Feast and the Chairman up to, though? Where were they going with all this? Where indeed, I'd very much like to know that myself. And I'd very much like to know when you two are going to admit how much you love your Uncle Eddie.
Ha! Not anytime soon. Come on, Mr. Fender. You're not taking this seriously at all.
Did for about 3 sentences, which is something of a record.
What do you want?
Look at this badge, because I don't have another badge to show you. What's this? If you're trying to bribe your way into the movie, it's not gonna work. It's not what I was trying to do at all.
Huh, so, how would I get a part in the movie?
Okay. Save it for another time, please. Let's talk about your kidnapping. Sean, I wonder if you could tell us a little more about the circumstances surrounding your kidnapping.
They took you when you went to the garbage disposal area, right? But what were you doing there? It's alright, you don't have to talk for him. Just ask me himself. Hear that, Mr. Edgeworth? I think he's starting to warm up to you. I went to the garbage disposal to throw away the flowers that were on the body. It wasn't far, and I figured they'd be less likely to find them there if I threw them in a garbage can. I tried to get in there last night, too, but it was locked.
So you had to come back today and try again.
Yeah, but when I was there, somebody came up behind me and put something over my face. Oh yeah, snoozing is easy threezy with 3 Z's. The fact that she was drugged with it too doesn't seem to bother her. I guess it's a catchy name. Whoever it was pretty strong, but I never saw their face. I see, thank you. That's very helpful. When you were found. What can you tell us about the time between when you were kidnapped and when you were found? Not a whole lot, I'll bet. Snoozing is easy threezy with 3 Z's. I remember waking up feeling cold. It was somewhere big and empty and dark. There were cardboard boxes and some other language written on them. I figured it must be a storeroom. But it was actually a giant refrigerator. Businesses use them to keep stuff chilled. And that's where Kay and Detective Gumshoe found him. They really saved the day there. Yes, the cooler must have been on until just before I was brought there. Like I said, it was pretty cold. Anyway, they didn't take my phone for some reason, so I used that to call for help. I see. Well, we're all very glad that you found your way back to us safely. Say it like you mean it, why don't you? He's not the most gracious child I've met. Reminds me of a certain somebody else. These footprints stopped by the body. Guess that means they belong to Mr. Alden, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that about? What's that? About a size 12? According to the file, they were the same size as his shoes. It's a match! Alf Alden, the man who witnessed the president's kidnapping. What exactly did he see? I based this part of the recreation on one of the crime scene photos. It seems he suffered a blow to the back of the head. Yeah, from that brick right there. They figured it must have been taken from here in the yard. Looks like the blood flowed from the head wound and spread all over the surrounding area. Here, a gift for you. This is Mr. Alden's autopsy report. Victim was struck on the head and died at around 1 a.m. on February 10th. Must scour the scene. Yada yada yada. Alright. Victim Alf Alden, age 31, believed to have been murdered during a call where he was detailing something he had witnessed. To Rosie Ringer, probably. Time of death, February 10th at approximately 1 a.m. 12 years ago. Cause of death, loss of blood resulting from a blow to the back of the head with a brick. Cell phone must have belonged to the victim. You're right. Yeah, it says here in the file that Mr. Alden made a call while he was watching the kidnapping. A call? To whom? His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. Oh, whoops, that was Lang. His girlfriend. Seems he called her when he saw that the president was there. But she didn't pick up, so he left a message. That's in here too, if you want to hear it. Please. Hey, Rosie, it's me. I guess you're asleep already. Anyway, I'm here at the orphanage. Something weird's going on. President Wang is here for some reason, and there's another... Damn it, the light's out, so I can't quite see, but... Looked like he was being kidnapped? Anyway, it's probably nothing, but I thought I should... But I thought I should let you know... What were those sounds at the end? Must have been attacked while he was still on the phone. Agent Lang, can I ask you something? Mr. Alden's girlfriend, what was her name? Ringer. Rosie Ringer. At least that's what I heard. Yep. Just as I thought. Wait, you mean... A revenge for what happened 12 years ago. All Miss Ringer was left with were the memories and personal effects of her lover. So seeking revenge on Chairman Winner, she made her appearance at the auction. So she really was out for revenge on Chairman Winner, wasn't she? Perhaps it was for his suppression of the kidnapping. Or perhaps it was because she thought he was one of the kidnappers. Message left on Rosie Ringer's phone detailing what Alden saw. Somebody's dropped a yellow flower here. I think this one symbolizes, the desire to steal treasures. Okay, you can't just make these things up.
They're lion lilies. It's a lion lily. Why is there a lion lily? What we can say is that it looks to be different from all the other flowers in the planter.
Ah, so what's it doing here?
But indeed, we should examine the planters too.
Must be right. Somebody must have stolen it. It's stolen treasure.
Okay.
I think this one might actually symbolize the growing anger of a former prosecutor.
Alf Alden, freelance journalist, killed after witnessing the kidnapping of President Wang.
Even in recreation, it's pretty gruesome, huh?
It's even worse than the actual crime scene photos. That's a lot of blood. It seems mostly to have come from the back of his head. As you can see, that area is completely caked.
Yeah, the autopsy report says that that's where he was hit with a brick.
Indeed, I imagine his attacker must have snuck up on him from behind. Looks as if he's clutching something in his right hand.
Oh yeah, they mentioned that in the file somewhere. Let's see. According to this, it was a button.
Button? Torn from the attacker's clothing, perhaps? Bloody button found clutched in Alden's right hand. The blood is his. So the victim was carrying a camera.
Oh yeah, according to the file, they recovered a picture. Yeah, here we are.
That's someone holding a gun. That's... The button was from the snowman. Why did he have a button from the snowman eye?
It's the president, right?
Somebody's pointing a gun at him. This must be what Mr. Alden witnessed.
So the person in the trench coat is the kidnapper?
Yes, I imagine they were trying to conceal their identity. If Agent Lang's father's theory was correct, the person wearing that trench coat is Warden Lagarde.
How come they only found the one picture?
Probably wasn't able to take any more before he was attacked. This was the brick used in the murder. Found by Alden's body. Did it come from somewhere nearby?
Stuff made of bricks all around the yard here. They probably took it from somewhere nearby, huh?
These planters. According to the case file, the yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. And there were 3 planters on each side. The layout of these 3 planters in particular match where they put the hoof prints for the monster. They buried something under one of those planters. The yard stretched around 3 sides of the building. There were 3 square planters on each side. Yes, planters arranged in a very particular pattern. One we've seen somewhere before.
Shame there aren't many flowers, but I guess it was in the middle of winter.
Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow.
Weird, how come there's only one? Wait, it looks somewhat like somebody dropped it. That's a lion lily, if I'm not very much mistaken. And I am members of the family Liliaceae.
A lion lily, you say?
Wait, didn't Judge Cavell give President Wang some lion lilies?
What is the same flower doing here? This can't be a coincidence. Can it?
I believe this particular cultivar is from Asia, but it's said to symbolize the bond between parent and child.
Wasn't aware you were so knowledgeable when it comes to flowers, Francisca.
Ha! But I just told you it's common knowledge. Perhaps you just need to read a little more.
We have an orphanage, and we also have 2 missing kids from another case. And we have a flower that symbolizes a bond between parent and child. It's from Asia, where at least one of the kids is from. There are burn marks on this pillar here.
The report says there was a fire sometime on the evening of the incident.
A fire?
Let's see, where was it again? Ah, yeah, one of the orphans set a fire with some kerosene. Some sort of prank, probably. Wow. Sound like a lively bunch, possibly too lively. Seems their aunt spoiled our chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. One of the children set the orphanage yard on fire as a prank sometime during the evening before the incident. How? How? Why?
Can I help you, Mr. Edgeworth?
I must show everybody this pin.
You seem to have completely recovered, Miss Faraday.
I have, and it was all thanks to you giving me back my promise notebook. Isn't it crazy to think I might not even be me right now if it wasn't for you? Thank you so much.
Nonsense. I did very little, really. By returning the notebook to you and your memory being restored, these were simply examples of the goddess of justice at work.
Except that neither of them had much to do with justice at all. Talk about your son.
Cannot thank you enough for returning Sean safely to me. I can hardly bear to imagine how I would have felt if he had not come home.
Sorry. Hey, old guy, can't you see you're upsetting her? That was not my intention at all. Wow, he loves his mom. Look at our little knight in shining armor defending his mom's honor. Shut up! I wouldn't have to if you didn't keep...
That's enough, Sean. Mr. Edgeworth, if you'll allow me, I would like to apologize again. I failed in my duty as a servant of justice. I will not ask you to forgive me. I only ask that you understand that I...
Judge Cavell, I don't presume to know the goddess of justice as well as you do. But she was a mother, was she not, of other gods and goddesses?
She was.
Fair judgment requires personal circumstances to be taken into account. I'm sure she would understand. Perhaps your beloved goddess is more merciful than you give her credit for.
Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What are they even talking about? Don't worry, Sean. I don't have a clue either. It's like Edgeworth is raising a kid of his own. Shit, I didn't mean to exit. I have one more question to ask you. I hit the wrong button. Warden Lagarde's trial. What happened with it? So things are finally settling down after Warden Lagarde's trial?
It would seem so. Sentencing is still to come, but the guilty verdict should stand. And do not worry, Excelsior's winner's connection to the case will be thoroughly investigated. Have faith, Mr. Edgeworth. Eustace is a changed man.
Indeed, he simply had some growing to do. But then don't we all, Kay included? Huh, kind of feel for him now. I said some pretty mean things, but I'll make it up to him next time I get the chance.
And I'm sure that chance will come, but for now...
Indeed, we need to focus on the case at hand. Hey, this arch, we've seen it somewhere before, right? Indeed we have. It's the same one that stands over the entrance of the big building today. But this is supposed to be how things looked 12 years ago. Was it there the whole time? Seems the architects worked the old archway into the structure of the new building. Okay, that's fine. The future's simply the past reheated. I think I heard that somewhere. And for once, it seems you might have remembered it correctly. But 12 years is a long time to reheat something for. If it was your lunch, it'd be ruined. Okay, you're special. An igloo shaped like a bear, the perfect balance of cuteness and scariness. I guess you could call it a bigloo. It's quite large. You could probably fit as many as 3 people inside of it. Yeah, and they could live in there for 3 whole years. 3 years? And what about that summer? When the big igloo melt? Again! Say it again, Mr. Edgeworth, please! One more time! When the igloo melt? You're no fun. Tortoise and a hare, inspired by the children's story, no doubt. The tortoise races the speedy hare and wins. Alright, time for a K Faraday pop-up pop quiz. Why did the hare lose the race? I'll give you 3 options. You don't need 3 options, Kay. He lost because he stopped to rest and fell asleep. Number 1, the hare's favorite running shoes were stolen by the Yatagarasu. Number 2, the tortoise trained with the Yatagarasu and got so fast that he won. Or number 3, the real winner was the Yatagarasu who plotted a surprise secret victory. Those are my only 3 options. Too hard? Alright, I'll give you a hint. The option you're looking for starts with a 3. Well, that definitely narrows it down. K is Delulu. This looks like a snowman, but it's mostly melted. Well, it's no wonder he's all slushy. He's wearing a hat and a scarf. He must have been all roasty toasty. Aw, and look at his cute little button eye just lying there. Probably wouldn't have frozen back up again at dawn. Or he probably would have frozen back up again at dawn, you know. That's when it's usually coldest. I don't think that would have helped much, Mr. Edgeworth. If a melted snowman froze again, it wouldn't turn back into a snowman. It would just turn into an iceman. What? That's what I bet you wanted me to say, isn't it? Well, too bad. These footprints go towards the body and come back. According to the case file, they're thought to be the killers. They're about a size 9, pretty average in other words. Seems the police weren't able to track down who the murderer was from them, though. The porch swing with an elephant's face on it. Behind it is what appears to be a motor. You know what every dedicated swing fiend always wonders, don't you? If they can swing all the way over the top and back again, maybe a motorized swing could finally make that dream come true. Wouldn't it be a little dangerous? What dream isn't, huh? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. True, but hardly applicable in this case. Kay's like a fucking psychopath. Alright, I think all we can do is look at the body and figure shit out. Don't believe there's anything more to be found here. Oh. I guess we gotta connect shit. I mean, the brick probably came from one of the planters, no? No? It's not quite right. Oh, the footprints are in the same pattern as the planters? So that's what our monstrous hoofprints really were. Wait, what? Recall the arrangement of the prints, now compared to the rest of to that of the planters. Whoa! That's right, I believe the footprints are located exactly where our planters once stood. So Chairman Winter was digging around the front of them? He was. What might have he been doing? Why might he have been doing that? We have a piece of evidence in our possession that answers exactly that question. Which piece of evidence shows why Chairman Winter might have been digging in front of the planters? Report on night. Recall, if you will, the report that Warden Lagarde sent to Chairman Winter. In it she mentioned something that had been laid to rest in front of a planter. You think she was telling him where to dig? Wait, but why 3 holes? Because the report didn't specify which of the planters she meant. I get it, so he wasn't sure which one it was, which meant he had to try and dig up all 3. I imagine so, yes, poor Chairman Winter. But why go to all that trouble? What was he looking for? Guard asked him to dig something up near a planter, but what? I also still didn't find where the brick is from. Can I go anywhere that will tell me where this brick is from? I thought it would be from... I mean, there's bricks all over the place, though. Did he dig up a brick? In a bit. Gotta save. I mean, that's all I got left. Yep, that doesn't go together. It's not quite right. Yeah, I know, but... need to reconsider the info at hand, but I don't have any info. Oh, I talked to you guys again. 3 planters, covered with snow.
Anything the matter, Agent Lang? Yeah, something's not right. I wasn't able to look at the case file until now. Indeed, you have Chairman Winter to thank for that, it seems. Yeah, but what's weird is I've seen this scene somewhere before. What? Where? I keep thinking I've got it, but then it's gone. Appears to be lost in his efforts to remember. Perhaps I should leave him alone for now. I think that's about all we can learn from the scene for now.
Alright, how about I try to show you how things looked earlier on that night?
That would be very much appreciated. Could you take us back to the moment at which the victim witnessed the kidnapping?
Sure, I'll use the photograph he took. Here goes nothing.
There's Mr. Alden in the middle of the planters.
And there's the president and his kidnapper out by the road.
My father based his investigation on the evidence Alden provided. That was why he thought the kidnapping and the orphanage were connected somehow. How he wound up suspecting Fifi Lagarde. She was the one running the orphanage at the time. Exactly. When the case went to trial, Excelsius Winter put a big hole in that theory. Did? But he was the prosecutor. So why would he want to do that? Yeah, after all, the president and the kidnapper weren't actually on the grounds of the orphanage. So it was hard to conclusively prove any kind of connection.
Huh, so they were never seen inside the gates of the orphanage.
Detectives bust a gut to find evidence on the scene, and then prosecutors come along and twist it for their own ends. Winter and Lagarde were working together. Is that why you were so pissed at us the first time we met you? They had some kind of deal, I'm sure of it. Yeah, of course they did.
So you're saying that Chairman Winter was working with the kidnapper?
Got Lagarde acquitted of the kidnapping, were the accomplices? Yeah, definitely, for sure. Your father was convinced that Lagarde was the culprit, correct? He said he was a gifted and thorough investigator. Then he must have had more to support his theory than just Mr. Alden's message, surely. Yeah, he must have. I just don't know what it was. It wasn't exactly a case he liked talking about. Agent Lang's father, Da Long Lang, trusted ally and confidant of President Wang, discovered the truths that were subsequently suppressed by Chairman Winter. Our first priority should be to find out what they were. His footprints stopped by the body.
Guess that means they belong to Mr. Alden, right? His feet were pretty big. What's that about? A size 12? It's the same fucking dialogue! According to file, they're the same size as the shoes! Yay! Same dialogue. Why did you leave that unread? That should have been checked off so I didn't have to talk to it again. Scour the scene. Inspect anything that catches your attention. President's kidnapper. We should see if we can judge anything based on their appearance. Roger that, Red Leader. Alright, let's have a look at you.
First thing to know is that they're holding the president at gunpoint.
Trying to look all cool and tough waving a pistol around. Whoever it is, they suck.
Their coat and hat completely cover their face, but so unfortunately we can't identify them that way.
Turning their collar up and pulling their hat down, trying to be all mysterious. I hate this kidnapper.
They seem to be pretty relaxed. I don't think they're particularly nervous.
Yeah, hand in the pocket. Classic show-off move. You suck, you suck, you suck.
Okay, that's...
What? You said to judge them by their appearance.
Well, yes, but I didn't mean it like that. Yi Dun Wang. He was president of Jiangfa even back then.
Does he look any younger? It's kind of dark. Can't really tell.
Indeed, and the situation being what it is, his facial expression is somewhat distorted.
I wonder where they took him after this.
We don't know that yet. But depending on how our investigation progresses, we may find out soon enough.
There's something gloomy about this picture, you know what I mean? They could have brightened it up a little. Made the subject stand out a little better.
I don't think the lack of light is the photographer's fault, Kay. That street light appears to be broken.
It does? Oh yeah, look at that. So you think the idea was to make the subject stand out with the lighting, but it didn't pan out?
Okay, you're just some kind of special.
Yeah, you're probably right. Thanks for the explanation, Mr. Edgeworth.
You're welcome, although you seem to have completely misunderstood it.
Hey, that snowman.
was melted in the simulation of the morning after the murder, huh? And that muffler was all wet, and his little button eye had fallen off. Indeed, still looks reasonably healthy at this point. Although not entirely, I can see one thing that's missing. Aw, poor guy, bet some kid took it as a stupid prank. Not a bad piece of thieving, though. Maybe they had potential. You think one of the orphans took it? I'm not so sure. In fact, I think it was grabbed by somebody else entirely. This be related to the evidence? It's the button. Eureka! The snowman is missing a certain something, wouldn't you say? Yeah, his right eye. Indeed. Luckily, we have managed to locate it. The button Mr. Alden was holding? Look at that. It's the same type of button as the other eye and everything. If we suppose that the button was indeed the snowman's missing eye, that presents something of a contradiction. What does the button contradict? The victim's location, the snowman's location, the victim's location. The victim was clutching the button, and the button was covered with his blood, which means he must have grabbed it after being attacked. Let's run a little hypothetical, shall we? What if after being struck, Mr. Alden lost his balance, or reached out to grab something to steady himself, the snowman? The snowman wouldn't have supported him, so he would have grasped the button and continued to fall. I get it, so you're saying that he was near the snowman when he was attacked? I am, within arm's reach to be precise. He's currently nowhere near that close. Right, but his footprints only go as far as the planter. He never came back this way. What if they weren't his footprints? I think we need to look at all the prints again. Alright, I'll take us back to the scene when Mr. Alden's body was found. But the footprints on the left definitely matched up with Mr. Alden's shoes, right? So what's the deal? Let's take another look and see if we can figure it out. I think Mr. Alden's body was moved. How else do we explain the button clutched in his hand? That would suggest that he was killed somewhere near the snowman. Better take a closer look. Scour the scene. Size 9 footprints going towards the body and away from it. Case file says they must have belonged to the murderer. They grow fainter as they get closer to the orphanage gates. That's because there's less snow over here, no? Be that as it may, it certainly doesn't help in matching the prints up with a name and a face. Poor snowman, he's not looking so good. Can't be helped, snow and ice eventually melt. That's just how it is, and so do mysteries. All we have to do is wait. The snowman of the case will melt into clear water of truth. All you have to do is wait, Kay. I have to work to solve those mysteries. Oh, here's the missing brick! Oh, look, there's a brick missing here. The rest of the brickwork looks fine. Strange that just this one is missing. I was thinking, what if he was actually across the street, but no. It doesn't line up. Because of the side that the light is on. But definitely they grabbed the brick from right there. Can we really be sure that these are Mr. Alden's footprints? Well, the same size as a 12, which is pretty big, and the prints match his shoes. He also goes straight to the middle of the planters where his body was found. But as we established, he was attacked and he fell and grabbed the button from the snowman. Well, being a great thief, I know a few contortionist tricks, but that would be way beyond even me. Some average Joe stretching his arms that far? Basically impossible. I think we can be reasonably certain that the prints were made by the shoes the victim was wearing. Can we be certain that they were actually the victim's shoes? Yep, I'm starting to look at his feet. I need to get a closer look. Perhaps we should take another look at them. Can we look at your shoes? They're too big for him. I must scour the scene. So these are actually the killer's shoes. These shoes, as the case file says, they match the footprints, but... Huh. These aren't the victim's shoes, I'm sure of it. What do you mean? Look at how the laces are tied. Don't they look a little strange to you? What's more, they don't appear to fit properly. Not actually Alden's shoes. They appear to have been placed on his feet by the culprit after the murder took place. So these prints that go right up to where the victim was found, and they stop right by his feet. But they didn't actually belong to him. So are the prints by his head the ones that lead away? So are the prints by his head the ones that lead away and then come back? No, I don't think so. They're too small. So neither belongs to him? Then how did he get here? That's easy enough. He didn't walk. He was carried by the killer. There are signs indicating that Alden's body has been moved from elsewhere. Then where did the murder take place? Is it really over by the snowman as we suspect? Could it have been over here? The fire was not a prank by kids after all. That's such a weird prank to have tried to pull. Okay. Brick used in the murder was the missing brick. We're pretty certain of that. It seems quite likely that the missing brick was the one used in the murder, wouldn't you say? Brick used in Alden's murder was taken from right next to the snowman. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, they're the exact same shape and size. Was Warner involved? What did he dig up? We found everything there. No, it suggested he was moved. No, we found everything here. Okay. Lang? Got anything else to add? Oh, let's talk about your father and the president. President Wang changed after the SS5 incident. I guess he felt his trust had been betrayed. I can understand that. But to cut ties with my family completely, after how close we'd been for all those years, my father was desperate to make amends, to get just one chance to say sorry. No matter how many times he tried to get an audience with the president, he couldn't. Couldn't even convince them to take a letter to him. One time he came home covered in bruises. Who knows from where? A bodyguard, maybe? Sorry, there's no point in making you sit through old stories that won't change anything anyway. No, they may contain important clues. You need to tell me. I'll be the judge of that. As warm and fuzzy and ever as I see. Not that I expected any different. Tell me about the SS5 incident. The case ruined my father and my family too. People who failed to keep the president safe. That's all we were after that. Threw himself heart and soul into that investigation. Became obsessed, in other words. Hardly the best state of mind in which to undertake an inquiry. Wow, you really don't pull your punches, huh? Look, just don't go thinking I'm the only doing this because of my dad, okay? That investigation was solid. His work was meticulous and it was accurate. It always was. He interviewed every single one of those kids and he made sure they told him everything. I wonder if he learned anything of value. What do you make of these shoes? Why are you shoving this in my face? Gotta be careful I don't bite it. Huh. Perhaps I'd better put it away. What do you think of the fire? And a brat sets a fire like that for fun. Yeah, we lost a bunch of vital evidence thanks to that little prank. Agent Lang, your father investigated the SS5 incident in some depth, correct? Do you know if he learned anything about the child who set the fire? You wondered about that too, huh? So did I, sadly. Never shared his thoughts on the matter with anybody? Yeah, which means the truth is lost to time. Guess we'll never track it down now. May not show it, but I get the sense that he's talking about talking about this. I get the sense that talking about this is very hard for him indeed.
Aren't you forgetting something, Agent Lang? Wolves are amazing trackers. You can sniff that truth out wherever it is.
You're right. Who knew you'd be the one to tell me that? Maybe you're not so bad after all. He's my assistant for a reason, Agent Lang.
I'm Mr. Edgeworth's assistant for a reason, Agent Lang.
Alright. You want me to tell you about this SS5 incident? In a nutshell, my dad couldn't keep the most important person in Jangfa safe. So he put everything on the line to try and figure out what happened. He nearly worked himself to death trying to solve that case. Got so bad he looked like a ghost. Maybe it would have all been worth it if he could have gotten the people responsible convicted. But he couldn't. Now the guard woman got off scot-free. Failed to repay the president for all he'd done for us, and he failed to solve the case. That's how a family of wolves got pulled into this never-ending nightmare. That enough for you? Sounds to me like one young cub in particular took his family's downfall very badly. I can only imagine how much the experience must have hurt him and his father. We will do all we can to bring this case to its conclusion at last, Agent Lang. I promise you. And I hope that story you just told us proves a useful clue in doing so. That's all you have to say after I poured my heart out to you? Why do I waste my time? Oh, alright. Same info. Autopsy? Yep, same. What do you think about this? Nope, alright. Alrighty. Think we're done with him. Yep, that's all we're getting out of him. I heavily suspect... Can we switch? Oh yeah. Let's switch recreations. Yeah, the voicemail. Thank you. I didn't finish looking around here. Mr. Alden took his picture of the president's kidnapping from here. And then called Rosie Ringer. At which point his killer must have already been approaching from behind. With a brick in their hand, ready to strike. There are burn marks on this pillar here. Report says there was a fire sometime in the evening of the incident. A fire, let's see. Yeah, one of the orphans set fire with some kerosene. Lively bunch, possibly too lively. Trying to explore their chances of finding any footprints near the entrance of the building. Planters. According to the case file, yard stretched around 3 sides of the orphanage. 3 planters on each side. Planters arranged in a very particular pattern. Seems there aren't many flowers. It's middle winter. Yes, but look at that one. It's bright yellow. Yeah, we already know that that's a lion lily. Looks like somebody dropped it. It's a lion lily. Why does it make you go through the same convo in both recreation instead of letting you skip it? Can't be a coincidence, can it? Oh my god. Bond between parent and child. Yes, I know. Let me out. How do I get out of this? If they were gonna say something different, it's fine. But if they're not, like, how hard would it be to just, like, check it off like it is with the people? Instead of making you look at it again, wasting your time. Igloo shaped like a bear. Why is this? Same thing here. What an oversight. Yep, living there for 3 whole years.
it makes me go like, oh, maybe there's something new here for me to look at, but no, it's the exact same convo. What a waste of my time. Alright, snowman with one eye missing, comes up to about my shoulder. Super heavyweight contender right there. These kids weren't messing around. Never mind its weight and size, I think we need some slightly more in-depth analysis here. Well, it has a bucket for a hat, buttons for eyes, and a nice fluffy muffler. A full snowman uniform. It looks like you can't wait for me to punch and kick it into 1,000 tiny snowman pieces. Perhaps if we could keep things a little less subjective, Kay. And this is how things looked right before the president was presumably led away at gunpoint. He seems super strong, but he still wasn't a match for a gun, huh? Indeed, and Mr. Alden captured this little scene on camera from over by the planters. But if he did, then how? How could he have grabbed the button off of the snowman if he was all the way over there? Precisely, I think we needed to look at the situation again at a different point in time. Okay, so they're saying go back to the other recreation. Yep. Alright, take another look at how things were when they found the body. Now it suggests that he was killed near the snowman. Okay, I don't think we're gonna get any more clues from anywhere, so we need to start putting stuff together. He was supposed to dig up something. God the guard acquitted the kidnapping were the accomplices. I mean, she asked him to dig something up, so they were definitely involved with each other. Alright, good. So we are linking those. Chairman Winter was involved in President Wang's abduction, then it seems likely that whatever he dug up yesterday had something to do with the kidnapping.
Oh, I get it.
You do?
You bet I do. We're talking treasure, right? Loot! He must have been digging up the ransom money.
Ransom money? $100 million is an awful lot of cash. Burying it would have been a good way to keep it hidden until the heat died down. Certainly seems like a possibility.
Glad you agree.
Concrete was broken and the earth exposed. Excelsius Winter dig up the ransom money. I guess that's all we got left. Alright. I think we have to conclude that the murder actually happened over by the snowman. Right, the button came from there, and the brick too. Indeed, and what's more, if the murderer took the brick from the right by the snowman, and then tried to sneak up on the victim all the way over by the planters, Mr. Alden would have seen them right away. Exactly. I think we need to update the simulation, Kay. Mr. Alden wasn't standing by the planters, he was next to the snowman. Gotta. Alright, here goes. But now this positioning is wrong. That don't look right.
Yeah, no matter how you look at it, this just doesn't work, huh?
Indeed, everybody was present is in exactly the same spot. So where did we go wrong? One of the pieces of evidence on which we base our simulation must be the source of the problem. What if one of them was fake somehow? Which one was it? Photograph. Can we really be certain that this picture was taken by Mr. Alden?
Huh? What do you mean?
You know that whoever killed him moved his body. But why would they have done that? Oh, and if it was taken by him, the eye would still be on the snowman, but it's missing. Because he was clutching it. What if they wanted to make it seem like he saw something he didn't?
And then they took the photo to help back up the lie?
They had the president at gunpoint. They could easily have forced him to pose for the picture. He would have had no choice but to comply.
Hey, now that you mention it, they only recovered one picture from Mr. Alden's camera, right?
Indeed, I imagine his killer probably removed the film that was already in there and replaced it with another, thereby ensuring that only one picture was found when the only picture they found was the one they staged.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So this picture was actually taken after Mr. Alden was killed. No way. Staged photograph. Okay. And there you have it. The picture doesn't show what Mr. Alden saw at all. Seems highly likely that it was simply staged to make us believe that was the case. Wait, so where was the present when Mr. Alden thought he saw him being kidnapped? Luckily, the photograph isn't the only piece of evidence we can use to try and figure that out. Oh yeah, he left that voicemail too. I think we should listen back to it one more time, don't you? This is surely the only place where the president and his kidnapper could have been standing. In the fire area. That's where they really were? How do you figure that? Do I need a reason? What do you mean? Oh, crap. Mentioned some of the stuff he could see, right? Yeah, he did. Perhaps we can use that to help us. I would have thought it would be where the fire was. But I don't have the button to look at my evidence. So I guess here? Take that! They were in the planters? No. President Wang's here for some reason. Lights out. Can't quite see, but it looked like he's being kidnapped. Lights out. Alright, the light's out. The light's out. Oh yeah, by that one. Over here. Take that! Recall this statement from Mr. Alden's voicemail. Damn it, the light's out. 2 of the lights here in the yard are broken. Yeah, he must have been talking about the one over by the building. Alright, could you update the simulation to reflect everything we've learned? Sure. And there we have it. The kidnapper was really standing over by the building. Yes, which would certainly have strengthened the theory that they were connected to the orphanage. So they moved the body and staged the photograph to distort the picture painted by the voicemail, to help them undermine the idea that the orphanage was involved when the case went to trial. Oh, that certainly changes what this particular part of the simulation tells us. I imagine it will also affect our understanding of the scene from when the body was found. Only one way to find out. Ready to make the jump? Switch between the 2 regressions. I need to first press T to talk with K. And then select switch. Give it a try later when I need it. No mistaking it, this is where Mr. Alden actually took his pictures. Before being attacked by the murderer with a brick from the planter just behind him. After being attacked, he collapsed, grabbing the snowman's right eye as he fell. Which means his body would have been here at first, and not where we thought it was before. Indeed, we should examine the area where we previously thought it fell too. Mr. Alden wasn't killed here between the planters at all. Then what's this blood doing here? Things have changed considerably in terms of what the simulation is showing us. But if we want to look more closely at this blood, I think we'll be better off looking at the simulation from the point at which the body was discovered. What are we waiting for? Ready when you are. Okay. We need to switch, but let me... Yep. Can you stop? I have the fucking instructions. I need to finish looking around here. Okay, nothing else to look at here. Alright, now I'll switch. Yep, switch it. Scour the scene. Blood on the snow, a lot of it. Certainly looks as if a murder occurred here, doesn't it? Wait, but we just figured out that Mr. Alden was killed over by the snowman, right? We did. I think this blood might belong to somebody else. What? But the police report said the blood was Mr. Alden's. Need to remind you that the case was overseen by Chairman Winner, the man who would have had no scruples about altering the official record over something this small. Then why go to all that trouble? Couldn't he have just cleaned up the blood instead? Wasn't able to. Think about it. He knew that this was where the police would find Mr. Alden's body, and he knew that the police would have certain scientific methods at their disposal to look for clues. Oh, you mean luminol? Yeah, they would have found traces of blood if they used that for sure. Exactly, wouldn't have been able to clean it up to the point where it was undetectable. Far easier to falsify the results of any such tests when they came back in. would simply have been a matter of replacing the official results with a doctored copy. So we've been looking at a forgery this whole time? That sucks. Wait, but it says Mr. Alden's clothes were covered with blood too. It does, and if they were, which seems entirely believable, it suggests that whoever's blood this is, it wasn't yet dry when Mr. Alden's body was placed here. I get it, which means that the other person's blood was spilt not long before Mr. Alden was killed. I think it does. Yes, but if that's the case, whose blood was it? Isn't that present something of a contradiction? The blood wasn't Alden's, so somebody else was injured. Somebody dropped a yellow flower here. It's a lion lily, right? According to Francisca, yes. They're originally from Asia, if I recall correctly. Yep, and she said it symbolizes the pond between painted or tiled, right? Okay. It was the bond between parent and child, okay. This is the only part where there's no snow, huh? Because of the fire one of the kids said. I imagine the snow here melted as a result. This must be the unluckiest orphanage in the world. First a fire, then a murder. Talk about going from bad to worse. Fire came first? Just because it caused the snow to melt. Oh no. Blood's not Alden's. Nope. It's not a contradiction, but they are related. Like this? No. Shut up. How do I... Better think this over again. Snow is melted by the fire. Oh my god. Look about it, we need to think about that. Yep. It doesn't make sense, the timing of the snow, right? That's what we're trying to get at? Before the incident doesn't make sense. Or is it the blood? There we go. There's a clear contradiction here. Huh? The blood stain? No, the fact that the fire would have had to have been set afterwards, otherwise there would be blood there still on top of the ashes. But it's clearly cut off where the snow was melted by the fire, which means that the blood in question was spilt before the fire was started. Huh? But the fire happened before the murder, no? We choose to believe the case file, yes, but if the fire actually was set after what happened here, the kid who lit it might have seen something. Then why isn't there a witness statement? Because that would have challenged Sherman Winter's version of events. We need to know more about this fire. You! Yes, Shifu! Fire might have been reported to the police, which means there might have been a record of it. Go see if they have anything and bring everything you find back here right away. Understood, Shifu. I'll get right on it. One more thing. What is it, Shifu? Contact my family back in Zhengfa. Tell them to search my father's office. There should be something there related to the case. You should. What kind of something exactly? I told you I'd seen this scene somewhere before, didn't I? Well, I've remembered where. It was in my father's office. He had a picture of it. Or at least of something very much like it. What? It looked like it was drawn by a child. Possibly a child from the orphanage. Possibly even the child who set the fire. It should still be there somewhere. Tell them to send it right away. Yes, Shifu. Alright, done. Not fully recovered, because they had to figure out, like, where to fucking touch stuff. It's fine. Shifu, I'm back. I brought everything the police had on the fire, and I also brought the picture from your father's office. Oh, and one more thing. About time I kept you. Well, huh? Hand it over. Let's take a look at this mysterious picture, shall we? This is it. This is the picture I remember. So he's got a bouquet of lion lilies. and his little favorite plush, and he is talking to one MIA assassin slash kidnapper. Canis. This be a depiction of something that happened on the night of the incident. Sure looks like a kid drew it, huh? Yes, and I'm willing to bet it's the work of the child who set the fire. Picks what he saw the night of the incident. But why did he set the fire? Shifu, there's... But now, look, it'll have to wait, okay? Well, Mr. Prosecutor? Why do you think my father kept this? I imagine he acquired it at some point during his investigation, although I have no idea why he would have chosen to keep it to himself. Could we see the case file for the fire, too? Sure, here. You'll just give me a moment to read through it. Seems the boy who started the fire snuck out of bed on the evening of the incident. And then disappeared several days later. What? It's been because he saw something, right? No, a kid, really? That's horrible! It's sadly not unimaginable. Huh? Looks like the kid left something behind that was put into evidence. Huh? What's this? It's the missing horn from the president's plush. That's... what's it doing in that case file? What is it, Mr. Prosecutor? You seen this somewhere before? Yep. Something very much like it, yes. You have a piece of evidence that could well be connected. Which item of evidence relates to the item the boy left behind? Take that! The Torosaurus plush. I don't know what it was doing in the evidence for that case, but it looks like that might be the missing horn from this soft toy. Hey, that was President Wang's! Seen it before? Of course, he always kept it somewhere close by. I remember it because of the missing piece. You see, it has a special device inside that plays recorded sound when you twist the horn. Hey, do you think maybe putting that horn back might, that horn back on might unlock more recordings? Good idea, let's try it! You never know, the toy itself should still be up on the 51st floor. Hey, you heard the man? Yeah, Shifu, I'll go fetch it right away. Here it is, Shifu, the Torosaurus doll, just like you asked. Good work, hand it over to the prosecutor over there. Well, does the horn found at the orphanage fit the president's plushie? It fits perfectly! And, any more recordings on there? Hi, Dijun, sorry. Oh. Hi, Dijun, sorry. President Wang, it's me. Emily. I know it's been a while. I saw on the news that you were visiting the country soon, and I didn't know whether I should get in touch at all, but in the end I decided I had to. Turn it off, right now! It's getting into Judge Gavel. Are you okay? Verity, what if that's not your full or real name? What if you have a nickname? What if Sean's father is Dijun Wang? Oh, that's creepy, though. He is fond of giving him lion lilies. Or wait, hold on. She's young enough to be his daughter. What if she's Wang's daughter? And she grew up in the orphanage? And Amelie was her mother. Are you okay? Just turn it off, please! You see, I had a baby, a beautiful little boy. You're a beautiful little boy. Oh, not her. Sorry, that's pretty much all I wanted to tell you. Oh, except I called him Sean. Sean Fenn. It has a nice ring to it, don't you think? Did she adopt him, or is that actually her son? I need to know. One's creepier than the other.
No!
Sean Fenn. A kid?
And also that I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye.
What? He was my dad?
I'm so sorry, Sean.
Care to explain what the heck is going on, Gavel?
Sean isn't my biological son. I adopted him.
He was aware of this?
Yes, of course. His mother, Emily Fenn, she died 5 years ago. We were cousins.
Oh. Okay, that's creepy. Still a little creepy. How old was she?
But we were also friends, the best of friends. People often mistook us for sisters, so it doesn't sound like she was terribly too much older than you. It's still creepy. It's still pretty creepy.
Right? That's still really creepy.
So when she died, it seemed only natural that Sean should come and live with me. Of course, we had to keep his father's identity a secret, and I decided that the best way to do that would be for him never to know in the first place.
It's quite a lot to learn from a recording made on a seemingly innocent toy. I guess Sean's mother must have recorded the message and then sent the plushie to the president. Hey.
Yes, Sean.
You're sure? It was really my dad?
Yes, I'm sure. Before you were born, your mother worked for a time as a diplomat in Zhengfa.
Makes sense. That line of work might well have brought her into contact with the president. What? You told me she worked at the orphanage!
She did, but only after she returned. After she quit the diplomatic service. She always loved helping others. The orphanage was perfect for her.
Sorry, Judge Gavel, but I have to ask. Emily, the lady who asked the president to come, why didn't she show up herself? Why isn't she anywhere in the files related to the SS5 incident? Is she the other victim? Is she the one whose blood is all over the floor right there?
She never made it to the rendezvous that night. Someone was tailing her.
Bet that was Chairman Winter's doing. Sadly, we can't prove it.
And because she couldn't make it...
Oh wait, no, hold on. She passed away 5 years ago, though, so she was alive at the time. Never mind. Never mind! She's alive until 5 years ago. Got it.
Because she couldn't make it, she never saw the president again.
She died 5 years ago. This can't be easy for Sean.
Hey, Sean, are you thirsty? We could go get a soda.
My treat, okay? Come on, I think I saw a vending machine over... Think I can't buy myself a soda? This is important, and it's about me. I'm staying.
Oh, that didn't work at all. Sean, perhaps now you can guess why I met with the president 2 nights ago.
So that's it. That was the big secret.
I wanted to tell him face to face that Emily was gone. But also that you were alive and well. More than well.
But I...
Makes sense now. No wonder Judge Gavel was so keen to avoid sharing the details of their meeting. Yeah, she would have had to share the truth about Sean, too.
It was why I took the lion lilies with me. So there would be no doubt that I knew Emily, and that I knew her well. These flowers bore special significance for the two of them, you see. President Wang gave Emily a bouquet of lion lilies in the early days of their romance.
Oh. Oh, and he brought them there to the orphanage for her again. Oh, that's sweet.
But now, he too is dead.
If only he had lived. Actually, looking at... I just realized. We just looked at their ages. That'd be really fucking weird for them to be biological. Yeah. Which is less creepy, because... Okay. Her cousin would have to be probably at least a decade older. And because she was working in a high enough position to be like a diplomat, probably closer to his age, so less creepy. At least 40, which would have been 18 years apart, which is not the worst at that age. Be like fully mature, consenting adults, which is fine.
But now, he too is dead. If only he had lived, Sean might finally have been able to get to know him.
Shifu! I've been waiting for the right time to say this, but... What is it? You've been hovering over there this whole time! Can't it wait? They sent something else from Zhengfa. President Wang's will. Oh right, I forgot they were the keepers of that. What? President's will, huh? Gave my father medal after medal. They had to come up with new ones just for him. In the end, there were no medals left to give, so he made us the keepers of his last will and testament. Those medals, that duty, they're our greatest pride. Our family jewels. What? This is... What is it, Ancient Lang? Does it have anything to do with our current case? Could say that. Seems he was planning on publicly acknowledging Sean as his son.
Sean's name appears in the President's will!
We're certain that the document is authentic? That President Wang wrote it himself? Sure we are. It's old, but it's real. My family took charge of it back before the SS5 incident happened. They'll want to analyze it back home to be sure, but I'd stake my name on it being the genuine article. Wang was a renowned world leader. A child nobody knew about would have been sure to cause a stir. Yet he chose to mention the child in his will nonetheless. Well, that's that, I guess. I still can't quite believe it, but the president confirmed it with his own hand. There's no denying it. Sean, you're President Wang's son.
Sean!
Sean! Damn. Yep, we definitely need to save. Alright, I need a short little break. Been chugging a lot of tea. So, we will be right back. I'm gonna send you all to the break screen and I'll see you in a few. Oh. I see. Well then. Oh, I gotta wait for him to get up. Alright, I can just kick him a circle. Alright, I figured it out. Time to introduce your style of gun. Yep. That was underwhelming. No, Majima-san, you're just too strong. But why did you pull out a shotgun? That just seems excessive and rude. Also, kind of illegal. Where did you even get that? Bought from a temple. Ooh, that's a Needle King. You don't learn moves, though. Can you really be that good of a king if you don't learn from your mistakes? By which I mean learn moves. Oh shit, he tried to razor leaf my ass. Maybe he's a good king after all. He's like, what'd you say about me? Ow! Ah! Are you foul? Ow! I shouldn't have talked shit about the Needle King.
But maybe it'll anger the elementals.
The elementals aren't here right now. They're not here right now. Fuck them.
That's the correct response.
No, don't show that to me.
I thought I was facing away. Okay, maybe I wasn't.
I got your,
The elemental parachute.
Yeah, I deserve that one.
What happens when the lightning stops the elemental?
There's lots of fragrant magic water. I mean soap. See you tonight. What? Did you guys see that in the mirror? Let's go! Kicked his ass. What were you thinking? That's... Yeah. They were just too much. You get sick of them after a while. Like, the year when a certain organization tried to feed us nothing but sandwiches for... Okie dokie, I am back. Hope everyone had a good break. Let us continue. Get right back to it. April 6th, 4:51 p.m. Big building. Empty lot. Sean. He was my dad? Can't have been easy learning the truth about his father's identity so unexpectedly. And also learning that he just died in front of him and he touched the body. Yep. Too late to ever get to know him. You know how hard I tried to find him? Sean. I get it. He was the president. He had a lot more to think about than just me. But he was right there in front of me. Right there on the set. So why? Why didn't he just say something? Why didn't he tell me who he was? Sorry, Sean. So sorry. It's not your fault, Mom. It's mine. If I hadn't broken my promise to you, that fire would have never happened and we wouldn't have... I ruined everything. Everything! It's all my fault! I even ruined your flowers! Sean, please, you mustn't blame yourself. Just try to be here with me. Just for a little while. The bond between parent and child is symbolized by the lion lily. I'm no expert, but it's native to Jangfa, so I know that much at least. Sadly, we don't have the luxury of dwelling in such things just now. I know it might seem insensitive, Agent Lang, but sentimentality won't help us here. We need to focus on what we can do about the case before us. You're right. I believe we've learned all we need to know about all we need to I believe we've learned all we need to about what happened back then for now. Sorry. Gotta stretch my neck sometimes. How did it all line up with your father's theories about the case? Well, no, he took those to the grave with him. He never shared his thoughts with anybody. There's no way of knowing now what he figured out. What about your own thoughts? Are you feeling any more positive in light of what we learned from case reconstruction? I learned from the child picture that Canis was there. And, most likely Lagarde and Winter and Canis were all working together, which makes a lot of sense for why Canis got to enjoy so much luxury in her prison. Are we any closer to learning what really happened 12 years ago? You know, I think we might be. My father's footsteps are starting to become clear. Now all we need to do is follow them. All the way to the truth. Alright, let's talk this out. The real story of the SS5 incident. The president went to the orphanage that night, that much we know for sure. The Taurosaurus toy proves it. He must have gone there to meet with Amelie Fenn. Except he was kidnapped and Aldon happened to see it. Alden hadn't been there, there wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. No, that's not true. There was blood there before. Somebody else died. Just don't know who. Who else was murdered? Instead, they had to move his body to the planters and stage that photo to throw everybody off the scent. Well, that's our current theory, is it? The blood wasn't Alden's. Alright. Oh crap, I didn't mean to do that. But there's something I still don't understand. Okay. I know you don't understand something. I need to check what the new notes are. Ransom for 100 million. Yep. President Wang was supposed to meet Emily Fenn at the orphanage at midnight. Witness Alf Alden was murdered. His body moved and a photograph of a kidnapping staged. And they were supposed to meet at midnight. Time was the scent. There is. This. Why risk staging the picture? He would have had to force the president to play along. What if he hadn't? It's a good question. We may be closer to discovering the answer than we think. We'll just have to get there one deduction at a time. Yeah, I guess we will. Alright, deduce away. President went to the orphanage that night. We know that for sure. Yes, we do. Nothing should be taken for granted at this stage. We need to treat even the seemingly certain with caution. Can we really be sure that the president went to the orphanage? I get it. You want evidence. A really nice change of pace from people asking you to show them proof, huh, Mr. Edgeworth? There's no need to actually say it out loud, Kay. Of course, Source Toy proves it. Plushie, it has a recording device concealed inside, correct? It does, and it was used by Sean's mother, Emily, to record a message asking the president to meet her at the orphanage at midnight. Well, you're finishing each other's sentences now? You're a team. What a team. You two will peel away the layers of truth like an onion, I'm sure of it. You do realize that there's nothing underneath all the layers of an onion, don't you? Okay. Did you try to say something a little less unfortunate sounding? I mean, okay, when people say peel an onion, they don't mean like the actual edible part of the onion. The outside of the onion is not edible. You have to peel that off. And a lot of people who don't know how to cut an onion do struggle with that. They're like, how do you peel this? And it's like, there are simple ways to do it. You just need to know. You two will peel away the layers of the truth like a skin of a wolf. I'm sure of it. He said less unfortunate sounding. He's sweating. Shall I continue? And then he got kidnapped. Can we go over the details once again? So Mr. Alden saw the president being kidnapped from right by the orphanage. And he was standing next to the snowman. Murderer crept up behind him, grabbed a brick and... Ow! Ow! Yeek! Calm down, Kay. We're simply verifying our understanding of events. Yeah, well, that little outburst just blew my understanding out of my ears. I know we have to go over all this again, but can we do it less dramatically? Really? Fine. Happy to keep answering if you're happy to keep asking. There wouldn't have been a murder, just a kidnapping. Nope, no, murder actually already happened. If Mr. Alden hadn't been there, huh? That's an interesting suggestion. Care to explain? It's not a whole lot to explain. He saw the kidnapping, so he was murdered. If he hadn't been there, maybe the kidnapping could have happened without any blood being spilled. But could it? Ha! He makes it sound as if it was Mr. Alden's fault he was murdered. That's not what Agent Lang is saying, Kay. What he means is that Mr. Alden was the only person who died at the orphanage that night. Well, of course he was. They kidnapped the president and everything. But the ransom was paid and he came home safely, right? Nope. She's right, of course, but why does something bother me about that? I think it might be worth taking another look over the evidence. Finish discussing things with your assistant, Mr. Prosecutor, and let's continue, shall we? Instead, they had to move the body. Hold it! This is another very important part of our current theory. Shall we go over all of the details again? Sure, probably a good idea. Alright, first, what did Alden see? He saw the president being kidnapped from right in front of the building. The kidnappers were keen to avoid any suggestion that they might be connected with the orphanage. Yep, so they replaced the film in Alden's camera and staged a photograph of the kidnapping occurring further away from the building. Indeed, and they moved Mr. Alden's body to a location consistent with what that picture showed. Secrets buried underneath the snow 12 years ago are finally coming to light. We're sure that's really what happened that night? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? I get the sense we're still not seeing everything, that there's something else at play behind it all. There is? But what? There's a piece of evidence we discovered that Agent Lang's theory can't explain. We have to present him with it and develop our thinking further. We know what it is. Nope, there would have still been a murder. This was not his blood. You're saying there would have been no murder if Mr. Alden hadn't witnessed the kidnapping? But is that really the case? Why wouldn't it be? Their main aim was to abduct the president, right? So if there hadn't been a witness present, they wouldn't have needed to murder anybody. And yet it remains possible that Mr. Alden wasn't the only person killed that night. There was a large pool of blood between the planters, but Mr. Alden was murdered over by the snowman. It can't have belonged to him. What if all that blood by the planters belonged to somebody else? Come on, Mr. Prosecutor. You do realize what you're saying, don't you? I do. It's hard to believe. I'll be the first to admit it. But it's what the evidence suggests. Not just one person was killed here 12 years ago, but two. You're saying that they covered up a whole separate murder? But whose? Who else was killed that night? Whoever covered up this other homicide did so very skillfully indeed. They even seemed to have been able to avoid it being mentioned in the files. But they didn't quite get rid of everything. We have a piece of evidence from 12 years ago that they never managed to erase. Was it the shoes of the other person? Are these the shoes of the other victim? This clearly shows that something else happened that night. Could be the shoes? Take that! Agent Lang, this item on here clearly proves what happened. No, it doesn't. Sure, that's what you wanted to show me? This prosecutor? Really telling me he's not hearing it. Okay. There was another witness that night. Need to show Agent Lang the piece of evidence that tells us what they saw. Oh, the kid! Did they kill a kid? Excelsius Winter tried to shroud the existence of the other murder in darkness. But there was one piece of evidence he wasn't able to suppress, thanks to the efforts of your father, Agent Lang. My father? Cast your mind back, if you will. Something else was hidden along with all the other evidence from the crime scene. The existence of the child who set the fire in front of the orphanage. But why would Chairman Winter wish to erase him from the record? Because he saw something he should not have, that's why. He did? What was it? It's right here in this picture. Picture my father kept. I think we can all agree that that's the present on the right-hand side. And that's the Torosaurus toy in his hand. But who's that standing across from him? Canis. Take that! Eastern robes and a black dog? That can only be Bodhidharma Canis. What? That creepy assassin guy? And what would a hired killer be doing in the presence of the president? I can think of only one thing. That's right, it wasn't a kidnapping that occurred here 12 years ago. It was an assassination. Hiya! And Warden the Guard and Chairman Winter were... Yes, I think they were complicit. More than complicit, in fact. He looks so deranged in this photo. One provided the venue for the killing. The other suppressed the testimony of the child who witnessed it. Mr. Alden was murdered because what he witnessed was actually an assassination. And not the kidnapping he thought it to be at all. Wait! What if this isn't the real President Wang? Because when we met him, he was all puffed up and he wasn't as... He wasn't as strong as he thought. As he appeared to be. Oh, I'm so confused. I have a lot of questions right now. You think I'm an idiot? How could the president have died 12 years ago? We only found his body this morning. He was alive and well until just recently. Yeah, we even met him. Indeed, so we have a president killed 12 years ago and a president killed in the last 48 hours. 2 presidents, in other words. Right, which is completely impossible unless you have a body double, and that's why they fired the family of bodyguards who knew him so well. And why they tried to pin everything on them. They were probably trying to manipulate him into being a puppet so they could control a country. But the bodyguards who knew him very well would be able to figure that out pretty damn quickly, so that's probably why they got rid of them. Oh, but they probably also didn't know that he had entrusted his will already to family. Which is completely impossible, or is it? I think it's entirely possible for there to be 2 presidents. In fact, that would explain a lot. Regardless of what happened, I still respected him. Jiangfa may not be a big country, but he held that place together. The President Agent Lang spoke of was a noble and capable leader. Yeah, and this guy was falling apart. The presidential mask as well and truly slipped. Entirely unlike the man we met. It really did seem as if they were 2 completely different people. Holy shit. How could one country have 2 presidents? What could explain a situation like that? This is how it was possible for there to be 2 presidents. They were twins, one was a body double. I mean, my guess is body double. Could there be twins? Could they be twins? I'm gonna go with body double. One of the 2 is a body double. Tell me that doesn't make sense. The body double? President Wang was a man of great power and influence in Jiangfa. A figure on the world stage, there must have been countless attempts on his life over the years, such as the one that gored Lake only a few days ago. It's true, there were more than a few assassination attempts, but that doesn't mean I'm about to accept that there was more than one president, not without proof. Do we have any proof that there was more than one president? I don't know if we have proof that there's more than one. The stage photograph? That would have made him much more cooperative. Let's try it. This proves it, surely. You have to agree that there were two presidents now? Nope, sorry, but you don't. Not based on that, anyway. Lang Ji says... bad proof has no mouth. In other words, meaningless evidence. Yeah. Must have gotten that wrong. You could prove that he'd ever been in two places at once. That'd be pretty good evidence that there were two presidents, right? It would. Let's look this over the evidence again and consider the facts of the case. There can't have been two. If you want me to change my mind, we're gonna need to see some evidence. You need to have been in two places at once. Was kidnapped. He was there until midnight. Right? But then he saw them at 1 a.m. Okay. Let's think about timing. He was supposed to meet Emily at midnight, but he was with Dalong Lang at midnight. This is already... yeah, this is a contradiction. I don't think he's noticed the contradiction staring him in the face. Or is he just unable to accept it? What's the matter, Mr. Prosecutor? You're pretty quiet all of a sudden. In Amelie Fenn's recording, she asked the president to be at the orphanage at midnight. But it shouldn't have been possible for him to be there at that time. Huh? How come? Because he was supposedly still at the embassy. With your father, Agent Lang. So he had noticed. The only way he could have been in two places at once is if there were two of him. Ow! So the real president, that was the one who... died 12 years ago. I think it might have been. But why? And who? Who would have hired Canis to murder the president? In order to figure that out, we'll need to look again at the piece of evidence we recently discovered was fake. Fake evidence. What was it again? This, no? Picture taken with Mr. Alden's camera was staged sometime after his murder. And Mr. Alden was murdered because he witnessed the president's assassination. In other words, the photograph too must have been taken after the real president's death. So who is the president in the staged photograph? The body double. Nothing else makes sense. I believe the president's double had him killed so that he could take his place permanently. Ooh, that's thick. Okay, and that explains why he just missed the family. He would have known. Excelsius winner and Fifi Lagarde helped him do it. Wait, you don't even have a body to support your theory. You telling me it magically disappeared? No, in fact, we know exactly where it wound up. The president's body was here the whole time. The ashes? Wait. They laid to rest. It's the planters. Wasn't ransom money. Chairman Winter dug up something last night. Something he couldn't trust anybody else to retrieve. He thought it might have been the ransom money. but it was actually something even more important.
Wait, you mean...
That's right. The real president's body. I think it's highly likely, anyway.
What?
The body may have decomposed in the intervening years, but the bones would surely have remained. Mr. Powers informed us that the construction is due to start here sometime soon. They wouldn't want... They would have to break ground to redo the foundation, make sure it's all level. And they would have found the bones. And they would have analyzed the bones and found out that it was the president's. And Winner probably saw the opportunity to get rid of that body double who could have potentially rat them out for what they did. Everything had to be wrapped up before then. The shooting of the movie and the recovery of the president's remains.
Yeah, I guess once they started digging the place up, they would have found them pretty quick, huh?
Agent Lang, we need to have the so-called monster footprints analyzed again.
Yeah, I guess we do.
There was a body under one of them. There should be trace evidence to confirm it. Hey, give me somebody from forensics. Sir, presenting the findings of our analysis, sir. Traces of human remains were found in the dirt, along with other signs of a body having been buried. Ooh. So it really was him? Their charge has been dead for 12 years and they had no idea. That sucks. Bones were also recovered from the home of Excelsius Winner. Oh my god! Physique looks to be about right and dental and medical records are a match. It's him, no doubt about it. So as suspected, the real President Wang was killed 12 years ago. And the SS5 kidnapping was in fact a homicide. Monster footprints data updated in the organizer, okay.
Wow, so it really was a murder, huh? This case has taken so many twists and turns, I'm starting to lose track.
Yes, perhaps we should summarize our findings just to confirm that we understand everything correctly.
Good idea, let's go everything from the point where the president arrived at the orphanage.
12 years ago, the real President Wang visited the orphanage. His aim? To meet his infant son. The footprints we originally assumed to be those of Mr. Alden seem likely to have actually been made by the president upon his arrival. But instead of being greeted by his child, he was met by the assassin, Bodhidharma Canis.
It's so sad. He was hoping to see his baby for the first time, only to...
Indeed. But at least with Mr. Canis, we can be sure that the job was swiftly and effectively completed. But then after the assassination, another tragedy occurred.
Mr. Alden's murder.
Yes, it seems he witnessed a key moment in the evening's proceedings. The moment when our culprits, the so-called kidnappers, took the president's body around to the side of the building. That was the site that sealed his fate. We've now established that he was standing by the orphanage gates at the time. Far enough away that he believed what he was seeing was the president's abduction, but it was them hauling away the dead body. Got it. Which point?
Oh, the body double who had come to meet up with his co-conspirators walked right up behind Mr. Alden.
Leading to our unfortunate eyewitness.
Being murdered by the man who was plotting to replace the president. So was it the body double who moved Mr. Alden's body too?
Yes, I think it probably was.
But none of the footprints could have been his, could they?
Actually, I think they could. In fact, we have a piece of evidence that proves how that particular trick was achieved. What shows how the body double managed to move the body without leaving any footprints? The fact that they switched shoes?
Take that!
What if the president's double moved Mr. Alden's body like this? After killing Mr. Alden, he could have carried him to the other side of the entrance. Given that his job was to look just like the president, he would have been wearing the same shoes. Meaning that if he had stepped exactly in the footprints left by the real president,
course, his would have been the same shape and size.
It would have looked like a single set of footprints.
So that's how it all went down. I'm so glad we finally figured it out. Wait, but there's one thing I still don't get.
Is what?
Why did they need to pretend there was a kidnapping?
Mr. Alden had seen the president at the orphanage, and left a message on Miss Ringer's phone describing what he thought he saw. It would have been impossible for the conspirators to erase that message, so they had to make it look as if the events described in the message were true.
By staging a kidnapping like the one he thought he saw.
Exactly. I think the two people in the photograph are likely to be the body double and Fifi Lagarde.
She's the one in the trench coat? How can you be so sure of that?
Two of them would have had to walk out beyond the orphanage gates to stage the photo. The body double could have put his feet in the real president's prints as he did before.
Oh, so the other set of footprints were hers.
The ones we originally thought belonged to the killer, yes. They were about a size 9, too small for Chairman Winter, in other words. Which means the kidnapper must have been played by Warden Lagarde. And that explains how a so-called kidnapping was actually a presidential assassination. It does, which means my father must have noticed. There's no way he wouldn't have suspected a murder. Especially not with the kid's picture as proof.
But the picture was never officially put into evidence, correct?
No, he appears to have kept hold of it after taking the witness statement of the child who drew it. Yeah, because he knew. He knew President Wang was dead. And he knew what would happen if that news ever got out. Zhang Fa would have been plunged into chaos, no doubt. So he kept it a secret, and that secret died with him. Even though it meant taking the blame for the kidnapping and our family being ruined. So your father knew the truth about what happened 12 years ago, but he chose to hide it.
It's finally coming to light at last.
Is it indeed intriguing? Huh? What? Who's there? Canis. That sound. Is that a bell? Why is Canis here? President Wang's supposed kidnapping was enacted in order to cover up the murder of the real Wang. Witness Alf Alden was killed, his body moved, and a photograph of the kidnapping staged as a part of the plan. Crime was carried out by Wang's body double, Excelsius Winter, and Fifi Lagarde. This is dark. You fed the kids, don't let them trick me. Okay, got it. Bodhidharma Canis. And his dog. The heck are you doing here? Why is there a trick cereal but no tips for tricks and tips? They're slacking? I don't know, man! Go ask the cereal people! For the law, you think you can just show up in front of us like it ain't a problem? Forgive me, but I couldn't help but overhearing the fascinating conversation you were having. The opportunity to gloat over your past crimes was just too good to miss, I expect. You killed President Wang. I did, but it's not something I'm inclined to gloat over. I was more interested in something else you mentioned. Or someone else, should I say. Someone you're looking for, I suppose. Exactly. That's why I took little Sojourn from the penitentiary to find a certain young pup. A young pup in a rather eye-catching red raincoat. That wasn't you? I thought that was you. What? Wait, you know who they are? In a manner of speaking, what did you call them again? A secret mastermind? They're the person who hired you. So there's someone above Lagarde, Winner, and the body double? So there was 4 people in that little scheme and they hired you? What? I thought that was him and he was the mastermind. Oh my god. It's
It's your friend in the red raincoat, of course. Red raincoat. The prosecutor looks a little surprised, doesn't he, Helmet? Yes, he does. The young pup I mentioned, he saved my life, 12 long years ago. His unexpected savior. There's someone we haven't met yet, or is it somebody that we have met? It could be someone that we have met and don't know. It wasn't Shelly. How could they both be on our side? That's fucking weird. Because Shelly tipped us off. I thought Shelly was implying that Canis was the one in the red raincoat, and Canis is like, nah, dude. Oh my god, I'm so confused. As you surmised, it was I who killed President Wang. But that meant that I, too, became an inconvenience in need of removal. The imposter President Winner, Lagarde, all three were keen to guarantee my silence. And if I hadn't met my friend, the young pup again, they might have even succeeded. What if it is Shelly? Wonder what he's doing now. So it was the president's body double who hired you? I remember his words almost as if they were yesterday. You know how many times I've nearly been killed? Not once, but not twice. A bunch of times. Why do I have to take all the risks? Why am I the one they always put in danger? When I'm out there being him, people treat me like I was him. They worship me. So what's the difference? Who's to say I couldn't be just as good as him? I mean, clearly you weren't. There was a difference, of course. Even if he did look and sound exactly like him. Just because it walks and talks like a president, that doesn't make it a president, does it, boy? No. Doesn't have the brains behind it to back it up. So he got his wish and became the boss, but couldn't quite fill his predecessor's shoes. Exactly what Knight wanted to do. Brooke's not around. That means I'm number one. I wonder if you have what it takes to step into such capable shoes. You. Of course I do. I'm the leader now. Me! Seems the king and his knight were much the same. President Double knew that his employer had a weakness, a young woman named Amelie. But in order to find her, he needed to enlist the help of the locals. Locals such as Chairman Winner. Once Miss Finn had been located, they simply needed to find the right time to lay their trap. The meeting she arranged so the president could meet his son. That would have been the perfect opportunity. Indeed, and with the head of the orphanage brought into the fold, their little conspiracy was complete. Warden Lagarde. Now quid pro quo. Where might I find the pup? What makes you think the boy who helped you and our mysterious string puller are one and the same? He set a little fire that night, out there in the yard of the orphanage. Oh. Alright, so it's someone who was a kid at the orphanage 12 years ago. And since we still have notes about IS-7... They're aware about Gusteau and Artie Frost's sons, so it could be one or both of them were at the orphanage and became Redcoat. Gusteau doesn't care about his son, which is weird. Kind of a dick. Oh, yeah, we saw that. It was some kind of prank, right?
A prank? It was nothing of the sort, my dear. No, as I understand it, he had taken refuge in the igloo by the entrance. And there he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body. He also overheard them hatching a certain sordid plot. A plot to remove me, the only other person who knew what had really happened, from the picture. Thankfully, he was kind enough to come and inform me I was waiting inside the building, you see.
Okay. Did it crash?
Shit.
I think it crashed. Game crashed. That sucks. I wonder how far back we are. Oh. Got an autosave that looks like it's closer. Only a couple minutes ago. Alright, I'll take that one. Bless you, autosave. Oh. Taking refuge by the... Okay, it's right where we left off. Thank God!
There he happened to see Winner and Lagarde carrying away a dead body.
He also heard them hatching... Yeah. The plot to remove him, the only other person who knew what happened. Yep. Kind enough to come and inform him. He's waiting inside the building. Alright, here we go.
He also happened to mention later on that he was wearing his favorite red raincoat.
Was it Shelley?
In any case, he escorted me from the premises.
Are we in the middle of an assassin fight between Shelley the Killer and Bodhidharma Canis?
And being a very considerate boy, thought to erase both our footprints from the scene of the crime. Seems he had a little kerosene set aside in the igloo for just such an occasion. Wow. So he spread it deliberately about the place and set himself a little fire.
No way, so that's what the fire was for?
Must have been ever so beautiful. Winner and Lagarde were positively enchanted. And while they were distracted by the show, he took the opportunity to usher me out of a side entrance.
Never answered my question. You really think he's the one behind all this?
I do indeed. Don't I, Helmet? Yes. Yes, I do.
Because didn't Shelley own the red raincoat in the first case? His unexpected savior.
Hold it!
You were pretty forthcoming with that particular admission.
If I'm honest, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm tired of all the killing. But back then, I felt that death was my path. I embraced it and strove to learn what it had to teach. I made my peace with that, and I am happy to admit it. Aren't I, boy? Yes, I am.
I'm not sure what he's talking about, but I definitely don't like the sound of it. Basically, he thought nothing of the murdering the president. Not only is he an assassin, he's now a prison escapee. Not someone to be trifled with. I know Shelley went looking for him too, so if they're at odds with each other, that makes sense. They're trying to kill each other. But we can't afford for him not to talk. I'll need to tread as carefully as I can. Very well, you killed the president. You're happy to admit it.
Oh, very much so. I wouldn't want you thinking that I drew my blade and missed.
And that made him an inconvenience, okay. You, a target, but you're an assassin. Some people just don't understand professional courtesy. You hire someone, they're gonna be discreet. You leave them alone.
Sometimes the hunter must become the hunted. Sometimes the living must become the dead.
That's grim for you, Kay. Please, Kay, don't feel the need to add a proverb of your own.
Impermanence isn't inherent to the way of the assassin. Life takers' lives are also taken. So it goes.
Wait, does that mean the people you're sent to kill sometimes try to kill you back? Or, yeah, I mean, imagine they would.
It happens occasionally, but it is not what happened this time.
His clients wanted to get rid of him. Mr. Cadis, you're a professional killer, and a famously skilled one at that. Like, why would he ever rat out a client? That hurts your professionalism. Surely escaping even 3 attackers would have been a little more than a minor inconvenience.
You overestimate me, Mr. Edgeworth. You seem to forget that without helmet here, I couldn't even walk down the street. Against 3 assailants, I wouldn't have lasted more than a few moments.
I see, so even the most proficient assassins are ill-equipped to face a full frontal assault.
Well, not hugely fond of such situations, shall we say. I simply wouldn't have liked my chances.
I mean, there's a reason why they do a lot of setup and work discreetly, I imagine. And the young pup helped him. Again, so the two of you had met before.
Yes, on a cold and lonely Christmas Eve 18 years back.
IS-7. Did he kill Artie? Is he Artie Frost's real killer? Because we still don't know who did that. Well, I mean, Artie Frost's real killer. Because he turned up dead later. Interesting. So he was probably the assassin from back then, too. Something happened. Not long ago.
But on that occasion, it was I who saved his life.
I wish I had the photo of Gusteau and Frost kids. I'm thinking it's more likely that he's probably Gusteau's kid, because Gusteau had black hair. So does Shelley, to kill her.
It was snowing, more than it had in years, and cold enough that death by freezing was a real possibility. I had taken Helmet out for a little walk. He noticed something and bounded off through the snow.
Okay, so he didn't actually... He's not the one who killed... Who did Artie's murder. We don't have a killer for that one still. For IS-7. We just know it wasn't Samson. I mean, we know it was Gusteau later, but... Oh wait, no. Did we figure out it was Gusteau? Yeah, because, like, Artie was, like, betraying him. And he was like, dude, what the fuck? So he attacked him.
Yeah, we figured that out. Which was stupid. We don't know what happened. Yeah, the only thing that we forgot about, that we didn't figure out, was what happened to the kids. Which sounds like Gusteau's kid got picked up by Canis. What happened to Artie's kid then? Because they both went missing.
When I caught up to him, he was sniffing at the car. The doors had frozen shut. It took all the strength I had, but eventually I managed to open one.
Oh yeah, there's the two kids.
And inside, I found two young boys shivering and semi-conscious.
That's a young Shelley the Killer and his friend. One of them's tied up.
Two. Yes, and I had found them even an hour later. The poor wretches would have never made it. Took them both to a nearby orphanage.
Zamir, is there something significant about what he just told us? Oh, there is! What is it about Canis' statement that's especially noteworthy? It's both the date and the number of people. This was on Christmas Eve 18 years ago. You're certain of that?
I am.
Holy smokes. That's something that shows why that date is so significant. Which piece of evidence relates to the date on Mr. Canis found the children? IS-7.
Take that!
That was the same day on which a certain incident occurred. The murder of a well-known sculptor. No way! Incident in the aftermath of which 2 children went missing. Right, hold on. Recalling. So Artie did die 18 years ago. He was in cold storage. Awkward. Gusteau is the one who killed him. Their kids went missing. That's IS-7. Now we're getting the wrap up to that, which is we are finding the 2 missing kids. What happened to them? Oh, it's actually Artie's kid who's probably Shelley the Killer. Because he's the one with the shaved head and the closed eyes. And Gusteau's kid looks all pretty happy. Do we have anyone who could be Gusteau's kid? Dick Gumshoe, just kidding. I don't think we really know. Son of the victim, Artie Frost, and the son of the murderer, Carmela Gusteau. Yeah, Gusteau killed him because he wouldn't help him in the competition. He was mad. Yeah, now that you mention it, the little guys did go AWOL, huh?
Intriguing. The son of the murderer and the son of his victim. I suppose that would make sense.
It would.
One of the boys was bound hand and foot, you see.
Yeah, that would be Artie's son.
That must have been part of Mr. Frost's plan to stop Mr. Gusteau's son from getting
To the competition. Oh! Oh! Yeah. That makes sense. So Frost's kid became Shelley the Killer, it seems like? What happened to Gusteau's son? We don't know. Indeed, because without his son to taste his creations, Mr. Gusteau would have had no chance of winning.
So that's what was behind it all. Sadly, neither of the boys were able to remember any such details.
Weren't.
No, when we met each other again on that night 12 years ago, the young pup explained it to me.
So 12 years ago would have been 6 years after IS-7.
It seems that they really were on the brink of death when I found them, and the shock of the experience caused them both to lose their memories. Oh shit, they didn't even remember? Fuck. They weren't even able to remember their names. Ooh. Wow, so they wouldn't have known that they were Mr. Frost and Mr. Gusteau's kids? What he's telling us is true. That would seem likely, yes. Which means we still don't have enough to tell us who our mastermind might be. Mr. Canis, would you mind telling us what happened next?
By all means.
The pup and him.
Pup and I remained in contact even after I was sent to prison. But then I stopped hearing from him. I couldn't help but worry. And then people from 12 years ago started cropping up all over the place. It rather piqued my curiosity, so I thought I'd temporarily regain my freedom and look into things.
People from 12 years ago? I mean the guard, winner, and the president, I assume.
Well, Warden Lagarde was in charge of the prison where he was an inmate this whole time, right? I fear I wasn't as kind to her as I could have been. But then she did try to have me killed. You already know why, of course.
Because you murdered President Wang, but they needed the world to believe he was still alive. If somebody had exposed the president as a fake, it would have been very bad for Lagarde and Chairman Winner, too.
Exactly. Not only that, I happened to overhear something else intriguing that night. I'll be at the orphanage on the evening of the 9th. I'll be waiting in the front yard.
I thought... Oh, I'll be waiting on the orphanage at the evening of the 9th. I thought you could meet him if you like, even if it's only just this once. I know you're a very busy man, but anyway, that's where we'll be. Goodbye. Who are you? Sorry, but I'm waiting for somebody.
I know you all, President Wang. I couldn't help overhearing the news. Congratulations. But please don't worry about your son. I only kill those I'm employed to kill. Which in this case means you.
No. Wait, this is my first chance to meet him. And it might be my only chance. Please, give me just a few minutes longer.
I thought he was going to beg for his life, but no. An interesting character. I told him I was not aware that he had a child. No, he said, and shook his head. Neither was I, but the world will know that I have one now. I mean to make sure of it. I've even prepared something in the case the worst comes to worst.
That's when he wrote the will! Oh! Good going, President.
And the son in question. It was the young gentleman with the horns here, correct?
Horns? You can see them?
I don't need to, my dear. I've been listening very carefully, you see.
Oh, right, he's blind. That's why she's shocked. Got it. I'm like, what do you mean, Kay?
And for longer than you may realize.
So the president meant to tell the world about Sean. Prepared something in case of the worst. But it's not simply enough. It's not enough simply to have Canis's word on the matter. Of course. He has something that proves that what he's telling us the president said is true. The will. A will everybody knew about. He entrusted it to my family to show his belief in us, after all.
The name in the recording, the preparations he had made, and his will. With those 3 pieces of information, I was able to convince Warden Lagarde to do anything I asked.
The information at its disposal, he could have exposed the truth about the body double at any time. And Sean's true identity with it.
President Wang was more agile than I'd anticipated. He blocked my first knife thrust with something soft.
That when the horn came off?
By the time the piece I'd broken off hit the snow, my next strike had hit its mark.
So it was Canis who tore the horn off the Taurosaurus doll.
I was the only one present to hear his final words. The only one who knew the truth about his son. Well, me and that poor pup.
Okay, they remained in contact. So you were able to continue communicating with him from prison?
I was, via post office box. What's that?
It's a means of exchanging mail without revealing one's own address.
I
I knew where he was, and I wasn't able to slip out and track him down. I was being kept under rather strict supervision, you see.
By Warden Lagarde, no doubt. What were the two of you even communicating about? Oh, fuck! That's why they were interested in the correspondent chess person. Wait! No, it wasn't Shelly. It was Bronco Knight and Rook. Knight and Rook were the two missing kids. Oh my god. And then Gusteau's kid killed Frost Kid, who was the good guy. I see. It's all coming together. Full circle. We're getting answers.
That and griping about our respective lots in life.
Correspondence chess? But didn't you use that to play with...
As unlikely as it may seem, Mr. Canis' chess opponent was...
Mr. Knight? Yeah, it was Mr. Knight.
Found the diagram of the game in his cell, too. Sent to Bronco Knight by Bodhidharma Canis, printed rather than handwritten. So, does that mean Knight had something to do with all this IS-7 business? Is the kid. Wait, could that be it? Do we have any evidence that might connect Knight to the IS-7 incident? What next? Rook? No. Pawn to d6? Yeah, the ring. Wait! But Knight's dead, so who's in the red raincoat? Knight was killed, so who's in the red raincoat? He was killed. So who could be in the red raincoat then? Because Red Raincoat's still alive after Bronco Knight died because they got K. Oh boy. Alright, anyway, we need the chess set for this particular thing that we're doing. This is everything Knight left behind. Could there be a clue in here somewhere? A ring and a chess set. Which one should we look at more closely? The ring. Ring.
What about it, Mr. Edgeworth?
Mr. Fender, take a closer look at it if you would.
That design.
That's Paul Hillig's trademark. Mark! Indeed, it looks like somebody turned the stamp he used to sign his work with into a ring. But why would Knight have him carrying it? And why was it not with the rest of the evidence from the IS-7 incident?
He tried to release Frost's personal effects to his next of kin after the case wound down.
If I remember rightly,
Old Frosty Boy didn't have any family aside from his kid. And the kid was missing, so they never got to hand it back to him. Not till later, anyhow. I heard on the grapevine that they found him in the end and gave him the goods.
wait. Maybe Knight took it from Rook? Including the seal, it would seem, which he turned into a ring and wore until his own death. Bucket chest set and then... Huh, I definitely thought it was the other way around. Okay. So we're saying Mr. Knight was Mr. Frost's son? Cops don't mess around with stuff like that. They would have made sure before handing it over. And we were looking for somebody connected to the IS-7 incident who played Correspondence Chess, right? Yeah, that makes sense with Knight. Wait, so our secret string puller is Bronco Knight, but he's dead. Knight is dead. How could he possibly be involved in our current case? Far out. So our only candidate for Genius Mastermind is a guy who already kicked the bucket? That's impossible. How can a dead guy be behind all this? It's a little perplexing, but then, what else could it be? Stopped hearing from him and he couldn't help but worry. He stopped responding. That seems strange. I'm glad you agree. Emma did too, of course. The big scary mutt really said that? What, like woof woof? That's barking mad? He does not need to talk in order for me to hear him, my dear. Doesn't? Well, okay, then let me ask you something. That look he's giving me, the super intense, kind of scary glare, he's not trying to say he's hungry, is he? He might be. He might be? Mr. Edgeworth, help! He really isn't fond of Cadis's pet, it seems. Yes, there's a good boy. Now where was I? Ah, of course, I suddenly stopped hearing from the pup. And then people started cropping up all over the place. Does all seem like a little too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? An attempt was made on the life of the man who was pretending to be President Wang all these years. Warden Lagarde murdered Bronco Knight while he was being held at the prison she ran. Because he was the Correspondence Chess person, and she was like, oh, fuck no. Excelsius Winner, chairman of the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, murdered Rosie Ringer. The more I think back, the more it seemed at the time that some mysterious other presence was lurking behind all those incidents. Yes, even from behind bars, it was rather obvious that something strange was going on. But Rook's also dead. Piqued his curiosity, so he temporarily took his freedom. You thought you'd temporarily regain your freedom? Could you be any more brazen? Yeah, even a thief would struggle to get away with something like, I thought I'd temporarily steal it. Fear not, nobody was injured in the course of my escape. It wasn't necessary after all. I have my ways. Let's leave it at that, shall we? Leave it at... No, wait, pal, you escaped. I ought to arrest you right now. There'll be no need for that, detective. As soon as my business is concluded, I'll return home to my cell. Are you serious? Prison isn't supposed to be some place you can just stroll in and out of when you please. Strange that you should say that. Weren't you the one who strolled in to try and dig into my past only recently? You. Agent Lang, Detective Gumshoe. I need to be able to question Mr. Canis further. Could you both try to remain calm for now? Sure thing, sir. Kinda knew you were gonna say that. Fine, but I'm not taking my eyes off of you, dog man, not even for a second here. I did so used to enjoy typing out my little letters in Braille. Used to type it out in Braille.
Hold it!
Braille? That's how you wrote all of them? That's right, I have the tools to do so in my cell. Huh, so you have to use special tools? I never thought about it before, but I guess that makes sense. And what exactly did you write about, if you don't mind my asking? Oh, this and that, general chit-chat, and chess moves, of course. You wrote the chess moves in Braille, too. That's interesting. Sent to Bronco Knight by Canis, printed rather than handwritten.
Bronco Knight's game was not sent to him in Braille, so there must be another person, another intermediary in between the red raincoat person who may be using Knight to do the chess games to respond to Canis. So whoever this person is must be bad at chess. I don't know. Speaking of chess moves, how does that piece you carved yourself move, the dog? Perhaps we can talk about that later. For now, I'd like to know what happened when the letters stopped.
I sat in my cell and tried to imagine where he might have gone. Okay, no, I still don't get it. Who does he mean? Who's this pup he keeps talking about?
Indeed, it seems that not even Mr. Canis knows his true identity. So we should focus on what we do know, that there was a connection between the two of them. Which was the chess. Particularly interested in how that connection was maintained. Thing is, the one that was received is not in Braille, so I think that's what we gotta go with here. This is handwritten. You said that you wrote all of your letters in Braille, is that correct?
I don't mean to be rude, Mr. Prosecutor, but you do know about my condition, don't you?
That's odd, because the chess diagram we found in Knight's cell didn't contain any Braille at all.
Really? But surely that's impossible.
How so, exactly? Maybe someone typed Mr. Canis' letters out on purpose? Meaning there may have been some sort of intermediary between the two of them.
So then...
Mr. Canis says he wrote his letters in Braille, and yet the letters received by Mr. Knight contain no Braille at all. It suggests that there must be a third party who typed Mr. Canis' letters out. Guess it could have worked the same way on the flip side, too, right? Whoever it was could have taken Knight's letter and turned them back into Braille? Yeah. It could indeed. Letter from Canis retyped by Mastermind and then sent him on to Bronco Knight. I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Mr. Canis, the answers you received.
They were written in Braille too, yes.
Yeah, Bronco Knight definitely wasn't doing that.
So, some mysterious middle person really was retyping Bronkster's missives? And that same person
might well be our secret string puller. Wait, you're trying to say there's another hidden mastermind behind this whole thing? So who's this new one? Bronco Knight, son of Artie Frost, is already dead. So it must be the son of Carmela Gusteau. He was such a sweet little kid! What the fuck happened? Became such a dickhead. But what if the other child from the incident 18 years ago was actually who we've been looking for? Carmelo Gusteau's son? But who is he, and where is he? Could still be Shelly to kill her, honestly. But Shelly looks pretty old, but also, that's a zipper on his face? Shelly's a dude of many faces. So this is Artie Frost's kid, huh? Alright. Knight was Frost's son. Gusteau's son would have to be... Oh, Rook? But I thought Rook's dead! Yeah, we were saying that it would make sense if it was the two of them, but Rook's supposed to be dead. Known him since we were kids, when both of us were all alone. He doesn't have any family, you see, just like me. Him, but surely not. What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? You're white as a sheet. Of course, it all makes sense. You know exactly who our so-called mastermind is. What? Who? You have to tell us! I can hardly believe it, but it's somebody we know rather well. The person we've been looking for is...
I mean, it would be Rook, but I don't have Rook. I think. It's not Shelly, is it? That'd be fucking weird. Oh my god, I'm so... Who said that back then? Was it Shelly? I don't think there's anyone else it could be. I don't know. No way, they're the one behind all this, but I think back everything that's happened, that doesn't seem to fit at all. Nope. Of course it doesn't. Because they're not, in fact, the one who was behind all this. Think about this more carefully. Gusteau's son would be...
Franco's his best friend in the whole world. His only friend.
No way! No way! No! No! Not our boy! No! No! Only one person it can be. You're the one who kidnapped Kay? You were so nice! I saved you! You're the one manipulating everybody? The circus is hard times.
Take that!
It's Simone. Has to be the person behind all this. The person who forced Chairman Winter's hand by sending the letter to Rosie Ringer. The person who kidnapped Sean and bugged Kay and myself. The person who did the strangest thing of all. Drugged Kay and carried her up to the roof of the big building. It was the monster. What? Did you really just say what I thought you did? Yes, the monster. It was the key to unmasking our mastermind. Oh, I almost forgot. We're doing a new show soon. I'd love it if you could come, Mr. Edgeworth. There's Maximilian. I'll be joining Regina on stage for this one.
That's right. The Very Big Circus is the biggest, most fabulous event in town. You'll have oodles of fun.
It's Lloyd. Could I ask a favor?
Hello, me? What kind of favor?
Told us you recorded the sound of the Taurosaurus breathing fire. Proof? What kind of proof? Did you capture something on your tape recorder, perhaps?
Oh, you're good, Ruffles. Sharper than a gosh dang tack. I captured the sound of that big old beastie breathing fire is what I captured. Sure did. Like I said, I didn't precisely see the guy, but boy did I hear him.
Can we listen to the tape?
You surely can. Let's see now.
That's it. That sound. It must be what I think it is. My theory has to be correct. Truth about the monster, the identity of the person behind all this. It's all falling into place. His heart. You saw a giant eye at the window of the storeroom, did you not?
Yup, snapped me a picture of it too, even if you can't rightly see it so well.
Can't see it right now, but... Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir! Your image analyzer, can we borrow it again? Sure, but what do you want to look at, sir? This photograph right here.
Gotcha, I'm on it.
The clue we're looking for must be here, we just have to find it. What?
See, I done told y'all. Torosaurus has his own dang self.
Yes, there it is at last. The monster commanded by the architect of this whole scheme.
Monster? You're finally ready to admit it? That he's dang well real? The big bad bull himself?
No, because that isn't Torosaurus at all. It's the eye of a different giant beast entirely. Take a look at this if you would.
The very big circus flyer? Oh wait, look.
Yeah, it's the lion. See it? The enormous lion balloon? That's the real monster. And the sound Miss Lloyd thought was the creature breathing fire?
Oh, come on, you're really gonna bring me crashing down to Earth like that?
That's how balloons fly, huh? They burn gas to make hot air? Yup. They do, and our culprit was able to use that balloon to carry Kay up to the roof of the big building without ever going near the elevator.
So this culprit, they've got something to do with the circus?
Circus worker, fan of the Bronxster, son of Gusteau. Whoa, you're not serious. Forgot to mention trainee animal tamer. It's hard to believe. But he's the one who's been pulling the strings this whole time. That's right, Simone Saint is the one behind all this.
Simone? But everything? Really? I don't believe you. We trusted him and he trusted us. You can't tell me that was all lies. That would be too horrible.
Sorry, Kay. Who was that?
Hey! What do you think you're doing, old man? Nothing escapes you, does it, young pup? My congratulations, Mr. Edgeworth. But now that I know the truth, my business here is done.
What? No, Mr. Canis, wait! They're off to go kill Simone. Damn it, he disappeared!
You okay, Mr. Edgeworth?
Don't worry, I'm fine. But...
Damn you!
You alright, Sean?
He killed my dad. He did, right?
There's no easy way to say it, but... Sorry, Sean. It would appear that he did.
He won't get away with it. I'll make him pay.
Somehow, someway, I'll...
No, Sean. You mustn't say such things. I'm sorry, Mr. Edgeworth. You'll have to forgive us both.
I just put the call out, sir. All units are on the lookout for Mr. Canis. I don't mean to hurry everybody, but we'd better be on our way too. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, where do you think we'll find our mastermind? Sunshine Coliseum. Suppose you're right. We should go after the mastermind right now. He said he had to practice for the show, which I guess means he'll be at the circus. Before we leave, there's something I'd like to ask you, Agent Lang. There is? What? Once a beast has been sighted, the next step is to plan its capture. When we arrive, there's something we'll need to try and find as a matter of priority. Detective, I'd like you to look into something that's been bothering me about Sean's kidnapping. Yes, sir.
I want to help too, Mr. Edgeworth.
Good. There's somebody I'd like you to try and contact. The Saint really is our mastermind. We're going to need this person's help. Shelley? Shelley's very interested in the mastermind. He's just like, you fucker, you set me up. How dare you? My professionalism is on the line. Between our many encounters, I never suspected a thing, even though he was right there in front of me. I messed up. There's no other way of putting it. But I'm going to put things right once and for all. I had no idea either. It didn't even cross my mind that it could have been him. But it makes sense. He was Bronco's friend, as they pointed out. Alright, we're saving. I take another quick little break. Oh man, the ads just ran. Okay, I'm not gonna make you guys sit through ads again, but I will put you on the break screen. So I will be right back. All on the first day. Then some people, all you got was a lettuce and mayo sandwich, and it was awful.
Oh shit, me, going to 1.
Choco, go to 2.
We're moving.
Oh my gosh.
I got at white. I got at white.
Oh fuck, I'm dead. I can't.
Got it.
Good try.
Little early.
I got him.
I'm gonna die for Uckmorn here, though.
Shit. Oh my god, the 1% is killing me.
Just unload, just unload.
Go, 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 go!
Oh god.
Oh my god.
Just unload.
Yes! Oh my god!
Yeah.
What?
I'll take it!
What?
I'll take it!
What happened?
Yeah.
Rude! Ah! I won't be able to spot a squat like this. What the heck's going on around here? Running for the hills! No pets or other animals allowed in the courtroom. Help here. I need a savior to rescue me from this crisis. Great, thanks, I hate it. What the? What are you doing up there? Mr. Sholmes? Why are you wearing the tiara? It's fine. We're friends.
Really? Of course.
Don't make it weird.
Not one drop more. Let's make ourselves comfortable, shall we?
He's gonna make it weird. This is gonna be funny.
It's like a shot since you
Cheerio, Scout. Hope you're settling into your solo camping adventure. Don't be disheartened if you can't find a needy ghost immediately. I intentionally picked a safe island that's not too haunted. When you finally find a ghost, try to help it make peace with itself, and when you do it, you'll finally graduate to 2nd degree. Signed, Scoutmaster Blake. P.S. I'll write to you every day, unless I get busy. 1 common log cabin, large potted plant. Okay. Sir? Scoutmaster Blake. Hi. Hi. Hello. Parfait here. You certainly did not send me to a relatively unhaunted island where I might take me a little bit to find a ghost friend. You in fact sent me to a very haunted island of bears. Sir, one that curses people and traps them here. So thanks for that.
And balloon! There you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Gay Tornado. Just call me Gaydu, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon!
This is exactly Dr. Lupin's type of character. What a way to capture your audience's attention! I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Judge? Can we talk about which balloons you're referring to? Money. No smoking! Smoking is bad! Alright, I'm back, chat. And so is this cat here. Being very needy, asking for many things, but also not wanting to be held. Alright, bye, Trico. Just like, where's my attention? I know. You're so needy, cat. Okay. Alright, so let's continue.
April 6th, 5:30 p.m. Very big circus. Big top.
Oh, hi, Mr. Edgeworth.
You guys come to watch the show? Hello, Miss Berry, Mr. Saint. You're a little early, I'm afraid. We're still practicing. But I'm glad you kept your promise. Yes, I remember you giving me this. I'm gonna see Maximilian. Look at him, being all stylish. That's so great! You're gonna have so much fun! I think even you'll be surprised, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh. I think you've surprised me enough for one day already.
What are you talking about?
Would you mind looking at this photograph, Miss Berry? That's the eye painted on the balloon you used to advertise the circus, correct?
Oh, yeah, what is this exactly?
I have a strong suspicion the balloon was used by the criminal we've been looking for.
You do?
Who's usually in charge of the balloon, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, that would be Simone. But wait, you don't mean...
Mr. Saint? You took the balloon out late the other night, didn't you? Sure, I was practicing. I'm still pretty bad at flying it, so I needed to put in some extra hours. At night? When it would have been even more difficult than usual. Strange time to decide to practice. But why else would I have taken the balloon out? What are you saying? But you weren't practicing at all. You were taking an unconscious Kay to the top of the big building. In order to frame her for the murder of Rosie Ringer. Security cameras never recorded Kay taking the elevator up to the roof. Which means she must have gotten there another way. The sky. The only person able to make that happen would have been you. But, Mr. Edgeworth, I don't understand. That's not all you did. You also attacked Sean at the garbage disposal area, drugged him, and carried him away. That's why you were late for the hearing at the courthouse, wasn't it? I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Why would I do any of those things? Please, you have to believe me. I'd never, ever do anything like that. Wish I could believe you, but I can't. Any trust I had you has been completely destroyed. That's horrible. Why would you say that? You told me back in the jail. You said you believed I was innocent.
You don't have to worry about that. We're friends. We know what it's like to be in your shoes. We're all part of the same club after all, right, Mr. Edgeworth?
Fortunately so, I'm afraid. Thank you for sharing such personal details with us. At the sound of it, you had little reason to kill Knight. If anything, you're the one most affected by his passing. What's more, I simply don't believe a person as gentle as you is capable of murder. Rest assured, we believe you, and we will get you out of here. This is just awful. I never thought you'd lie to me. We didn't lie, I swear, Simone, we said you knew what it was like to be me. We trusted you. It hurts, Kay. It hurts so much. I'm... Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, this is Simone we're talking about. He's not a bad person. See it now. That's your strategy, isn't it, with everybody? You root out their psychological weakness and exploit them. And without even realizing it, they wind up doing exactly what you want them to. Exactly the behavior one would expect from the Ark manipulator behind all our recent troubles. I was too blind to see it before, but you won't fool me again. Simone Saint, you are guilty of crimes too numerous to mention. Oh, so that's how you want to play it, huh? You always did have the courage of your convictions, I guess. Luckily, grinding people's self-belief into dust is kind of a hobby of mine. Oh, okay. You do have those animals wrapped around his finger.
Now he's an evil clown. Great, I hate it. Well done, all of you. Well, this is certainly a side of him we haven't seen before. So much for the trainee animal tamer who wouldn't hurt a fly. I guess that was all an act. But I'm glad we're finally getting to meet the real you.
Simone, this can't be true. Can it?
Truth lies. What does it matter?
Huh?
All you need to know is that Mr. Edgeworth here has made me very mad indeed. Now he's gonna pay. He was just out practicing. Sure, I went up in the balloon a couple of nights ago, but I was just practicing. I guess somebody took that picture when I flew by the big building. I fly around the area doing promo stuff for the circus all the time. Nothing to see here, Miles. Nothing at all. So you go up in the balloon reasonably often? Yeah, promoting the circus, like I said. Is that true, Miss Berry?
Well, it's true that Simone's job to go up in the balloon and spread the word. I guess just about everybody in the area would have seen him up there by now.
Well, that same balloon was used in the commission of a crime. Nonsense! I just happened to be in the area where it happened. Somebody took a picture when I was floating past the big building, that's all. I'll be the judge of whether you just happened to be nearby, thank you very much. This balloon, do you usually launch it from here at the circus? No, you need a wide open space. There's a park over by Sunshine Coliseum. That's where I usually take off from. I see. And how do you get the balloon to the park to launch it? Not by hand, that's for sure. That thing must weigh a few hundred pounds. It's kind of impressive that it can even get off of the ground now that I think about it. I'd prefer it if you didn't change the subject. How do you transport the balloon? Give a guy a break, will ya? It's not like I was getting miles off track. Sheesh. I use a truck, okay? You just load it onto the back and away you go. I know the truck. Truck, you say? Yeah, last time I took it out would have been 2 days ago. That could be important. I better keep it in mind. Last time he took the truck out would have been the day before last. So just to confirm, the truck hasn't been anywhere else since then? Why would you need to confirm that? I just told you, didn't I? Answer the question. Or are you trying to avoid this one too? That was a cheap shot, even for you. If I say something, you don't need to confirm it, because I just said it. See how that works? But since you insist, the truck's been parked out back since the day before last. Bullshit. And the balloon was still loaded on the back, basket and all. Now explain to me why that even matters. That is indeed a balloon basket. Not right now. I think I'll just thank you for giving me a straight answer for once and leave it there. So he means to insist that the truck has been parked here since 2 days ago. I think you might have let more slip there than you realize, Mr. Saint. You done? Alright, as I was saying. Somebody took that picture when you flew by the building. So you're saying you just happened to fly past somebody with a camera too? Yeah, I get it. I'm starting to understand how you think, Miles. Next you'll say something like, there's no way that was a coincidence, right? Then it's down to the slippery slope to there's no such thing as coincidences. Now there's a scary thought.
That's not what Mr. Edgeworth was saying at all. Why can't you just...
Don't play into his hands, Kay. He's deliberately trying to frustrate us. He's hoping that by needling us, he'll be able to avoid the question. And why do you think he'd be trying to do that? Because he's a clown? No, because he's got something to hide? Precisely. So we can't let up. We have to stay on the offensive. But we have to remain calm while doing so.
Gotcha.
Hey Simone, this highly capable prosecutor's assistant has a question for you. Are you trying to tell us you just happened to fly past the big building? He's right, you know. I wasn't going to answer. But you're so bad at this, Kay, I guess I'd better throw you a bone. Flies around doing promo stuff all the time. You're in charge of both the promotional work and the balloon is used for and the balloon itself. Is that correct? You don't believe a word I say, do you? But it's true. Ask the boss. Right, boss?
Yep, Simone's in charge of keeping it clean and making sure it's all working properly and everything. I don't think anybody ever touches it except for him. Not lately, anyhow.
Interesting. I think we can safely say he was in the balloon when it was photographed the other night. If he's our mastermind, there are parts of his plan he would have had to carry out today, too. Perhaps we need to dig into those a little more. Why the big silence? It's not like this is tricky stuff to process. It was a balloon, it was flying through the sky like balloons do. End of story. Nothing to see here. Is that so? Not only were you flying at night, multiple crimes were committed on that same evening. You expect me to believe that there's nothing to see, as you put it? Are you trying to provoke me, Miles? It's not very nice, you know, starting fights with people. I'm a clown. We're all about smiles, not frowns. He's certainly skilled at steering the conversation away from the topic at hand. That's not going to help him. I just have to stay on the attack. We don't know a whole lot about this balloon just yet. I think we should try and learn a little more about it. We're gonna save. All right. Was it this truck? Was this your truck? This truck. It wouldn't happen to be blue by any chance. Huh? So what if it is? We happened to see a blue truck ourselves just today. One with a large basket loaded on the back. That was the truck you told us about. Your statement about it not having moved in 2 days is a lie. Emma! My girl! Agent Lang, Emma.
Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth, at last! I've been trying to find you ever since we wrapped up the case yesterday. Kay sent me a message saying you were here, so I came right away.
And I found what you asked me to go look for. It was loaded onto a truck in the parking lot out back. A blue truck. Lion hot air balloon. Smaller balloon used for promotional purposes. Saint is in charge of it and drives it around on the back of a truck. Well, well. I think that truck might be the one we saw earlier today. In fact, I'm almost certain of it. What, just because it's blue, like a million other trucks? What makes you so sure it's the exact same one? No, I saw it too. It's the same one for sure. Huh? What's the matter, Mr. Edgeworth? It wasn't me. Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence. Are you fucking mimicking me? Worthless are the words of a man who can't back up his claims with evidence. Wow, you sound just like him. Show me. I demand proof. Must be able to prove it somehow. It's the same truck, I'm sure of it. Huh? What are you doing, Mr. Edgeworth? Why are you touching the truck? The engine's cold, which means it's been here for a while. No way, you can tell just from that? What can I use to prove it's the same truck? Fingerprint dusting, because I touched it. I'd like to have the truck dusted for fingerprints. Huh? Why would you want to do that? Because I expect to find a certain very specific set of prints. And if I do, that will prove beyond all doubt that it's this truck I saw in front of the big building. These prints will prove it was the truck we saw. His. Yours? Think you're gonna find your own prints on there? I do, because I put my hand on your truck when I saw it in front of the big building. Let's see what we can find, shall we? Emma, could you lend us your scientific skills one more time? That's why I'm here. One moment, please. Alrighty, take it away, Mr. Edgeworth. Huh? Me? Of course, who else did you think was going to do it? Don't worry, it's easy. I'll show you how. Fine. Though I don't see why you can't do it yourself. So just spread the powder over the area you want to search for prints, like this. Moving the cursor around, pressing space will allow me to dust the area with powder. It sticks to fingerprints, so once you found one, make sure to dump plenty on there. And then blow away the excess. Throw it away. Yeah, with your mouth. Like this, like that. Blowing away with tea should remove any excess powder. Alright. Alright, you got that? Yes, thank you. Now to try it for real. Oh, there's no such thing as too much powder, by the way. Go crazy. That's it. That's a nice clean print you got there. Can we compare it to my prints right away? Yep, leave it to me. That confirms it. It's Mr. Edgeworth's print, all right. And with that, another lie is exposed. Yeah. So, what were you doing in the truck? Yeah, just driving around for fun, you know. Kay was abducted 2 nights ago, and your balloon was sighted nearby. And today another abduction, this time involving a truck supposedly used to transport garbage. And your truck was sighted nearby. Objection. Coincidence, nothing more. You want me to believe you were near the scene of 2 separate abductions simply by chance? Let's be honest, you were involved in both. What makes you think they were even connected? A certain very important piece of evidence, that's what. Oh, this should be good. What connects Kay and Sean's abductions? The sedative used. Kay was drugged with a dose of powerful sedative, and a bottle of sedative was found right where Sean was being held captive. The very same brand, no less. Ha! You try something like this. So it's the same sedative was used, so what? Does that mean everything's connected? You know as well as I do that doesn't prove anything for sure. We must have something. Must be a piece of evidence that can tie him to both crimes. Cops, prosecutors, you, Miles, you're all the same at the end of the day. You force the evidence to fit the crime, or you flat out make it up, just as long as somebody goes to jail. You're no different from a certain other evidence tamperer we've had the misfortune of meeting. No, I'm nothing like him. Then show me! Hit me with your killer piece of evidence. You must have one, right? It's no use. I don't have anything that can tie him directly to both kidnappings. Okay, you about done here, Miles? No more cheap shots left to fire? Great, well I have to show to be rehearsing for us, if you don't mind. Bender, always coming in clutch, that's a bro. Hey, come on now, you two. There's no need to get all hot under the collar. Wouldn't want your good looks running down your face now, would we, Simone, old pal? Well, what are you sticking your nose in for? Hey, I just sense the vibe getting a little harsh and heavy, yeah? Thought I ought to lighten the mood. Help me out here, Kay. Lift our spirits a little dose of the old great thief magic. You don't have to tell me twice. Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can do Simone's voice. Here goes! Objection! What do you take this seriously, will you? Thought you could do with some running a little interference for you, Master. Oh, thought you could do with somebody running a little interference for you, Master. Not the most ethical approach, I know, but again, Kay, again. Don't worry about whether or not this is the right thing to do later. It's my last chance to try and prove a connection between Mr. Saint and his crimes. Let's forget the kidnappings for now. Is there anything else that suggests that he is our mastermind? Of course. Canis was looking for our secret string puller too. A young pup, as he called him. I could prove that Mr. Saint was that same young pup. Perhaps. But what evidence do I have that might point to him being involved in the scenes? Red Raincoat planted this inside Kei's Yatagarasu pin. The signals. Maybe the signals. I'm kind of leaning towards these two. I don't know why. Because I mean, the odds of them doing this are pretty. It's a crapshoot, really. Not good odds. If we present the bug, maybe we could find the receiver for it. Like the. But we would have to search him in his person. And these are the signals that were intercepted. Where you could hear things, maybe. Man, I don't know. Let's just try it. This is it. This proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that you're involved in this case. Nope, it doesn't. Can't say I'm not intrigued. Alright, join the dots. With pleasure. Now if you look here and then hold this like this. Oh no, 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 Mr. Edgeworth, that's all wrong. Totally wrong. Yep, nope. Didn't have to join in, K. There has to be something. That's here somewhere, I'm sure of it. Something that proves link between our current case and the secret string puller. Our current case and the string puller. Hey, that Black Bear. How's it going? How's the case coming along? We have our bad guy. We have our big bad. We're just trying to figure out how to nail him. And I'm so disappointed, by which I mean sad, about who the big bad is. Because I'm like, no, he seems so nice. But apparently he's a giant dickbag. So, all clowns suck. That's the takeaway. This, maybe? This letter was sent by our mysterious mastermind, I'm sure of it. He thought he was in the clear from when you last saw him? So did I! And then I was just like, ain't no way. No way! But he kinda sucks. I just don't have enough to prove it yet. Let's see. Okay. Guess we could maybe sing a song? Come on, at least try to hide the fact that you're playing for time. Ugh, amateurs. Look at that evil-ass clown. Who looks like that?
Oh, I love to sing. Won't you sing with me? We'll sing and be merry and be happy and free.
Yeah, that voice is giving me goosebumps. Not a good. Oh yeah, wait, hold on. She's imitating him.
Oh, I love to sing.
Won't you sing with me? We'll sing and be merry and be happy and free. Not in a good way. Stop! Stop! They're imitating each other. The bunch of weirdos. This isn't going to buy us much time. I have to hurry. Must be another piece of evidence that ties Mr. Saint to this case. What evidence do I have that might point him to being behind the scenes? Correspondence chess? I think you and Mr. Knight were both communicating with this person, Mr. Canis. Yeah, Yatagarasu,
And that same person.
Might well be our secret string puller. That's right. Our mastermind was involved in Canis and Knight's correspondence chess exchanges. I can prove that Mr. Saint was the hidden intermediary between the two of them. Alright, that's enough. This is getting painful. You don't have anything, and I have to practice for the show, so if you don't mind... Thank you, Mr. Fender. I can take it from here. I can't take any more of your interventions. Ooh, just look at that face. Yeah, I like it. Malzarito's back in the game for sure. I'm Simone the funny clown. Look at me, I'm, juggling. Okay, you can stop now. Mr. Saint, you're a fan of chess, I take it? Huh? Where did that come from? Chess? Sure, I don't hate it. A secret string puller was playing correspondence chess with Mr. Canis. I thought Bronco was the one playing that chess with Canis. You're saying he was your so-called mastermind? No, it wasn't him. Whoever it was went on manipulating events even after Knight's death. Take a look at this letter, if you would. Who do you think could have written it? I believe was the person who had inserted himself between Mr. Canis and Knight. Can you think that person was me? Why would I go to all that trouble? That's crazy. To make it appear that the two men were connected and communicating directly with one another. The very fact that led to Fifi Lagarde to murder him.
What? You're saying he set that up to try and get Mr. Knight killed?
Listen to yourself. What do you think I am? Some kind of evil puppet master? I mean, you are an animal trainer. You are a kind of puppet master regardless. Look at that! Who does that? You've seen me. I can barely even get the animals to do what I want. That's not barely. You see what he's doing that? Especially with that cat? Cats don't put up with that shit. If we could find one of the letters he passed between Knight and Canis, it would prove the connection, but beyond a doubt. I'd like to have your room searched. I believe we might find... letters? He won't, trust me. What? Once I'm done with something, I put it straight in the trash. Guess I'm not the sentimental type. Well, I get hung up on the past, right? Ugh. Must have disposed of any incriminating items in order to cover his tracks. Guess you went in without evidence you needed once again, huh? That's a bad habit, you know. So this doesn't prove anything either. You've fallen short yet again. What do we do now? Are we out of options? You accuse me of betraying my friend and you don't even have any proof? You're despicable. Who was that?
Oh, hi.
Miss Barry? What does she want?
Sorry, it's just, I was thinking about what you were saying, and this Knight person? You mean Bronco, right? Simone's friend?
Yes, what of it? Does she know something?
A letter came from him this morning for Simone.
What? What did you? How's that possible? Knight is dead. Miss Barry, we need to see this letter right away.
Sure, here you go.
Let's open it up, shall we? It's another correspondence chess letter. Here's my next move. Pawn to g6. Anybody else smell checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose, but you are never going to beat me, not at chess. The next move from the game with Mr. Canis. Can anybody smell my checkmate? Can't wait to see your face when you lose, but you are never going to beat me, not at chess. It's postmarked the 26th of March, the day before Knight died. Guess must have gotten held up en route.
Well, we do move around a lot. It's part of being a traveling circus. Our mail arrives late all the time.
Interesting that it's addressed directly to you, Mr. Saint. Ah! This is it, isn't it? The proof we needed that you were the one facilitating Mr. Canis and Knight's games. One of the letters you would have transcribed into Braille, in order to create the illusion that they were somehow connected. Curse you, Bronco! You're still getting in my way even now? I hate you! I hate you!
Simone, how could you? Mr. Knight was your only friend.
We weren't friends. I stopped thinking he was my friend 18 years ago. Because his dad betrayed your dad? Right around the time of the IS-7 incident, in other words. I nearly froze to death because of him. I was just about to head out and meet my dad at the contest, but then Bronco showed up. Pinned me down and tied me up. Was crying the whole time, whining on and on. Right, because he's Gusteau's kid. Yeah. I'm sorry, but my dad says I have to do this, and if I don't do what he says, he's so scary.
Stop it, Bronco! Stop it! I have to go meet my dad, I promised! If I'm not there to taste his candy for him, he'll be so upset! He needs me. If I don't go, he won't be able to show everybody he's the best in the world!
But no, he locked me in the car with him. Two of us nearly died. Thought he could get out, but when he tried the door, it was frozen shut. We were trapped. And that's how I lost my dad. You lost your dad? Yeah, Bronco's dad killed mine. He was the son of a murderer. What does he mean? It doesn't match up with what we know at all. Wait, hold on. If he was the one that was tied up... He's supposed to be... Gusteau's kid, because his dad can't taste anything. Right? So he would have been the one who's tied up, and the other one we thought was Frost Kid, and we thought Bronco was Frost Kid, and that's why Bronco had Paul Halik's stamp. But he's saying that Frost killed Gusteau? He thinks that's what happened? Simone, the victim in the IS-7 incident, was a guy named Artie Frost. Yeah, that was my dad's name. So you're Frost Kid? But I thought you were the one... I'm so lost. Wait, hold on. It is true. In the picture we were looking at from Canis' perspective, Frost Kid was the one that was tied up, which was weird, I think. Yeah, that is weird. Wait, so what really happened? My memories got kind of scrambled that day. What little I remembered was pretty mixed up. I didn't find out until later. And my dad was murdered. Murderer was a man named Carmelo Gusteau, an affectioner. Really? I never knew Bronco's father's name. Or maybe I chose not to remember. Ugh, just thinking about the sicko that killed my dad turns my stomach. Mr. Saint, are you sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? But then how did Bronco get the ring? Because the police were supposed to be pretty thorough about that. They probably would have blood tested. Are his memories scrambled up? Does he not know he's actually the other son? Is that potentially it? No, but he said he was the one who was tied up. I'm so confused. Sure you didn't know the name of the murderer until just now? You think I'd sit on it if I did? No, I'd have reported in the police straight away. All I knew was that Bronco's dad tricked my dad. And that's how I knew my dad was the one who was killed that day. All he knows is that Bronco's dad tricked his dad. Bronco was a traitor. He helped his father murder mine. He was the son of a cold-blooded killer. He deserved to die. I'm sorry, Mr. Saint, but you've made a mistake. Big one. A mistake? What do you mean? Artie Frost was a sculptor. He'd been working in France not so long before the murder, under the name Paul Halik. So I hear, but I don't remember anything about that. I wish I could. Well, I'm afraid it's only natural that you don't, because he wasn't your father. Huh? This is your idea of a joke? Well, it's not funny. Not at all. You're right, it's not. But you need to know the uncomfortable truth. This is the piece of evidence that proves you're not Artie Frost's son, because Knight had Malik's personal effects.
Take that!
Huh? Bronco's chess set? And a ring? Yes, take a look at the ring for me, if you would. What does the engraving on it tell you? It's 2 letters, right? It is. This is the seal with which Paul Halik used to mark his works. And it was found next to Artie Frost's body 18 years ago. But why would Bronco have a memento of my father? Because that was Bronco's dad, not yours. They checked. Police looked for Frost's son for a long time, and eventually they found him. The ring was handed over to the man they were able to prove was his child, Bronco Knight. What? But that's not... That would mean I was... Precisely. But you are, in fact, the son of Carmelo Gusteau. No! That can't be... My dad was... I remember, don't I? Yeah, because the photo was the other way around. The kid who's not tied up is Frost's son. The one who's tied up is Gusteau's son. So if he was the one who was tied up, he's Gusteau's son. That makes sense. Bronco tied me up and locked me in the car. It was his fault I lost my dad. He deserved to die, didn't he? No, actually, your dad killed his. No way, so I get to see your circus thing even though I'm in jail? Chirico into box. Yeah, he a good boy. Did Bronco save him? Maybe. I don't know. He's looking forward to the next move in our little chess game. So the show's just the icing on top. Yeah, think you'll enjoy it. I will, and hey, come back soon, okay? I'll be mulling over my next move in the meantime. Oh, speaking of which, I put a little something in your chess set. But you can take a look at it later. A little something? No idea what that might be, but thanks. You hadn't detained me 18 years ago. I wouldn't have had to. Been like this. Huh? You say something? Me? Oh, it was nothing. Bye, Bronco. Farewell. We did all that, and now you're telling me that it was my father who killed Broncos? Yep. Then what was all this for? I didn't want to end up dead too. Didn't want to be weak and vulnerable. That's why I tried to be like Canis. Why I stayed in touch with him all these years. And there we have it. The truth at last. Mr. Saint, you were Mr. Canis' correspondence chess partner. And you were the one manipulating events this whole time. You're right, it was me all along. At last he's finally telling the truth. I was the one who witnessed the murder 12 years ago, but you knew that already. President's assassination, just as we thought. Which means he's the one who drew the picture. And they knew it too, that's why. The guard kept questioning me, day in and day out. I got so I couldn't face what I knew the next day would bring. I was a nervous wreck. Who could blame me for wanting to get out of there? I imagined it wasn't as easy as simply running away. Winter would have sent his men after you. No matter where I went, they were on me. I never stopped coming. 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Couldn't sleep at night. Even the smallest noise had me chasing shadows. Drove me crazy. So I joined the circus. At least that way, moving from place to place was part of the job. Yeah, that would drive somebody nuts. My whole life I've been up against the chief prosecutor and the warden of a prison. No regular person could hope to stand up to people like that. The time I was a child, I had nobody. And they weren't even the worst of it. The body double was behind it all, controlling everything. May have been a fake, but he was the president of an entire country. What did I have? There's only one person I could turn to. Canis. The man who saved my life. It wasn't like Bronco. He really did want to help me. That's quite a claim, considering how Canis probably now wants to kill him. And Shelly. Shelly also is just like, this motherfucker, he set me up. You got 2 assassins after you. Have fun. Strange to think of a famously ruthless assassin winning the admiration of a child he saved. He showed me how to stop being a victim, stop being hunted, and become a hunter myself. And they all became my prey. And I doubt even you had managed and that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No, I sure didn't. As long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. But I know him But I know him now like the back of my hand. I could see exactly how it was going to all go down. So he saw right through their plan. How Chairman Winter would try to suppress the evidence and warden the guard's trial. I see, and that's why you kidnapped Sean, correct? You wanted to force a guilty verdict regardless of the presence of the evidence of or the rule of law. Objection. Maybe I did, but how else was I going to make them pay for what happened 12 years ago? Whatever helps you sleep at night. But Winter pulled one last surprise, didn't he? He tried to kidnap Sean himself in the hope of influencing the verdict. In other words, you chose the exact same course of action as the man you so fervently claimed to hate. That's only if I'd actually kidnapped anyone at all. But I'd never do anything so wicked. Never ever. Me commit a crime? No. Besides, I don't hate the 3 of them. If anything, I'm grateful. If they hadn't done what they did, my revenge wouldn't have been nearly as fun. So you admit it. Your motive in all of this was nothing more than revenge? Sure, I admit it. So what? I despised every single one of them. But here's the kicker. I didn't kill anybody. Most you can blame me for is writing the odd letter here and there. Quick note to ring her to tell her about Winter. Another to him so he knew all about her. For the fact that they wanted to kill each other and one of them succeeded, that was all on them.
So, you take no responsibility for the fact that your actions resulted in multiple murders?
Right, same thing at Gourd Lake. People are much easier to control than animals, you know. The whole fake assassination plot, I handed that to Bronco on a plate. Which was part of his plan too. So Rook's murder was, even from the beginning, he's been controlling everything in this game. No, that was all Bronco's idea. Nothing to do with me at all. Still, it moved things in the right direction, wouldn't you say? Isn't fate a crazy thing? You can't talk like that about a murder! Setting the guard up was easy too. I just made it seem like Knight and Canis were in contact with each other. Slipped the chisel inside the chest set. So it was you who put it in there. Yes, it was. I thought it might point everybody nicely in Canis' direction. Worked out pretty well, even if I do say so myself. About that, you know Canis is real mad at you now, right? He's just like, oh fuck no, nobody even trying to frame me for shit. He owns up to his murders. Who knew who knew that would be all it took to make that awful woman murder poor Bronco? I guess she got to where she would just saw enemies everywhere she looked. I know the feeling. Even the smallest thing can send your paranoia into overdrive, and then things get ugly quickly. I had a front row seat for the whole show. You're the last piece to be put into play, of course. Who? Me? You solved both cases and finally brought down Winter and Lacard. Guess you could say your powers of deduction were the weapon that put an end to them both. Didn't solve those cases for your sake. Sure, you didn't know you were doing me a favor. You were just playing at being an attorney for a little while, right? Did you coerce them into threatening to take away my badge and that's why I had to be an attorney? Are you the reason why the committee was up our ass the whole fucking game? What did you say? All I had to do was cower and say, no, 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 a few times. And you rode to my rescue like the hero you are. Is getting arrested part of your plan too? No, that wasn't something I expected, I have to admit. Never thought they'd take the chisel for the murder weapon. That was a real plot twist. Made my blood run cold, for sure. But then who should come through with a turnabout to end all turnabouts? The greatest legal mind of his generation, my knight in shining armor. You better feel pretty good seeing my life like that, huh? You ought to thank me, you know. I don't do that for many people.
You're wrong. He wasn't playing at being an attorney. He was trying to help you. Because helping people is what Mr. Edgeworth does. He helped me right when I needed it most.
Hey. Aw, did he? You sure he wasn't just trying on his dear departed daddy's shoes for size? Rude. Now Edgeworth knows how Phoenix felt with On Guard? Yeah.
No, that's not what he was doing.
Come on, K-Meister, don't let this clown get you down. He's projecting, plain and simple. Pitting other folks with his own grubby brush. It's not just that he doesn't trust other people. Poor kid doesn't even understand the concept. Doing something for somebody else's sake, forget about it. He'll never understand. You think I care what you have to say about me? Consider this for a second. I've gotten my revenge on everybody I set out to get it from, and yet... Can't prove he incited anything? Okay, but you know that there's two assassins who are real pissed at you though, right? Think about it, I never actually did anything. What's my crime exactly? Explain it to me. I could either protect you by throwing you in jail if you want to, like, say you're guilty, or, you know, we just let the assassins come after you. Like, that's totally fine, too. We let this other guy have to deal with that. And we'll just have to ask Shelly how that went. You think you can pin an incitement charge on me? Read my letters, I don't mention murder anywhere. If I did, maybe you'd have a case. Maybe you could say I encouraged them. But it's the same story as always, I'm afraid. You can't prove I did anything at all. That's not true! You kidnapped me! Sorry, but did I miss the part where you proved that? All I ever admitted to was sending letters. Letters which didn't threaten, coerce, or encourage anybody to do anything. I just passed on what you might call pertinent information. It's a slippery one, I'll give him that. There's gotta be something we can do. What about this? Excitement stuff he's talking about. Excitement, Kay. It means to encourage or direct another person to commit a crime. In the eyes of the law, it's seen as equivalent to committing the crime itself. So then we just need to prove that he told them to do it. You say that like it's going to be easy. Guess maybe you're not so big on due process after all. Think you can make me carry the can for the murders I had nothing to do with? Think again. I don't even have to talk to you. If I don't want to. In fact, why am I still talking to you? I can think of one reason. The tent is surrounded. There's nowhere left to run. Really? You don't think I planned my escape too? What if just to pluck an idea out of nowhere? I trained all these vicious wild beasts to attack on command, for example. You motherfucker. All I had to do was say the word and sidle off stage in the chaos. What? You wouldn't. I'm just spitballing, but you'd pay to see that, wouldn't you? I could just as easily take Sean hostage with a gun I may or may not have found in my pocket. You have a gun. Yeah. You know what? That would make for a killer show. You will do no such thing. It's hard to know to what lengths he might actually be prepared to go. But knowing what we know about him already, we have to be prepared for the worst. Yeah, he's kind of unhinged. Fine, I'll humor you. But once this curtain goes up on this little performance, it better be a lively one. Bore me and we're done, alright? Let's see if you can keep me entertained, shall we? He's not gonna give me an inch. There must be something we can do. We can't let his crimes go unpunished. We're gonna save. I did crash the game earlier, so saving often is kind of a thing. Okay. Am I allowed to press?
Hold it!
You encourage others to commit murder, and those murders were duly committed. And if I can prove it, you will be punished just as if you had done the deed yourself. Yeah. What was the word for it again? I forgot already. Incitement, K. Chairman Winner, Warden the Guard, and Bronco Knight. All were criminals in their own right, and all committed unforgivable acts. But all were induced to commit those acts by somebody behind the scenes. And this man right here. You really don't hold back, do you, Miles? But it doesn't change anything. We think we can pin it on him. He doesn't mention murder anywhere. Nowhere at all. What, he didn't look? I can give you a minute if you like. Huh, he's clearly confident. I won't find anything. Letters, letters, letters. Letters, letters. We don't really have letters. Just to plan those letters down to the last word. Look, I don't want to teach you how to do your job, but if you can't prove I encouraged them to commit those murders, your incitement charge goes up in smoke. Too bad, so sad, huh, Miles? Maybe we'd have a case.
Hold it!
I know for a fact that you made those murders happen. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winner kill little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? You told me yourself. Did I? And can you prove it? You can prove it. If you can't, this ends here. Just ask yourself, could this sweet innocent boy have done the things you're saying? No, 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 no. I hate to admit it, but he's right. Without proof, we have nowhere to go with this. If we could only prove what he said on that phone call. Can't prove he did anything at all. Same story as always. What do you mean by that? What does that matter? That's not important here. You know what is important, though? That you can prove nothing. Nothing! Till we have some way of showing that he's guilty. I'm just going to continue floundering. Do I thrust items of evidence in front of him and hope for the best, or I go over it all one more time? Whichever method I choose proves the only way we're going to get anywhere here. He confessed to me over the telephone. He told me he was the one who made Chairman Winter kill Rosie Ringer. Just need to find a piece of evidence that proves what he said on that call. Right, we do have something. Can't prove he did anything at all. I think we know which one it is. Miss Lloyd has a recording. God, I hope this is the right statement to put this on. I'm afraid you're wrong. I have proof that you meant for at least one murder to happen. Because you said so yourself. Yeah, there's something I need to tell you. Truth is, I was the one who made Big Bad Chairman Winter kill Little Miss Rosie Ringer. What? I said that? Weird, I don't remember. I know you think you can worm your way out of everything, but this time you're wrong. I am. Yes, because our conversation was being recorded. Somebody intercepting the signal from the very listening device you planted. It was. Got your conversation with the clown here on tape? That's what you're trying to tell us? Oh, Lloyd! Miss Tabby Lloyd! No! Lang G says, a schemer schemes will swallow him in the end. Mr. Lloyd, could you play us the tape, please?
You bet I can. Got it. Here's this part right here.
Mr. Edgeworth, that's Judge Cavell's cell phone. Who is this? You're the one who abducted Kay. I can't hear, Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry. It was right around here. I was as surprised as...
Huh? That's weird.
Something wrong, Miss Lloyd?
I'll say, seems we maybe, didn't quite catch the next part on tape. Shit.
What? Why? How could it not be on there? Aw, poor babies. You think I'd leave myself wide open like that? Well, think again. There's something a little special about that bug, you see. It can be turned on and off remotely. But you just admitted that you're the one who planted the bug, right? So, you admit that you're the one who kidnapped Kay.
What? I never knew they make those.
Remote control bugs, sure they exist, but...
So, you switched it off to avoid being recorded.
Bingo! But how? You would have had to know you were being recorded in the first place. And I did, of course I did. It's so obvious that someone was eavesdropping, and that's because... Miss Lloyd, was it? You knew about the prosecutor's kidnapping without any prompting. No. You heard that whole conversation? I did indeed, old pal. But I must say, I thought you would have figured it all out much sooner. Aren't you supposed to be a genius prosecutor? Now, where were we again? Oh yeah, the part where if you couldn't prove incitement, it was game over. Oh well. Shelly, help! Shelly! Shelly!
Oh, shucks. So maybe my tape ain't gonna be of no use to nobody after all. Come on, I must have recorded something you can use.
Only that were true. Hey, Game Master.
Yeah?
The old buggeroo who was hidden in your pin the whole time, right? Not shake anything loose in the old brain tree?
I don't know. Give me a sec to think.
You're the only one who's been directly in contact with him before. So sad, relying on flawed evidence, desperately trying to make it stick. Well, that's quite enough of that for now. Next topic, please. Huh, he's trying to steer us away from our current line of inquiry. Yeah, he's the only one who's been in contact with her because he was the one who kidnapped her, so we can at least get him for a charge of kidnapping. Kay had a one-to-one encounter with him only recently. What if that sound from that point in time had been recorded? Miss Lloyd, how long ago were you recording the intercepts from the bug for?
Start about, let's see now, 2 nights back?
Which case? During which time frame would be likely to find Mr. Saint's voice on that tape? Should I say 2 nights ago? I mean, fuck it, let's go. Just abducted Kate and took her up to the roof of the big building 2 nights ago. What if there was a recording from around that time? Miss Lloyd, quickly play us any tape you have from the night before last.
Huh? Oh, sure thing.
That's the sound of the balloon! Indeed it is, and around that time I imagine Mr. Saint would have been transporting you in it. Which means he can't have been too far away from you, or the bug. Is there anything else on the recording, I wonder?
Wait, that noise!
That was a gunshot! Turn the bug off then too, it seems. Unlucky for you, you were a little late in doing so. There's no escaping it now. That gunshot ties you directly to the case. Huh? What are you talking about? Nobody ever mentioned a gun. It's wrong. Somebody involved with this case discharged a firearm. Just need to remember who it was and present the piece of evidence that proves it. Which piece of evidence shows that a gun was used in an incident related to the case? Wang's autopsy report. He has gun residue. It's written right here in the president's autopsy report. Traces of gunshot residue were detected on his hand. Ugh. And where was Kay when the gunshot was recorded? That's right. She was in the balloon being taken by you to the top of the big building. However, the roof wasn't as deserted as you needed it to be.
Yes, I was there with the president. Wait, not long after we started talking, he noticed something and told me to leave.
And a gunshot rang out shortly after that. Don't tell me you didn't hear it yourself, Mr. Saint, not when it sounded crystal clear in this recording. You're just going to pretend to ignore me. What else do you expect me to do when you keep spouting your weird theories? I didn't just hear a gunshot on that tape. If you listen carefully, you can hear the bullet hit something too. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? He was aiming at the balloon. We just need to check the balloon for a gunshot. Like a bullet imprint. Could the president have been aiming at Mr. Saint? No. What would the bullet have struck? The balloon. I think the president was firing at the balloon. And if he was, what we heard on that tape could have been the bullet hitting the basket. Let's take a look and see, shall we? Bingo. A hole. With a bullet stuck in it. There's a bullet in the hole in the bottom of the basket. I'd call that pretty conclusive proof. Smaller balloon, Saint is in charge of it and drives around the back of a truck. Yeah. Well, Mr. Saint, how do you explain not just the sound on the tape, but the accompanying bullet hole? You see everything, don't you? It's pretty impressive, I have to admit. Doubt there's anything I could hide from you if you really wanted to find it. Shut up and confess, will you? Alright, no need to get cranky. What really happened 2 nights ago? I'll admit I flew the balloon up to the roof, but when I arrived, Judge Gavel and the president were already there. That came as a surprise, I have to say. Only the president noticed me, and he made the good judge leave right away. Then he pointed his gun at me and fired. But why was he trying to shoot down the balloon? He probably thought it was an assassin, because that dude was paranoid as fuck. That's simple enough. When I arrived, he was just about to murder your friend the judge here. Why? But me? Yeah, you. You told him about Sean. What do you think would happen? Oh, because he wants to keep all the money and power for himself, and was like, shit, predecessor had a kid. Why do you think he met you with you in the first place? He thought you were going to expose him as an imposter. Because she knew the truth about Sean's parentage. He was afraid. Afraid? Yeah, you could say that. That man was a total coward. Yeah, he kind of was. His hands were shaking so much when he tried to get rid of me, he couldn't even shoot straight. So you see, just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. As an innocent bystander. Alright, he did fly up. Around what time would that have been? Yeah, just after 11, I think. That's when you and your pal went up to the roof, right, Your Honor?
Yes, it was.
No contradictions there. The fact that we've confirmed the time is important nonetheless. Because I arrived when I did. You saw them up there.
Hold it!
So you didn't expect to find the two of them there? Of course not. Why would I? It was lucky I got there when I did. We all know what would have happened if I'd been any later. He was just about to try and kill you, Gavel. You really didn't suspect a thing?
I'm afraid I did not. I had no idea.
Maybe you should have blabbed him about the kid. Did you ever think of that? How was she supposed to know he was an imposter and that the real one was dead? We just figured that out!
I was merely trying to...
What kind of mother are you? You're lucky he didn't kill you and then go after the boy. I'm your opponent here, not Judge Gavel. Now leave her alone and tell us what we need to know. Don't worry, Your Honor. I'll take it from here.
I'm in your debt, Mr. Edgeworth. As is Sean. I trust that you will look after us both.
Sorry, he already has Phoenix.
And I pray that the goddess of justice will watch over us all.
Your precious goddess didn't even warn you there was a balloon right behind you. Only the president noticed. He made her leave, but why? Wasn't he planning to kill her? Sure, but I'll bet he didn't want to do it in front of a witness. Murderers don't intend to like that. She still doesn't know he wasn't the real president, right? His secret was safe for the time being. Or still didn't know. Now that he knew about Sean, he could kill both of them whenever he wanted. You two got lucky when he died, huh? Why the frowns? I'd be smiling from ear to ear if I were you. I don't think anybody will be smiling until this matter has been cleared up once and for all. So please, continue if you would. Your wish is my command. Where were we? Oh yeah, that coward of a fake president. I guess a witness suddenly appearing in the sky must have shaken him up pretty badly and he panicked. Pointed his gun and fired. You're lucky that the bullet only struck the bottom of the basket. Yeah, I tried to get out of there the second he pulled out that gun. Couldn't have my balloon going pop. It was a close run thing. So you left right then and there. Of course I did. He was shooting at me. He's saying there's a problem with that? Does that present a problem? I mean, it would have to. In the end, you managed to leave Kay there up on that rooftop. Which means you didn't actually leave the vicinity, did you? Oh yeah, guess I forgot to tell you the next part. After he shot at me, he escaped through the hatch up to the 51st floor. I hung around a little longer to make sure the coast was clear, then I landed on the roof. Would you mind appending that statement to your testimony? Makes no difference to me. He shot at me, escaped to the okay. The hatch that leads to the storeroom where the items from the underground auction were kept.
The auction?
My memories are still a bit fuzzy, but the auction was 2 days ago, right? Indeed, the auction was being held on the 50th floor that day. And a bunch of people were going in and out. And a bunch of people were going in and out of the storeroom while it was happening, yes? I'm just looking at their clothes and wondering if we could figure out how many of these people are, but I doubt it. They were, which means that if the president really did escape that way, as Mr. Saint says, somebody must have seen him. There's no way he could have passed through there unnoticed. The problem is the time at which each event occurred. Should the times line up, I can think of a certain piece of evidence that could prove helpful to our case. So his story is that he just happened to witness the events on the roof from the balloon. If Simone hadn't come along when he did, Judge Cavell might have been in serious trouble. So he's basically her savior, right? I don't think it's quite that simple. After all, he was there to commit a crime too. But in order to expose that crime, we'll need to go over his testimony in detail. Must be a hole in it somewhere. He escaped through the hatch. I am fairly certain that Miss Hart would have seen him. Objection! You're lying to us again. I am. The president never entered the storehouse the night before last. Miss Hart testified to that fact. What? And you believe the word of a two-bit hack over mine? I beg your gosh dang pardon? Say that about the chief again, I dare ya! I'll wipe that smile right off of your stupid clown face! Damn, they mads. So we know Hart was camped out on the 51st floor that entire evening. If our fake president didn't escape through there, then how the heck did he get off of the roof? Excellent question, and one that I hope to provide the answer to next. We know that he didn't leave via the elevator, so neither that nor the hatch are the possibilities, which leaves only one possible way of escaping that rooftop. How did the president leave the rooftop if it wasn't for the elevator or the hatch?
Take that!
On the balloon. He flew. He flew? Yes, in Mr. Saint's balloon. Whoa, 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 whoa. Quit fooling around, will ya? Why in the world would I give that guy a lift in my balloon? He went whoosh? Yep. There's a security camera on the elevator, and Miss Hart was on the 51st floor the whole time. There's no other way he could have left that rooftop. You know what the circus is all about? Making the audience think you're in danger. Giving them a thrill. But it's time to bring this act to an end. I'm not in danger here, even if you think I am. What do you mean? Watch and learn. Miss Hart, can I ask you something? You were keeping guard on the 51st floor the whole time, right? Never even blinking for a moment? You bet your big toe I was! I done said as much in my testimony! Huh. So the noise, the sound of Miles' faithful assistant falling through the hatch, that didn't scare you so badly that you fainted?
So maybe I ought to have mentioned this before, but I fell asleep for a few winks after that. Well, passed out, unconscious, you might say.
What? What happened? Explains the noise that caused you to faint as well, Miss Hart. It was the sound of Kay crash landing onto the storeroom floor.
Well, so what if I did? Ain't a girl in the world don't get caught in a little unaware sometime.
Sorry, Miles, but there's no... That's what you get for putting your faith in these people. Doesn't matter. Kay can't have fallen down the hatch until after the president left the roof. Are you sure about that? Allow me to offer a little counter theory. The coward fake president fired his gun at me, then he hid in the shadows, till after your friend fell down the hatch. What? So what if he did? What would that mean? He's fucking copying me again, you piece of shit. Come now, surely even you can see what I'm insinuating here. It's elementary. The president hid until after Miss Hart fainted. He could have passed right through the 51st floor undetected. No, he really couldn't have because the auction was still happening. There we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. No, did he have to do with that? Oh. There we have it. Your little theory about the secret storeroom falls apart. You have to do that to me in my own voice. That's right. Oh, and another thing. I might have let Sean's identity slip to our pal, the president, while he was hiding in the shadows. That's why he went to the set to try and murder him the next day, only to wind up being killed himself. That's right, it was Sean who murdered the body double. No, pretty sure that was Winter. What possible reason could the boy have for doing so? Oh, pretty good one. He already knew he was the president's son. He had no idea until today. And how did he discover that exactly? Because I told him in one of my trademark letters. What?
He's lying.
You bet I am. Huh? Where am I? Maybe I did tell him, and maybe I didn't. Well, Shawnee boy, which is it? My fault the Taurosaurus head fell off that roof. Admit that much already. But I didn't find out about my dad until today, I swear. Huh. Well. Knew about the falling head thanks to the bug. But who knew it was you who made it fall? The president died from being crushed, was it? Alright, well that's confirmed at least. You were the murderer. Congrats on getting your revenge. That ties up everything pretty neatly, wouldn't you say? Although I guess you would say something more like, so the pieces fall into place at last. Well, counter my unassailable logic if you can. You're a bitch. You know my MO by now, right? I'm a hands-off kind of guy. I like to pull a few strings here and there. Now's the case with Bronco, with Chairman Winter. So what makes you think I'd let that fake president set foot on my balloon? Besides, I thought he was crushed to death by that model monster head. Who said old Taurosaurus noggin to fallen, huh? Well, it makes perfect sense. That's how our imposter wound up dead, no doubt about it. And what was the motive behind the murder? The little truth I shared, just like I said. Get it? The truth. That thing you're so fond of? That's what caused the murder here, not me. This guy's really fucking slippery. No, that's not possible. Well, is there a detective in the house? Somebody arrest that boy. Can't help noticing nobody rushing to slap on the handcuffs. What's the matter? He doesn't know that Winter was also there, though. Curse you! Just as I thought. Admit it, you're all the same. You, Winter, that idiot phony president. You want the real culprit to go free so you can railroad me into jail, don't you? That's the justice y'all claim to love so much. You only love it when you can twist it to suit your needs. No, that's not true. Huh. Well, if you're not gonna make the move, guess I'll have to step outside and speak to an officer myself. Once I tell them the kid here's a murderer, maybe they'll finally do something. We're not done with your testimony yet, Mr. Saint. How did I know you'd make some excuse for stalling even longer? You still don't have any proof, do you? Or any chance of winning this? Tell me I'm wrong. Gumshoe, I don't remember what I asked you to do. In fact, I have no idea what I asked you to do, but that would be a good time for you to come running in clutch. If you still want to prolong the agony? As long as you know what you're doing. It's not holding back. It feels so uneasy. What? Did you forget that little Shawnee's life is on the line too? Hey, Mazarino. Take a deep breath for me, would ya? Why would I do that, Fender? 'Cause it's times like these you need to kick back, take stock, and be grateful for what you have. The worst of times are when lawyers calmly show our biggest smiles, remember? The way in which the president made his escape is what you and Laughing Boy can agree on. So how about this for a little thought experiment? What if it's not about whether the big guy in the purple jacket got on that balloon or not, but rather, under what conditions would Simone have been cool with letting him get on board? Turnabout in thinking. Forgive the interruption, just my 2 cents worth. Oh, your old man's, I guess I should say. Maybe Gregory's techniques can still prove useful in this crazy modern era. He's right. In what circumstances could the body double have been allowed on that balloon? He was a physically imposing man. What's more, he was carrying a gun. Could he have been drugged? No. No traces of sedatives found during his autopsy. Which case? Surely not. Are you about ready to continue, Miles? Don't forget, this is what we're paying for. Playing for. This is going to be tricky, but I have to tear his testimony down. Tear his testimony down, one statement at a time. The murder of the so-called president. Alright, time to press. Strings in question being those of Sean and the president's body double in this case. You seem pretty confident of your abilities in that particular arena. Is that so? I'm an animal tamer, remember? And what's the wildest animal of them all? That's right, humans. Didn't take much to get those two dancing to my tune. Little truth here, a little hint of revenge there. Somebody ought to thank me. I did this world a favor.
Mr. Edgeworth, he's scaring me.
Don't let him get under your skin, Kay. We have to stay strong. This man sowed the seeds of another's revenge in order to achieve his own. It's our duty to stop him, and we will succeed in that duty. Why do people do bad things, huh? Don't they realize it'll just come back to bite them in the end? So you insist that you had no direct involvement in any of what occurred? What can I say? I don't like to get my hands dirty. Sure do love to watch the action unfold, though. All those idiots desperately trying to kill one another and they don't even know I lit the fuse. I love it. Ha! You haven't changed. All you did 12 years ago was watch, too. Talking about the whole SS5 thing? Ah, stop it. Oh, poor Papa. Scrabbling around for answers and finding nothing. Shucks. What do they call that again? Oh yeah, rank incompetence. Grr. How dare you! Agent Lang, please. You don't know the half of it, you damn clown! Your father may not have closed out the case, not publicly anyway, but it was thanks to his work that we're standing here right now. Sorry to butt in, Miles, but your little pep talk isn't going to magically solve this case. Now I know you have your theories. So why would he let him on the balloon? It's the only way he could have gotten down from that roof of that building. Alright, let's game this one out, shall we? Suppose I took him down to the ground, like you said. What's wrong with doing that? So you admitted you did take him on your balloon. You're really obsessing over this one little detail. This isn't like you, Miles. And how do you think it went down? He held me at gunpoint and said, "Show me the city at night"? That's ridiculous and you know it is. Or did you really fail to think this through? You said yourself you gave him Sean's identity. Surely that was enough to win him over. Win him over? The man who shot at me? No, 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 no!
Then you must have put him to sleep and carried him away like you did with me.
Very well, let us suppose that to be true for a second. Did the autopsy show the presence of sedatives? Ugh, it's no good. He's just not giving us an opening. Anyway, never mind all that. There are way more interesting things I'd rather talk about. It's crushed it by the head, yeah. Actually, I have some doubts about that. I mean, if the president really was killed by the Taurosaurus head. Don't tell me you're throwing your own pet theory in the trash, Mr. Genius Prosecutor. Aren't you the one who went to all that trouble to prove the man squished by head hypothesis was true? That may have been my theory at one point. Hold on. That was when we thought the head was the only thing that could have crushed him. Why, the past tense? That's still your theory, no? It's not like you'd have anything else right now. No, I have an idea. The president's body double is crushed under the falling Taurosaurus head. Fact. No. There must be something. Some other piece of evidence that could link this man to the president's death by crushing. I was carried in this basket, right? Yes, although you were asleep, so I imagine you have no memory of it. It would have been nice to have at least gotten some fun flying memories out of it. Curse you, Mr. Mastermind, I'm gonna kick your butt. You just you wait and see. That's not the main reason you want to get your revenge, is it? When we finally proven who was behind all this, let's tie them up with this rope. I'll teach you a way of doing it so that even a professional escapologist couldn't get free. I understand the sentiment, but perhaps you could apply that fervor to the pursuit of the truth instead. Don't worry, I've got my eyes on that tank. Simone will be escaping his balloon if I have anything to do with it. I struggle to imagine him choosing to make his getaway by balloon. Look, you just leave this to me. Go and get concrete and go and concentrate on nailing him for his crimes, alright? I was really hoping we'd find just a little bit of yellow on there. Don't you think it's time you gave up, Miles? I don't like watching you struggle like this. We all know who did it. The model head is practically screaming his name. Who said it falling? Sure, Sean was the one who caused the head to fall, that much we know. He even admitted it himself. Fantastic, so we're all in agreement. Well done, everybody. Case closed. Sean Fenn killed the fake president, and that's that. Somebody get those cops in here. Not so fast. This case is far from closed. Still scrabbling, huh? Well, alright then, enlighten us and be quick about it. If you can't, I want to see the kid in handcuffs. Or are you only a stickler about the law when things are going your way? Mr. Edgeworth, what do we do? What do we do? Think, Mouse, think. Mr. Saint killed the president's body double. It would have happened while two of them were together on that roof. So what would he have had on hand? So what would he have had to hand? That's the answer. That will tell us how he was killed. He's not gonna make this easy, is he? You think about how the president died. It was a very particular case, to say the least. We assume he was crushed by the Taurosaurus head, and the whole thing becomes Sean's fault, right? What if that wasn't what the president was crushed by? Wait, time of death was April 5th. Was that 2 nights ago? I don't know what day it is right now. Bone breakage caused by extreme pressure from above. Is there something else that could have exerted a similar kind of force? Something else he could have been crushed with, the balloon. Sean didn't kill the president. The president was crushed by a monster. What? Did you really just say that to you? Oh, I get it. He's the kid who can communicate with giant beasts, right? Did he use his special powers? The only person in communication with monsters was you. Sorry, but you must have me mixed up with somebody else. No monster pals here, I'm afraid. Why the false modesty? You're very close with at least one such creature. In fact, you can make this particular monster do exactly as you command. It was you who killed the president, Mr. Saint, and I can prove it. What? Talking about the line balloon? Yes, a quivering mockery of a monster filled with hot air. But a monster nonetheless. Not entirely unlike Mr. Saint himself. Sorry you lost me. What are you trying to say, exactly? You seemed very keen to stick to your side of the story about having manipulated Sean and the president. But no matter... Are you thinking about Gadu Tornado again? That black bear? Come on. But no matter how true you may have wanted it to be, there was nothing more than a desperate lie. Even the most skilled animal tamer can't make the dead do his bidding. The president was dead long before he left that roof, having been killed by your balloon. Ooh. I get it, that thing may look lighter than air, but it weighs a few 100 pounds, right? When the president attacked you from the roof, you had to think quickly in order to protect yourself. The method you chose, landing the balloon right on top of him. You didn't need to let him ride on that balloon, and he didn't need to coerce you into taking him, because what you took away was his dead body. Wait a minute now, Miles. If what you're saying is true, the president would have been killed 2 nights ago, which would mean the time of death recorded in the autopsy was wrong. It would. Wow, you're really losing your touch. Look again, it's written right there. Time of death, April 5th at approximately 11 p.m. Clear as day. I know a way you could fake that. Yeah. April 5th? That was yesterday, which means... Exactly, it means he died when the Torosaurus head fell off that roof. Now I know where you could have kept the body. Alright, Sean, it's time to be honest with us all. You know it's the right thing to do. You killed your daddy, didn't you? You hated him, didn't you? We get it, who wouldn't? He just left you. What kind of father would do that? Except we know that wasn't his dad. It was the body double of his dad. No, that's not what happened. I already told you. I didn't know he was until today. Ah, but you did know, because I told you myself. My theory really have been so wide off the mark. I want to thank you once again, Miles. You hounded Winter and Lagarde until their crimes were finally exposed. And by ruining them both, you helped me get my revenge. God, I love those powers of deduction. Faking autopsy reports? This feels familiar, but thankfully it's not Miles anymore. Actually, this one's not faked. It was just accidentally mistaken because somebody's body was probably frozen for a day. Time of death matched up, everything else would fit, so... They possibly have cheated the time of death somehow. Yep. And what was the other guy's name? Carmelo Gusteau. He even ran him down for me. That was some great work you did there. That was your dad, you dipshit. Of course, Gusteau. The IS-7 incident. He killed Frost and froze his body in order to conceal it. Mr. Gusteau needed to freeze Mr. Frost's body in order to obscure the time of death. They determined the murder occurred during the afternoon tea. He would have been an obvious suspect. Bingo. Ah, like father, like son. You're both insane. I only wish I could have been there to see his downfall, too. How can you say that? He was your father! His dad did kind of suck, though, because his dad didn't care about him. It's so scary. This guard just keeps asking about what happened that day. Where are you, Dad? When are you coming to get me, please? I need you to come take me away. Is it because I broke my promise? Because I didn't show up in time to help you taste your work? He was no father. He left me all on my own. What kind of person would do that? We have shared the same blood, but that's it. Father? What a joke. Gusteau didn't care about him either, so he did suck. May not want to hear this, Mr. Saint, but you share more than blood. Hate him all you like, but you're more like your father than you know. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Fate can be strange sometimes, but this was no coincidence. You and your father were the same, even in the methods you chose. You deliberately threw off the time of death, just as he did. That's right, we had to rescue him from a warehouse refrigeration unit down by the harbor. Refrigeration unit in a depot? I threw off the time of death? And how did I do that exactly? By hiding the president's body in a very specific place. Hid the body right here.
Take that!
You needed to keep the body cool somewhere, and you also needed somewhere to keep Sean. Place in the same spot where Sean was? Yep. Who knew that the two were connected? You're talking about the kidnapping again? Why are we bringing that up now? As much as you may wish we had forgotten, we know that you kept Sean in a refrigeration unit. Same refrigeration unit in which you kept the president's body. Just as your father froze the body he was trying to conceal 18 years ago. What? You're saying I'm same as him? Same as the animal who abandoned me? Yep. Sad irony, but an undeniable truth nonetheless. Shut up! Nothing like him. I could never be like him. He's nothing to do with me, and we're nothing alike.
Objection!
Sorry, kiddo, but I think it's pretty clear that you and old Gusteau have more than a little in common. You even told us you didn't like sweet stuff way back when we first met, right? If that's not a product of your daddy issues, I don't know what is. You understand? You have tried to disown your father, but he lives on in everything you do. You think the same way. Damn, they stand the same too. Just opposites, they're mirrors of each other. That's freaky. You're every bit as prepared as he was to sacrifice others in order to protect yourself. Your crimes were even exposed in the same manner. Couldn't be more similar. Like... Or should I say... I don't know anything about a refrigeration unit. And the kidnapping? Nothing to do with me. Nonsense, you did it so you could blackmail Judge Gavel. I know for a fact that you were involved. You're a real danger to be around, you know that, Miles? What aren't you going to accuse me of? But changes nothing, you still don't have any proof. Of incitement, of kidnapping, of anything. Don't we kind of have proof that you kidnapped Kay, though? Oh wait, or are you planning on maybe fabricating some? Taking a leaf out of the old winter playbook? Never. I would never do that. I can't let myself rise to the provocation. What was that line? No matter what happens, we must find the truth. Something like that? Ha! But only when the truth suits you, huh? That's how the law keeps people down, isn't it? And why I had to get my revenge myself. I got away with it. I got away with it all. The guard, winner. And now you. None of you can touch me. This is bad, Mr. Edgeworth. Is there anything we can do? Gumshoe, help! Everything points to this man being our culprit. But we need evidence, even just one piece.
One piece is the friends you make along the way.
Gumshoe, help. Alright, it's been fun, but it's time we brought this little show to an end, don't you think? Stick around for the main event, though, won't you? I'll even let you in for free, if you'll finally admit defeat. Gumshoe? Who was that? Yes! Clutch as always, Gumshoe. Sorry to keep you waiting, sir. Gummy, where have you been? I've been doing my job, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me. Detective Gumshoe, do you have anything to report? I had them look into a few things real quick, sir. About the refrigeration unit where the kid was kept? It was registered to the Very Big Circus, just like you said. And there it is, just in the nick of time. Excellent work, Detective. Well, Mr. Saint? Must be some kind of mistake. Why would a circus need a refrigeration unit? Valid question, I suppose, but we're no experts on the circus trade. Perhaps we could ask your department manager for her thoughts on the matter. He could have thrown Rosie under the bus. He probably could have. Well, Miss Berry.
We do hire a unit to store all the food for the animals. I don't know where it is. I leave all that to Simone. He's so good at that kind of thing.
Ah, you fool!
Eek, Simone, you're scaring me.
Such a shame, but rushing to find a solution after the fact so often leads to mistake. You knew that if the body was found in the unit, the suspicion would fall on you. So you panicked and moved into the grounds of the big building instead. Gah! But you weren't counting on Sean being found in the unit when you kidnapped him. If only you'd known you were up against the great thief and an even greater detective. Look, she's an airhead. She doesn't know how to vet people. Is everything all right? You're looking a little pale. Don't think you won just yet, Miles. You're missing proof for the most important part of your little theory. I am. Perhaps you could enlighten us. You don't have any evidence that I crushed the presidential faker with that balloon. Now you know you don't because there isn't any. I'm afraid there is. What? If Mr. Saint murdered the victim as we think he did, there should be traces of your misdeed on this piece of evidence. On the balloon, no?
Take that!
Analysis of the balloon basket should turn up the evidence we need. The balloon again? You already have your bullet hole. What else do you expect to find?
We, expect to find plenty, actually. Isn't that right, Mr. Edgeworth? Hmm? There's truth to be found, then he'll find it. He's a hero of justice.
Sure is. We'll find something for sure. Mr. Edgeworth has gotten his way out of tighter spots in this one. What they said. We believe in you, Mazarino. And so does your pup. He's looking down on you right now. I know he is.
Just stay calm and see things through the end. See this through to the end, Mouse Edgeworth. A perfect victory is only moments away.
President's body double was killed by the balloon. Traces of a certain substance will prove that. And you, Simone Saint, will pay for your crimes at last. I'm looking forward to this. Time to wrap up the mysteries of the past and present once and for all.
Please, Mr. Edgeworth, deal the final blow to this unforgivably wicked man.
This last piece of evidence will prove your guilt beyond a doubt. What should we expect to find on the balloon if it was used to crush the president?
Take that!
Pollen. When Sean found the president's body, he also found a bouquet of lion lilies. Lion lilies, symbol of the connection between parent and child. A popular flower back in Changfa. That's your proof? Bunch of flowers that will be rotting at the dump by now? Bunch of flowers that Sean threw away? So much for your beautiful symbol of parental connection.
That's got nothing to do with any of this.
Ignore him, Sean. You threw those flowers away, that much is true, but the bond they represented remains as strong as it ever was. The President held on to them until the last, an act which provided us with our final piece of evidence. What? What are you talking about? The flowers Sean disposed of had been squashed flat. They must have been crushed by the balloon. We examined the basket for traces of lion lily pollen. What do you think we might find? No. You don't need to do that. You looked over the basket just now. Anyway, if there was pollen stuck to it, you would have seen it. Those flowers are bright yellow. Not all evidence is visible to the naked eye, Mr. Saint. Huh? Emma!
Yeah?
I'd like to call on your scientific skills once again, if you don't mind.
Leave it to me. All right, let's take a look at this balloon basket, shall we?
Emma's a clutch. She comes in clutch every time.
I've got something! Bright yellow pollen, just like you said. If it's from the same flowers, it shouldn't take more than another quick test to prove it.
What? And there we have it. You murdered the president, and this murder you carried out yourself. No, hey, look at this. No! You crushed the president with that balloon. But yeah, pollen is really hard to wipe away. Then you loaded his body onto the basket and took him to the refrigeration unit. But why? Why go to the trouble of removing the body? Because he knew another incident was scheduled to occur that same evening. Oh, Rosie Ringer's murder. Exactly. If he had left the body there, it would have interfered with his other plans. I get it. He couldn't leave the body in the refrigeration unit for too long either, right? Indeed not. So while returning to the big building to drop the body off again the following night. Must have observed the fire Sean caused and the Torosaurus head falling as a result. That's what gave you the idea, wasn't it? To frame Sean for the murder? Yeah.
You made it seem as if the falling head was what killed him so that my son would take the blame. Despicable coward!
In order to achieve your aim, you lowered the president's body from the balloon to the lot below. And while he was dangling from the rope you used... It was caught on Sean's rehearsal tape. Ah, I see. No, how'd you see through it all? How? Manipulated people, and you manipulated this case just as you manipulate animals on the stage. You thought you were all powerful, but your reign is at an end.
The animals look like they're mad with you, Simone. Even Money and Azia. You thought you were their friend, but you're not. They're sad and mad all at the same time.
I'm gonna fucking kill you, dude. Those rabbits are alive. Put me down this instant, you bitch. Stop it! Stop looking at me like that! Perhaps they will when you finally stop clowning around. You're not cut out for comedy. Your tale is destined to end with a whimper. No! Get away from me! Get away from me! Leave! Leave me alone! Dad, who are you? I'm so scared. I don't know what you're talking about. I've done nothing wrong. Nothing! I'm not the bad one. They are. Why, Bronco? Why did you stop me from going to see my dad? If only none of them did what they did, I wouldn't have had to. I couldn't trust the police. I couldn't trust anybody. I was all alone. But, man, he helped me. Keys was the only one who ever helped me, so what if I used people? I had to. Is that so wrong? No, leave me alone, leave me alone! Ow, it hurts! Oh, they're fucking, oh my god, they're nailing him. Dude got gorilla punch. Oh my god. Oh my god. I don't think he's okay. Nobody to help him. Okay, that's what I missed. Seems the game is up at last. Ah, Shelly, hello. Are you... Shelly's really mad at you? So, remember when I said Shelly's really mad at you? And also, Canis doesn't like that you framed him. He's pretty pissed about that too. So, to kill her. Mr. Edgeworth, may I be the first to congratulate you. You have unmasked the person behind this entire sorry affair. Now, I'm free to... No! Guns are so clumsy, don't you find? Hey, I don't have a gun! Please, not only are you carrying one, you are just about to draw it. Must have stolen it from the president after murdering him. This gentleman betrayed a bond of trust. He knew the so-called president was an imposter, and yet he employed me to kill him nonetheless. There was nothing more dangerous for an assassin than to be lied to about the nature of one's target. If one does not know what cards one's opponent is holding, one can be very unpleasantly surprised. But that was not your true crime. No, thinking you could deceive me, manipulate me. That is the crime for which you are about to pay. I need Canis to roll in and be like, he'd be like, save me, Canis! And then Canis be like, nah, dude, you done fucked up. No. There he is. Oh, we about to have an assassin knife fight? Are they gonna fight over who's gonna kill him? Because I cannot wait. You.
It's been a while to kill her.
Step aside, Canis. This man is my target.
I would politely ask that you call off this particular job. He'll pay for his crimes, but in prison, not at the end of your blade.
It's just a really cool shot. And if I refuse?
Let us just say that I may not take the loss of one life that I ever saved too well.
So he's still like, I'm responsible for this one. Alright. You save a life? But Adama Kane is the blind butcher himself.
Preposterous, I know. Sal, thank you so much for the follow. I'm glad you're having a good evening. Hope all is well with you. Preposterous, I know. But yes, I, who have taken so many lives, once chose to preserve one. That of an innocent young pup.
He's like, this is my dog. I'm gonna deal with him.
And he, in turn, saved mine. Something of a bond formed between us. Laugh all you like, I know I would. But I would respectfully request that you spare him. As one professional to another, I ask that you let this particular target live.
I love how he's still wearing his coat with his symbol on it. It's too funny. Very well. The boy must mean a lot to you.
Thank you. I am in your debt.
We're just gonna stand around while there's two assassins in the room because we're just like, we don't want to mess with that. You need not thank me. I simply see little point in the two of us killing one another. Now then, I bid you all good day. And he's gone. All right, bye, Shelly. No, get back here. Now's not okay. All right, lying bye. Now's not the time for that, but all right.
You have my thanks, Mr. Edgeworth.
How'd he do? Don't worry about it, Shelly. It's fine. He do what he do.
This young pup needed to be shown the error of his ways, and you have done just that. All right, I suppose we'd better be getting back. Our ironclad enclosure awaits. Doesn't it tell much? Yes, yes it does. Oh, hello. You killed my dad, didn't you, old man?
I will not lie, I did. My victims deserve to be remembered at the very least. Ah, but I sense a great hatred for me from you, horned pup. In that case... Sean! No! You must not falter, little one. Here, you may use my knife. Take it. Cut my throat. One sure slice is all it takes. Oh, I was growing rather tired of carving my little statues anyway. Don't turn the kid into a murderer. He's a famous child actor. Leave him alone. Don't do it, kid.
I want revenge. I want it so badly.
Don't do it. Sean, don't do it. Please, Sean, I beg of you.
At least I did until just now. I would have done anything to make you pay, no matter how long it took.
Oh, but you should make those who have wronged you pay. It'll make you feel so good. Trust me. No, he's gonna be better than you. He's a good kid, unlike you. All the pain, all the suffering, it all goes away. It drowns it all out. Numbs it.
Maybe it does. And listening to you, I thought maybe that's what I wanted.
Sean.
It's not just about me. Say I get my revenge. How's that help anybody else?
I become a murderer, my mom suffers 10 times more than I ever would.
So would all the people I work with. They're counting on me, and they worry about me.
Thoughtful words indeed, little one.
Yeah, well, I get it now.
I won't ever forgive you, but I shouldn't be the one who gets to punish you. That's what these guys are for. My mom, Prosecutor, people like that.
Sean.
Wow, you may be young, Sean, but you're way wiser than I'll ever be. He did say she's a handful, and she really is. You could at least consider trying to better yourself, Kay.
Very well. Then I suppose we'll be on our way with me, young pup.
On our way? To where?
Where else? To the prison. Our home.
Home? You come with him or that dog gonna end you. And with that, the case came to an end. A case that had dragged so many people into its orbit. But as for me, there was one last thing I had to do. April 8th, 2:54 p.m. Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence. Chamber.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Edgeworth.
What's the big... sorry, hold on. What's the big idea, big guy? Want to tell us what we're doing here? Mr. Edgeworth, your request has been processed and approved. Huh? Your what now? I've asked for my prosecutor's badge to be reinstated. Your badge? What is the meaning of this? I'm returning it. This day forth, my prosecutor no longer. I still can't believe you did that for me. A certain man once said that to be an attorney is to be a defendant's most trusted ally, and that by believing in your client the truth will make itself known. That man's image has been forever burned into my memory. Strongly as the vision of my father fighting in the courtroom. Can't just show Phoenix. Can't just show your buddy, your homie, your friendo, your bestie. Your bro. Good old Gregory. And that's his and my father's path. Mine lies elsewhere.
Mr. Edgeworth.
My path is that of the prosecutor. It always was. Well, I guess that's that. Sorry. No, I dig it. Besides, I can tell that by the look in your eye, that your mind's made up. It is. He's so Cinderella? Yeah, he kinda is. Alright then, looks like our work together is diddly done. Just don't come crying old Eddie if you change your mind. This club's now closed to new members. I understand. Hey, Master. Care to tell me why, at least? How come you're so dead set on popping the old prosecutor's hat back on? So he can work with Phoenix. Just kidding. Maybe. Once asked me something, Fender. You gonna keep fighting crime as a prosecutor? Or help people as an attorney? Something tells me you've got a big decision ahead of you. Only one you can answer. Been thinking about that question ever since. About how I mean to live my life. Now that this case is over, I think I finally know the answer. Going to help people as a prosecutor. Can't you also do that as an attorney? Look at it this way. Simone Saint was also the victim of sorts. He lost his only parent all those years ago. With him, his ability to believe in a just world. I know how that feels. To lose somebody so important to you. To lose faith in everything. To doubt everything and be utterly alone. To fight and fight and fight. All that I can hope to do is get every defendant declared guilty, so I make that my policy. But I was lucky. Somebody was kind enough to save me from myself. Why won't you show him?! It's a spin-off game, but why can't we see him? Mr. Saint had nobody. He had no faith in the law. He felt that seeking revenge himself was the only option. But I doubt even you imagined that the body double would ever go so far as to co-opt our country's police. No. I sure didn't. As long as Winter was around, no evidence was ever going to stand. He even nearly managed to ruin things this morning. The guard almost got away with it again. Want to help people like him. How do you plan to do that? If you had been able to rely upon the law, none of this would have happened. Chairman Winter made a mockery of justice, and in so doing, drove Mr. Saint away from seeking it. The law is only as good as its practitioners. It can be a shield that keeps the people safe from harm, or a sword wielded to wound them. It's one among many of the law's great contradictions. Saying that again. Yep, it's what we folks in the trade like to call a legal contradiction. Law is far from perfect, but one cannot solve such contradictions in the law without engaging with it. I don't think an attorney could have saved Mr. Saint, but a prosecutor, custodian of the law, and perhaps they could have. I plan to take up my badge again and confront those contradictions at every turn. Okay, Miles Arena. I like it. You know, it won't be easy breezy though, right? Fighting the law itself? That's lawyering on a hard mode. Understand that, but somebody has to do it. Oh, I don't doubt that, and if it has to be anybody, it should be you. Laws are like people, I guess. They both gotta grow and change. Adapt or perish, am I right? You're gonna smash this, I just know it. After all, you're Gregory's boy through and through. And if there's one thing that man did not know how to do, it's give up. Eyes on the prize and straight on till sunset. That was his motto. You know what? I saw the same determination on your face the second you mentioned taking up prosecutoring again. You know what's really grown and changed? Hate to be a great big cheese ball, but you. I only wish that your dad was here to see it. Be proud as all get out. Fender, thank you. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, if you're ready to begin, we can get the ceremony underway. Please. Game's gonna make you cry. It be like that. By the power vested in me by the Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, I, Verity Gavel, do hereby in the sight of the Almighty Goddess, reinstate Miles Edgeworth as a servant of the law.
We got our badge back. It was painful not being able to present this and having to go with the Yatagarasu pin. All right, you're a prosecutor again! Best news I heard all week, sir. Someone's gotta keep Gummy in line.
Well, Mr. Prosecutor, I got a scoot. Your pops is gonna want to know that his kid just signed up for the opposition a second time.
Thank you again, Fender, for everything.
Don't thank me yet. Next time you see me, could be across a courtroom. And this face is a whole lot less roguishly charming when it's not on your side of the aisle.
I would relish the opportunity to face an attorney trained by my father. I hope that day comes very soon.
Alrighty, Fender out.
Bye, Fender! He's so cool.
Welcome back into the fold, Prosecutor Edgeworth.
Thank you, Judge Gavel. I owe you more than I can say.
You do?
Strove to right the wrongs of the committee from the inside. That must have been a lonely battle indeed.
Not at all. I was never truly alone.
That's right, you had the Goddess of Justice on your side. Thank you for teaching me that it's possible to fight in such a way. The contradictions within the committee are like those within the legal system itself. If we aren't able to overcome them, the real truth will forever evade us. I have you to thank for teaching me that, and for setting me on this path. I hereby swear to confront the contradictions that afflict the law, and to overcome them.
And I thank you for your commitment to that cause, as does the Almighty Goddess. I truly believe that such efforts are necessary in order for the law to grow and improve.
I look forward to seeing you in the courtroom again soon.
As will I. You did not see the best of me when I last oversaw a trial. The next time will be different. I will show you what it means to serve justice with true impartiality.
She was under duress the last time we saw her, and then every time before that, she was acting undercover to try to nail Winner. Judge Gavel, I don't mean to call your motivation into question.
Yes, Mr. Edgeworth?
But to my mind, the ideal judge is not wholly impartial. The ideal judge is human. Even in the courtroom, they laugh, they cry, they rage, they smile. And then when all is said and done, they pass down a judgment based on that very humanity. I'm not sure exactly how to put this, but perfection isn't always the loftiest of ideals, and it's certainly not the only thing to strive for. Forgive me, this is my opinion. Nothing more.
You are right, of course. There are other ways. I thank you for sharing your insights. Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Sean?
Of course, Sean! This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope.
Cute.
No matter how hard things get, no matter how formidable one's opponent, when we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going no matter how hard the road ahead. Mistakes have been made, but we must fix them, for Sean's sake more than anyone's.
Like the mistakes made in the incident in which his father died.
So you see, there is something more important even to me than the words of the goddess. But it may anger her to hear me say such things.
So that was your secret weapon all along. Strength of your bond with your son.
Perhaps you are right. Perhaps I should not strive for an unachievable perfection, but I must grow. As a servant of the law and as a mother. That I believe above all else.
I see. It seems that we both have plenty still to learn.
Indeed, we are neither of us perfect yet. Let us continue along our chosen paths, and continue to grow as we tread them, until we meet again. I will look forward to that day. May the goddess watch over you as you embark upon the next step of your journey. Now she's off too? I lost the title of Prosecutor, but I have now gained it. And in doing so, I have seen a new way forward, a new path for justice. And I'm determined to follow that path until it finally leads me to the truth. No matter how hard it might be, no matter what obstacles may arise. Woe betide any who stands in my way, for whoever they may be, whatever they might say, I will lift up my voice and shout. There we go. Gotta read fast.
So, Chief, what kind of scoop we looking to land ourselves on next, huh?
Did I teach you nothing, knucklehead? We're journalists, dang it! Leads are our stock and trade, our bread and butter. Don't just hand that stuff over, not even to your danged apprentice.
Sorry, Chief. Guess I still got a whole bunch to learn, huh? Alright then, better go track down some leads my own self.
That's the spirit, you go get 'em, champ. Before you mosey on down the way, mind, sharing what kind of leads them there might leads be?
Huh? But, Chief, you...
Come on now, I'm pretty much your editor, ain't I? Can't hold out on the boss.
Ooh, come on, Chief, that's cold.
Those two are a riot. Shelly or Gumshoe? Did we catch him? You alright, buddy? How does he clean that so well? My arm wound has yet to fully heal even now. The bodyguard who inflicted it was a skillful practitioner indeed. I shan't be forgetting him in a hurry. But never mind that now. Time to return to the life of a simple ice cream seller, although I have been thinking that perhaps crepes would be more my speed. There's no rush. I'm sure there'll be time to ponder that matter before my next job comes in. Sure, you might have knocked me on my butt, wise guy, but I ain't out for the count just yet. I'll be keeping my guard up and looking for an opening. I gotta get out of this dump, ain't that right, Teddy? Second the bell rings for the next round of escape shenanigans, we're coming out swinging. Till then, it's training, and more training. Still terrifying after all these years? Yeah, he's scary. Oh, God. Do it. Oh, sod. You want to know if I'm still planning on becoming an animal stylist? Sure, I'm still studying every single day. Still up to my elbows in mud. But I guess it suits me better than being a newspaper salesman. I plan to make it my new career when I finally get out of here. What's that? Is my release a few more years away? Now because I helped Warden Lagarde. Why do you think I'm being so nice to these stupid freaking animals? I don't care about a freaking license, I just want to get out of here. Why me? Yeah, I saw it was in here. He don't saw it. Hi, Regina.
I was so shocked when I learned what Simone had been up to this whole time. I trusted him. I was his boss. Still, can't sit around being sad forever, I guess. The show must go on. Can't let the magic department and the ventriloquy department get the better of us. I'll hit the stage and blow away the competition and all those awful memories with it.
She tried. She's doing her best. I must have gotten soft in my old age, haven't I, boy? Yes, I have. 18 years ago, I saved a life, and the troublesome child is still keeping me busy to this day. And now here we are, back in a cage. Well, we'll have to company soon, at least, won't we, boy? Yes, our friend the pup. Things certainly won't be dull with him around. No, they won't. He's spooky, too. He just, like, fucking waltzed in and out of there. What dessert shall we eat? Chocolate cake, sticky and sweet. Oh, so soft, fluffy, and light. You'll be dreaming of it tonight.
I'll always be waiting for you, Judy, and I'll come visit you every day, just like you and Eddie did when I was in here.
I have so much to thank him and Mr. Edgeworth for. Most of all, the fact that I get to eat your delicious desserts again, Samson.
And not just you, they gave me permission to keep providing sweet treats to everyone here. I guess spreading the gospel of candy making for all these years is finally paying off. Cake. Now I want cake.
Oh, hello, sweeties! Fancy seeing you here. I owe you a great big thank you, you know. And old dear old Greggy Pegleg too, of course. After all, it's thanks to all of you that I can eat Sammy Poopa sweets again. I'm even thinking of making a lovely medicine out of them. I'm going to call it Snacker's Delight. It makes your stomach so small you can only eat snacks. So you can get skinny as a tent pig and love every minute. I'm going to make a fortune. Can I have that?
It was hard. Oh god, Larry, I forgot about you. Man, I've met so many beautiful people now and drawn so many beautiful sketches. Lulu isn't the biggest fan of my new work, though. She took one look at my sketchbook and hit me over the head with it. Bam! Just like that. And, then she left. It says one less beautiful person in my life now. I got a big decision ahead of me. Do I follow my art or follow my heart? My heart, I mean, new girlfriend. You got that right? Fucking Larry, swear to God. Banster, the Bandinator. Seriously though, thanks for the assist today, good buddy. You want me to talk about IS-7? I'll talk all day. Sounds like that Edgeworth kid is doing good work. Yeah, Miles Arena chose a different path from his old man in the end. Path that means we can't work together, but that won't stop me looking in on him from time to time. Come pretty far yourself. Holy macaroni, a compliment from the big bad Detective Bad? Am I dreaming? Hell, fire will get you everywhere, old pal. You ever need a little fandomatic, just say the word. Those two are friends now, that's cool. That's really nice. Good for them.
Looks like they'll be letting me off a little easier than I thought for what I did. I guess because I told them I was kind of forced to do it. Ow! Ain't no such thing as easy when it comes to crime, dang fool child. Sorry, Grandma. I still feel awful about it, of course. But I'm just so glad I get to stay out here with you. What's that? Think we should be getting back to work? I guess you're right. Can't keep the dead waiting.
Autopsies, got it. Oh, hey, Emma.
Science saves the day again, huh? Good thing I happen to be around, right? Even if I do have to jump right back on a plane again and go back to Europe. All this flying around is gonna get tiring. Still, it's all part of becoming a first class forensic investigator. Guess I better get going. Oh, but if you ever need me, just say the word, okay? I'll come running. You know I will.
Science! We know she'll do well. We see her again in the future. Giving Apollo a hard time.
The great one's father, the greater the pressure to be great. But Eustace Winner, was it? He has chosen his own path now and he'll be tested. Just as I was. Miles Edgeworth chose to live as a prosecutor over how his own father lived. That, too, is a valid answer to the question we've all had to wrestle with.
Thanks, Francesca. She helped us a lot. Stay at the snackies, but they're great. My father hid a secret, bore a burden. I could only have imagined. I thought only of my family name. He thought of so much more. He thought of our entire nation. I mean to carry on that legacy, to fulfill his last great wish. Even if our president was an imposter. Even if the real president is long dead. Even if it takes all my effort and all my men's effort. Zhang Fa will rise again. I can't wait for you to see it. Remember how Sheena was Callisto and like fucking insane? I give up on the whole winner thing. I told everybody to stop calling me that. Oh, he's crying. Because I didn't win. My dad did it all for me. I'm going to start again from scratch. I won't let what he did ruin everything. And pretty soon, I'll be better than him and better than Edgeworth, so watch out. Now, first order of business, get a new nickname. He's trying so hard. I'm rooting for you. He was a little shit, but he's doing good now. Well, it was eventful to say the least, but we got it done, and the movie's going down great.
I think the murder stories in the gossip magazines might have helped. Big Bad Man emerges from Big Bad Bull, revealed the true facial monster behind Zhang Fa President murder plot. Huh? Wait, this is a picture of you, Mr. Powers.
What? But why?
Hey, it's not so bad. After all, it'll make people come and see the movie, right?
Yeah, I guess. Poor Will can never catch a break. It's so sad. Aww.
I very much enjoyed the movie, Sean.
It's nothing. Wasn't even a big part.
The boy who befriended both Tarsars and Gordy, they don't come any bigger than that. And it was a role you were born to play.
You think? Well, it'd be cool to be in the sequel, I guess. And I kind of like acting. Hey, can we pick something up before we head back? I'm gonna get some lion lilies for my dad.
Of course, and I will buy some too, for Emily.
Aww. It's sweet. April 8th, 4:17 p.m. Prosecutor's building. Hi, Prosecutor's office. Offices. Phew, it's been a busy few days, huh, sir? Unbelievably so. I had so many important cases all come along at once. There's never a dull moment when I'm around. Guess I'm just lucky that way. Wait, so all that stuff that happened because of you? No, Gummy, how could you say that? And yet, I don't think that good detective is entirely wrong. Well, okay, what now? Will you be returning to your thieving practice? Good question. What? You're not sure? How can I put this? I guess I feel like I've been trying to follow in my father's footsteps this whole time, you know? Trying to become a great thief just like he was? Yatagarasu. Or a Yatagarasu, at least. But watching how this all panned out for you, Mr. Edgeworth, it got me thinking that maybe I need to get out from under his shadow and live my own life too. Finally! Do some growing! If Eustace can do it, so can you. Just like how you decided not to do the whole attorney thing. It's time to make our own fate. She's right. After all, nothing thrives in the shade. I'm gonna be my own hero. Sounds like an admirable plan indeed. I won't be giving up the name, though. Can't not be the Yatagarasu, right? Whatever name you pick, you'll always be K to us, K. And you'll always be a hero. Aw, thanks, Gummy. You'll always be my Gummy, too. You bet I will, and I'll be doing my detective thing just as hard as always. So I'll be counting on you, sir. Yes, and I'll be counting on you, too, detective. Just as I've been counting on you these last few days. You've helped us out too many times to mention. And your next salary review may come as a pleasant surprise. Huh? Huh? Oh, wait, you mean... What's the matter? I'm saying I'll see to it that you get paid a little more, detective. You're well? This is unbelievable, sir! No way! Go Gummy! It's like a dream come true! I can finally leave the instant noodle life behind! Don't think I'll be letting you rest on your laurels. Your work won't be getting any easier. I hope you understand that. Yes, sir. Understood, sir. I'll give you everything I got. Just you wait and see. He's finally getting a raise. They're finally giving the boy a raise. Fender and Judge Gavel set me on a new path in life. A path on which I will face down every contradiction that the law has to present. A path at whose end lies the ultimate truth. But can I really do this? I'll need to give it some serious thought. It certainly won't be easy, nonetheless.
Mr. Edgeworth, there is another reason I was never truly alone during my long struggle against Chairman Winner. Someone else was with me. Someone other than the goddess.
Of course, Sean!
This clipping gave me more courage than words can express. Simply having it near gave me hope.
Brings a tear to your eye because he's finally getting paid. That's funny.
When we feel that we are not alone, we can keep going, no matter how hard the road ahead.
So that was your secret weapon all along. The strength of your bond with your son. The strength of my bonds. Oh, I almost forgot. Oh, what? What is it? I was trying to find other members for my Yatagarasu team, right? You vaguely remember something about that. I never found a single one. You were gonna be unstoppable in our quest to steal the truth. So much for that little pipe dream. You're kidding, right? You already have a team. A team that can solve any case in the world cares to throw at it. Huh? Yeah, yes I do. Prosecutor, the detective, and the great thief. Between the three of us, we can hunt down the truth, put it in handcuffs, and steal it once and for all. I can't help feeling a little sorry for the truth in that case. As long as the three of us stick together, we got nothing to fear. Right, Mr. Edgeworth? Indeed, nothing at all. My father followed his own path, right to the end. And now, I follow a path of my own making too. But not alone. I have some colorful companions to help me. As long as they're beside me, I won't lose my way. It's a new path and a new me. I'll be walking it as a prosecutor, not an attorney. My father's path and mine are different, but they're not as separate as they may seem. Though the routes differ, the destination is the same. Because of course, both end at the truth. Nice picture. The end. Ooh, let's check out this gallery. Completing story modes. Connection during logic. Without using story. Make a connection during logic without using story mode. Presenting correct evidence and rebuttal. We're missing a lot. Oh my god. We need to talk to Gumshoe more? Okay. We gotta do a bunch of stuff. Gotta examine benches? Lord. Okay. Wait, how do we have 0 and oh, because we didn't play that one. That's right. We did that on the mobile. We got all these down. Damn, look at this. It's Shelly the Killer being like, I'm outie. Oh, it's Kid Miles. Gusteau's kid was so cute. How'd he turn into such a dick? Aw, here's Eustace, like, when he's having his breakdown and, like, becoming a better person. That was a really good moment. This was super cool.
Alright, character compendium. We found everybody. Oh, the bodyguard. Winston Payne. Right. Officers. Helmet. Wait, hold on. Oh wow, you can just look at their sprites. That's pretty cool. Kato. Yeah, we get young and old version. Cool. This dude sucks. Timon Saint true self. He's evil. His true self's a clown! Alright. Very cool. Alright, chat. That's it. That's a wrap. That's a wrap for the whole Ace Attorney series. We played every game thus far. Here's hoping that Capcom will give us more at some point. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. It was a good time. Yeah, it was indeed a wild, wild ride. I wasn't expecting it to be the cinnamon roll. I was like, who the fuck left is there to be the mastermind? And I was just like, it can't be Shelly, but like, I don't know who else it would be, because like the two assassins were going out there just like, this dude, whoever the mastermind is, like, what the fuck? But I was just like, there's no way that by this point we haven't met the mastermind, because like, they don't usually do that. It's usually someone who's been there for a while. And I didn't expect it to be Simone, but it did make sense considering how close he was to Bronco that he could arrange those chess games. That was true. And then the mystery of like, who the hell are these kids? Where did they go? And then I got my answer. So, yeah. It was all tidied up very neatly. I don't have any other questions for what's going on or what happened. Very cool. And we know what happens to these characters later, because, you know, the latter trilogy happens. And we gotta find out what happens to... I forgot her name. Girl with Widget. I can't remember her name. And Apollo. And their journey. And it'd be really cool if we, like, tied all the games together. But yeah, Athena, that was her name. I'm also annoyed that they just refused to show Phoenix. Like, come on! Not even at the very end, in the very last part where Edgeworth is like, this guy inspired me. He saved my ass. And it's like, give me a little bit, like, even just like, a little bit of his hair. A silhouette, maybe. But no, we got nothing. It was just like, yeah, there was this guy. And then there was my dad. And it just cuts to the dad and like, fuckers, Capcom! Little snippet of hair, zoom in, silhouette, nothing. Anyway, yeah. Yeah, it's something. Give me something to work with. That's okay. It be how it be. Alright, so that is a wrap on Ace Attorney. That means next we go into Yakuza Kiwami 2. We did 0, we did 1. That means next up is Return to Yakuza. But we're probably going to take a 1-week break in between. Let this sit for a little bit. Let us digest this before we dive into a new story. Yeah. Let's just simmer a little bit, and then we'll dive into Yakuza in a couple weeks, I think. I think that's the plan. Man, that was wild. Next scheduled stream is going to be tomorrow. We do have a little bit of Next Fest left to finish up. I'm going to do a spooky game, and then I'm going to see if there's any other last minute demos I want to try out. But yeah, for now, that's it. That's a wrap. That's no more Ace Attorney. There are Ace Attorney likes, like games that are inspired by Ace Attorney that we plan to play. Tyrion Cuthbert's one of them. I know that there's like another one that's like on demo right now, but I don't know how good it is yet, so I'm gonna like wait and see on that one. Yeah. That's it, we're done. Let's go find someone to raid. Let's go over here. Come with me, chat. Chat, that was a good time. That was a good... That was a lot of fun. I love Ace Attorney. But let's go say hi to Neoneko, who is doing Zenless Zone 0. I don't even remember which one that is. Yeah, thanks everybody who came by today. Dardy Linkley, Neoneko, Dat Black Bear, anyone else in chat I may have missed. Thank you so much for the follow, Salve. Hope you're doing well. Glad you enjoyed the stream. Lurkers, future VoD watchers, thank you as well. Have a good night, everybody. We will resume tomorrow with Next Fest, and then we have Raid in the evening. I gotta go make a glam. Landed on Circus. So I gotta go figure out a glam. After Simone, I don't feel so good about being a clown, so I'm gonna go figure out something else that's circus-like. That's ironic. I'm just like, I don't want to be a clown now. That's bad juju, that's bad vibes. I don't need none of that. So we'll figure that out. I'm gonna go work on that. But for now, yeah. Have a good night, everybody. Have a great rest of your Saturday evening. I'll see you guys tomorrow for Raid. And then I'll see you guys in 2 weeks for more Yakuza. And then we'll probably might start Chicken Police soon on Thursdays. I'm gonna be real with you. I want to get into it soon, or sooner rather than later. So we'll see what happens. But anyway, spread love, spread joy. Go say hello to Neoneko. Have a good night, everybody, and I'll catch y'all tomorrow for Am I Nima and whatever else we get up to. All right, take care. Bye bye.